Chat, hello, hello. How are you doing? How is everyone doing?
And then there were 6. Today, 4 teams are fighting to make it to the top 3, putting them
Saint, thanks so much for the 23 months, mate. I appreciate you doing that.
Grand Finals. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 9. Shout out to the legend of Masters Toronto, coming at you live from the EnterCare Center for today's crucial upper bracket matchups. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, alongside Mimi and Kukuka as we look to
roasted in your apartment. Yeah, these are the kind of days that I'm glad I'm in Iceland. It's kind of cold here.
Who's Day 9?
You don't know who Day 9 is? Sean Plott, one of the greatest commentators of all time. One of the greatest esports commentators of all time.
30 degrees in your room? Yeah, that's not a thing, dude.
It is unbelievable.
I don't know who it is, but it sounds very important.
This is going to sound weird,
I think
but
we're going to need a history lesson from you, Alex, once we're done with this
I don't really
part of the
watch
show.
esports other than, like, VALORANT.
Just, you know what?
And you're very
I'm
based for that.
I'm out of here.
My sports are baseball and VALORANT.
Tower fan, dude. When I'm in the UK as well, I got the double PC set up, and one of them gets way too hot.
What happened on the stage yesterday? Because all of our #1 seeds were up for elimination. We had G2 and XLG as well as Fnatic and RRQ and Kukuka. We started things off with
the
G2
camera
and XLG.
is...
And it was amazing to see this phase of G2.
Better?
I think most of the people were expecting to see this level coming in from them.
What chance do you give Wolves today?
For them, showing like the Joggerman ones.
Very dependent on map. Without seeing the map pool, I would give him a
like one of the ones that could go into that grand
a reasonable
30.
and
It looked like it was going to be the same story for Fnatic.
and that can go
They
down to
stomped
20
around one
or
of
up
this
to
series,
40 depending
but
on
then
the map
it
pool.
crumbled on the second, and it looked like RRQ might take things. That was until, of course, Alpha locked this chamber on the final map of Ascent. Fnatic showing a brand new comp and winning out that series to eliminate Pacific's #1 seed. That's the first Pacific team going home.
Yeah, a bit of a heartbreaker there, as you can see now. You have some crucial matchups
Wolves.
here today because if you win
So,
in Friday's
from what I can
final,
tell, from what I've seen, their Ascent's nice. I think the Pearl's not too bad. I think they can win split. It's like the 3 maps where I have them.
And then, well, hop on the hype train.
We haven't seen...
versus Sentinels to close out the day today, and I think a lot of people
Have we seen Gen G's Icebox? I'm trying to remember.
Bring us to our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team you think is going to be making that clean run to the grand final. Scan the QR code, cast your vote.
First PRX.
You, and we will share the results.
Oh yeah,
on.
it didn't look too bad.
VALORANT Masters as well as VCT.
Yeah, maybe those are the 3 maps that I would say that Wolves might even be favored on for sure split.
Okay, only the good stuff. Now, of course, you can see all.
Are you the arbiter of goodness?
I think so. Yeah, I would imagine so. Considering that
We're
you don't know
drinking
who Day
water,
9
man.
is, I
Nothing
think I kinda
crazy,
have
don't
to
you
say
worry.
at this point.
Am I?
You are the arbiter of that, if that makes sense. Now, of course.
I don't think it does.
It doesn't. Now, of course, it's time to check in on the MVP race. We're going to see who's going to get themselves a snazzy new bracelet. Of course, as they make their trip to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's almost
Oh.
as good as the Bald Boomer bracelet one the fans here in Toronto gave you,
Yes,
GB.
I got to be honest. My Bald Boomer bracelet
Dude,
is the
Spring
best
against
thing I've
second,
ever
that's
gotten in
actually
this whole event. So
a
thank
hard
so
one.
much, Jenica, for giving that to me.
You
All
have
right,
to
now, of
you have to
course,
history by a
let's
second,
just
but
keep it real, all
feel
right?
bad for
Because
Spring
here's the
there.
deal, all right? Texture, this guy, he's so good, all right? He's like literally on top of the world. This is basically Texture's MVP to lose. So what we decided to do was put everyone else on the other side of the bracket, and whoever wins out has got to face off against Texture to determine who could be the MVP. So you have our options here. We have Jing, Juicy, Spring, and Zekin in that order. Let's start off first with Jing and Juicy. Who do you think wins out in the MVP battle between those two?
I think that for the first one, I'm going to go for Juicy. I think that the showing that we saw the other day, to me, he's one of the surprises of this tournament. I think that alongside the rest of his teammates, I would choose Jing any other day of the week, but for this event, I'm choosing.
Yeah, that stops here, Avery. I've seen the stats, but it's not a fanfare.
I'm fine to concede on this one because Juicy was
but that's a different
outrageous
question.
in
That's
their
a different
last game.
question, though.
Sure,
Yeah.
but you know, the deeper you go in the tournament, the better your chances of winning.
The
MVP.
X.com
The other one
is
here,
my...
GB,
Oh, dude, I
Spring
didn't
and
check the
Zekin.
link
I think
before I
the way you laid out
tweeted.
this
Tell me it's
bracket
the
was
right link.
cool, because for me,
Oh,
I
You got
would
me
pick
worried
both
with that
Spring
comment.
and Zekin above the top
Just
two.
move it out, I guess.
I don't know if I'm way too wolves-pilled, but Spring has just been outstanding. He's the only non-duelist player on this list. He's playing
Okay, it
Viper,
is the
he's
right
playing
one.
the Lurk, and he's still
Yeah, I
putting
had to
up
do the
equal
small
numbers
link
with
because if
all of
it's
these
too big, I
players.
can't do
And in my
anything.
opinion, he is so incredibly
It's the
crucial
right
to
link,
the
man. You
style
had me
of
so
Valorant
worried there. I
that
was like,
Wolves
my
play.
goodness, I should have clicked that.
I'm on the Spring train.
So you'd be more sure to, like, if for example in the first one, if it was GENG versus Spring, you'd also go for
I'd go for
Spring
Spring.
over. Okay, yeah.
Do you have
I
a
can
sell
see
for the
that.
Pride of New Jersey though, or are you on board?
So the thing
You
is
agree
that
with the
I think
Kukuka was
that
biased
some
casting
people
yesterday?
feel like
I didn't
Sentinels
notice it,
go
to be
way for,
honest.
like, a
I
bigger
think people
opponent,
read
right,
way
going
into that
this, but
stuff. I
that
think
the
it's
show
honestly
that we got
okay
from
that you have
Second
biased
the other
casters
day
as well if
was
they aren't
amazing.
biased.
He did
Because
whatever
like
he
sometimes
wanted,
that's what the
with
story
XLG,
is.
but I have to
Like
go
if a
for
team is like
Okay, we're going
for
winning
Spring.
heavy, or
If
you
you
feel
don't,
like
you
they're
can
the
break
ones
the
losing the
Sense
rounds.
beat Wolves.
So
Yeah,
I don't think
but
that's
problem
again,
with our
I don't think that's a-
why didn't you put the
I don't
argument
know.
of the
I think
deeper that you
people-
make it into the tournament?
Yeah,
I think people
yeah.
randomly
You're
do
going up
that
against
stuff.
your own words.
Yeah, you're
I don't know.
just
Yeah.
beating you there. All right, so who wins out of this one? Juicy and Spring.
I mean, we just had that conversation. I think that we have to go for Spring.
Change
Okay.
the
I'm
title?
Spring-pilled.
Wait,
Let's send it.
did I mess up the
But
titles?
now
We're
it's
still in
Spring
Spring, right?
versus Texture.
Yeah, man, Genji's winning this tournament, and
Yeah.
Texture's gonna MVP.
So I think we're just gonna go ahead. Really, we just wanted to get an
let's
opportunity
send
to say that Texture's gonna
I
win
am
the
so
MVP.
mad that
Dude, I
he's not
changed it
smiling
out
in
this
this
one, and I
picture.
was
We need
like,
a texture smile.
pretty sure
kinda,
that's right.
You know, like he's got
See, if
such a
someone's not
sweet
stealing his
smile.
ace, he's actually really stoic at
Yeah.
all times.
Yeah, it's really chill, you know, but once the ace is stolen, boom. All right, guys, well, look, this has been an incredible event so far. Toronto's been amazing. The fans here have been incredible. And right now, though, we're going to take a moment to recognize a few of our standout pros. It's time for Master
Did you think it's going to win PRX or Sentinels? It's going to be very close. I still feel... Well, I don't know. Zekken's playing good. I still feel from like what I've seen, PRX should maybe just be favorites, but not by much. Very, very close, man. Thing is, I believe in the train now. I didn't realize they wanted to just send it this event.
Ironic, but yeah, I have to agree. I think that everybody has a new
A
idol.
lot of momentum there.
For best stage presence for me, which I feel like is basically what this award comes down to. It's
Did
kind
you
of an
watch the
argument
new map
between
teaser with the
Sifat
new
Baby
minimap
and
of
Self,
sight?
who
Is
said,
this the
"I mean,
troll
this
one, or
guy
is that
in the
actually a
big
leak?
games that Wolves has been
I feel like if there was a leak, I would have seen
standing
that.
up, bringing the energy for the team every time, and honestly, just giving it to him. It's his first tournament at a global as well. and
55-45, I'm not
on
even
the
sure I'd
front.
give
If this was the
anyone
EMEA, it would've
anything
been
above
myself,
that.
Just for like standing and not doing anything, but standing at the end of every
I
round.
like it. Hey, maybe Lyser's going to add a little bit more to it. I asked him before. We'll see what happens. Next up, most likely to succeed, and of
An
course, the
official
honor's
one?
gonna go to Texture, because we
No
did
leak,
say
just
he's probably
Valorant
gonna be the
marketing.
MVP
I
of
love,
this event.
however, we have Gen G. We're just, oh yes, it is the moment to speak about how good Texture is. But yeah, I think that throughout the entire tournament, his usage of the operator, how sweet of a man he is, how much he makes us
You say that
love
while
and
he's
enjoy the
staring
game.
us
Oh
down.
wait, this actually is a
That
thing.
cold stare sticks with me. Now, of course, our next one is
They didn't give us too
Best
much.
Flirt. And that one goes to Zalsis. Oh, you flirty boy.
They didn't give us too much, but
Yes,
a little bit of a
Zalsis,
mini map.
always there to
We
turn
got a choke
around
point
and
here.
Get the crowd going, make them all excited, happy,
Okay, I will
whatever
say, I'm already a little bit worried.
You might think that you
I
want
know
to
this
make
is an
your opponent
overreaction,
nervous
but
by,
because
you
the
know,
sides
yelling at them,
here,
"I'm better than you, I'm this
that
and
makes me
Zalsis
think
goes
that
the
this
extreme
line
all
is
the
going to be a
route.
lot
He's like, "Oh my God, I
closer
love you so much.
to
You're so
this
good.
line,
Have this,
which means
this
that
one," you know, so
the
that
defense
he gets
only
in your
have
head,
to
but in a
hold this
different way.
small
I like
choke,
it, it's more
and then
wholesome.
this one looks kind of small, but I need to see it. But that's a small choke. This is a small choke into a double. Like this is basically sunset B main.
Get out of this tournament immediately. I'm preying on their downfall. That team needs to lose. It's so funny, but.
And then even if you let them through, they're then going to get through this choke, and then this can be a choke.
Wait, you gave it to him because when
And then
we
if
had
this
him on
isn't
an
open, you
interview,
can't
he
throw us
said
like a
that
Viper
you
smoke over
were
towards
a
here.
young 27, and that's why you
Yeah, I'm a
gave
little
the
worried.
biggest flirt.
That's
I've
why
seen
I
that.
did it. And the
But I'm always gonna be worried.
romances for Boaster and Crashies. Oh, look at that. The love affair started in the MEA when Crashies came over from Americas, and they have been inseparable ever since. Look at that.
Not
Rubbing
much
his,
competition for this one. I feel
was
like
he rubbing his
it's
belly
the
or his
entire thing.
chest? I'm trying to figure out what was he rubbing there.
Chest.
Site is fully
Okay.
walled in. Yeah, it depends on how thick these walls are as well. There's a lot going on in this
I don't know,
picture.
it's more fun that way.
I'm excited for a new
So
map though.
we need to
We'll
add
see.
one more superlative, and this is for the best local hype man. Here's Van Silly out on the floor talking to the people. Vans, what you got, buddy?
Sitting here with Dion, not only a fan of Valorant, but a fan of production. So sending the love over there.
Yeah,
Dion,
respect.
thank you so much for coming out. Who are you going for today between Wolves and GENG?
Oh, I can't go for GENG. We got to go for Wolves. They took out my boys Fnatic, bro. Sue Fat Baby all the way.
What about PRX and Sentinels?
They took
See, I
out.
love PRX.
They took out Fnatic?
I think I got to root for my boys SEN. I've been rooting for them since 2021 Reykjavik. We all remember that Tins clip. We all remember that Tins clip. I was there. I watched that on live. Yes, sir.
You're bringing it back. That's the first event I ever did for a Masters online in 2021. Much respect, Dion. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for coming out. Yo, give me a howl for Wolves.
Let's go!
That's awesome.
Play, he kinda
All right,
nailed
let's
it.
go ahead and get into today's first matchup. Talk about the Wolves first because they're making a Cinderella run. Yeah,
I watched it online. I was going to say, man, not many people were at that Reykjavik event.
If you will, Kukuka. You're seeing Wolves really shine in a lot of these moments, and I guess the question in everyone's mind is how far can they go?
They started losing to Sentinels, but ever since they haven't even dropped a map. We see the stage presence that they have, we see the sick plays, the crazy individuals, and a lot of new plans that maybe some people probably did not expect to see coming out from them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're coming out with different comps. They're playing a lot of the Deadlock, which I've been super impressed with. Their attack side macro has
Ike,
been,
hello mate. Ike with the
top
tier
4 this
3.
tournament
Holy, thank you
already,
so much for the
which
27
is so
months, bro. I
impressive
appreciate you doing that.
for a young team. For a
Thank
long
you for
time,
that, bro.
the
Thank you,
narrative out
thank
of
you.
China was like, okay, they're
EDG.
still developing. They're
Yeah.
we're still gonna have to wait until we see lower teams, not your EDGs, not your FPXs from China. They can have a competitive macro.
3 years, a
with the
lot's
top
happened in
level
3
teams,
years.
but
Oh, for sure,
here's
man.
Wolves
Thank you for being here,
disproving
dude.
that narrative. And if you look at the history, these are the teams who have placed globally for CN. First
Yeah, I was
place
just gonna
for
let you have it,
EDG,
Ike, to be
third
honest.
place for EDG.
I feel like tier
Everything
3, you're
else
allowed
has
to
been
do
a
what you want.
much lower placement. This is already the deepest run any team not named EDG from China has had. And if they win today, they're guaranteed top 3, which would be such
this new
an
map is
achievement
bad,
for
Valorant
this
might be
team
in a bit of
that did
trouble.
not even win their region.
Yeah, well, TMV better oil up there, buddy.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
can
well,
see what
let's
you
go
mean.
ahead and hear from Spring.
I think Valorant might be in trouble
Spring
is like
today's
a
match.
obviously an overreaction, but I think that if you
Wolves,
had
they are your favorite
Abyss,
team,
Icebox,
I'm
and the
now
new
joined
map's
by
not
their
great,
star player Spring,
it's not gonna be cool.
and they're here to help me with some translations. Now, there will be an MVP award at the end of this tournament. I wanted to ask you 2 questions. First of all, have you seen the bracelet? And second of all, how does it feel to know that you're actually in contention? There's a real chance that you could win this.
这次赛事其实是有设
Damn,
置
don't put pressure on
最
him.
后的 MVP 手链的嘛？那你有看过这个手链吗？并且现在你意识到自己好像真的有可能去赢下这个奖项是什么样的感受？
我有看过这个手链，挺好看的。然后我觉得，如果我们顺利进到总决赛，并且赢下冠军的话，不管这个手链最后是属于谁的，我觉得都很值得了吧？因为那是我们大家努力的成果。在我心里，我的队友们都是 MVP。
I've seen it. It looks really nice. And of course, I think as long as we make sure we made it to the grand final and contend for the trophy, no matter who the bracelet belongs to, it's all worth it. I think it could be a reward for like our hard working. I think all the teammates, all my players are like MVP.
Oh, thank you so much. I think it's going to look really good on you, so good luck today.
Now, of course, Juicy had no problem taking on his former teammates over in RRQ here, but it was so nice to hear that love that we were hearing from Spring for everyone on the squad.
Yeah, he's definitely been the best performer if you look at the tournament as a whole. But saying if they can make it to that final,
Looking
it would just
like
be an
Split,
award that the
Sunset,
team as a whole
Lotus.
earned, and that got shown in
Split,
this game. This is not the
Sunset,
Spring show.
and
This was Juicy
Lotus.
stepping up and showing
It's
his best
not
match
too
on the
bad for
Masters
Wolves.
stage
The
on
split pick is really good. They have to win that.
On the last show, and coming out of those groups, maybe people thought that they might run out of steam when it goes up against
And
playing
then
against even bigger names when you're thinking of the duelists.
They
and
could
all
have
the
good
talent that we
anti
have
against
here
the
in Toronto.
Sunset,
And Juicy
maybe.
is performing, and I feel like today is his
But I'm not holding
biggest
out too
test
much hope.
to the date.
Wolves is one of the teams in this
And
tournament
then
with the
Lotus
least reliance
last.
on Star Duelist
They lose
pop-off
Lotus.
games. But They had it in this
Okay, Wolves
match
have to 2-0
regardless,
in my
showing that
opinion.
they can win off of the slow macro lurks, they can win off of a takeover game. This
Wait,
team has depth.
how's
you
Wolves
got
Sunset?
so many options on this team, right? You talk about
Why
that
is that
depth,
not
let's
in my
continue to talk
why is
about
that
the
not in my
individuals
brain?
because
We
you
haven't
got
seen it, right?
Who's become really this team's hype man. This guy really has been fun to watch and see. Like it's cool to just see the personalities come out on that
Is the
stage,
Lotus not
Mimi,
good?
and
I
most
strongly think that
importantly,
Lotus
to
is
see
not
that
good.
also be
I know
reflected in the
they
server
beat
too.
Yeah, he
Heretics.
just looks so happy when he's
But,
popping off, when he's standing up and
I
being
promise
a real
you, I don't think the
emotional
Lotus is
leader
good.
for this team. This is what miracle runs are made on. When a team is underrated, you win match after match. You feel confident in the server. You feel confident on the stage. And a guy like this is when you're having those tough moments, when you start to lose rounds, he's the person.
You have
who's
lost a
gonna
lot
keep
of
you in.
passion for the
Having
train.
him as
What
an
the
idea
hell?
for the team with all
Where's
the
that come
motivation
from?
that he gives with all of this
You lot
reactions
have
on stage and how
gone-
he's taking care of the players.
You lot have
puts him
gone
also
crazy with
in
my
contention
pick'ems.
and on the same level as all
Because
the
I,
other
because I have
IGLs
them
that
going
have
like
been
5th to
around
6th.
for a very, very
I've
long
seen the
time.
sign
And
in
when
the
we're
crowd
lauding their
say I'm a
calling and their
fraud.
creative compositions, a lot of the credit does have to
People
go
are
to this
calling
guy.
me a
He's more than just
traitor.
hype man.
We've got
Yeah,
no
that's right.
passion
You know,
now.
I think that what's been really fun, and you heard Yinsu
Cat.
say it earlier, it's Wolves are your
The
favorite
passion's
team's
still there.
favorite
I was
team.
just
Well,
happy with
more
2
on
champ
that.
points.
Sufab Baby actually has a
I didn't
very
realize
big
they
fan
wanted to go
over
out
on
win
the
it. I didn't
Sentinels.
realize all of
Here's
these
what
tier 1
Zelsis
teams,
had to say
sorry, all these
during their press
seed 1 teams were going to mess up this badly.
First of all, I'm glad he made playoffs. I love them. I think they deserve it for sure.
I didn't realize it would
and
be a
then next,
freebie.
You know, we just have to make sure we win and make sure they win too, and then you know we can play again, and it'll be fun. So I think I'm very excited for that if it happens.
You're going to throw me off the train? Everyone talk about throwing me off the train. I guarantee you joined way too late that you won't be able to get anywhere near me. You're like Achilles, man. You're 30 carriages
Yes,
back.
because we have seen now both GENG and WOLS playing the
You can
deadlock.
you
I'm
can
an
start a
absolute deadlock
revolution,
lover,
start a
so I
revolt
wanted to,
back there, but it's going to take you
showcase,
ages to
one of the
get to
plays
me.
that I really like coming in from
And we
WOLS.
got
To do
bodyguard
it again,
mini. You guys won't be able to
further
get through
in
him.
this map, but this is what we can expect to see from
Meow
them on
in the
attack on
YouTube
Ascent.
chat. Thank
Now,
you so much
do
for
not
doing that,
have-
bro. I
you
really
might think
appreciate
do
you,
not
man.
have
Thank you for the
that much of
support.
initiating power, or most likely is you do not have the damage in the abilities besides that Soba to actually play for the postman. So you have to put bodies in. But I love the way that WOLS executes onto this site, having and taking very good care of their composition. As you can see, there's not a very good economy on RRQ on the other side, but I'm going to guide you very easily and very slowly.
The passion, yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's the first time in 3 years of streaming that I've been biased.
This paranoia,
And I'm not even biased for the
making
team
sure
that's
that when
that's
Juicy,
paying me.
is out, he can have
And you
a
say
clean
there's no
angle and
passion?
nobody's
That's
going to
crazy.
push in here from
You're
that side.
misunderstanding
And
the
whoever was playing
situation.
from this parts of the map, they have to break the recon. So that first part is clear. The deadlock stayed not into play, but is the layering that comes afterwards once you've gained the sides and you've used all that utility. What happens next? YU is going to be joining the rest of the team. And after the spike is down, RRQ makes the call of, hey, let's just regroup and play 5v5. And here's where the layering comes. So, of course, in your screen, you see the barrier mesh. But if you take a closer look into what is happening on the rest of the site, you have these sonic sensors that are going to prevent, or at least they're going to make easier, those fights for the side of WOLS. As you can see also, there's going to be a crossfight here. 2 players playing from within the site.
What have we got for today?
3 players
the,
that are going to be outside.
Pacific
Again,
bias
YU has
today.
already changed his utility, and he is
We're going
ready
Pacific
to go
bias.
in case someone from
I
RRQ
think GENG are gonna
decided to
be
go on
fine,
from the flank.
and I think
Gonna
the
speed things up a
PRX.
little bit, because of course
It's gonna be
RRQ
close.
had a lot to deal with.
It's got like I think
Was he
PRX
crazy
is
guy
going
using the
third
knife
map.
trying to catch something?
Chat.
And for this
No matter
retake,
who
I
you
also
support
chose this round
today,
because this view from our
we
servers,
all need to hope
chef's
for a
kiss.
Paper
For
Rex
this retake, we have the
Sentinels
smoke,
third
obviously,
map
coming in,
sunset.
from the defenders.
I'm telling
We're
you.
going to see a flash
We need
overheard,
everyone
overheard,
needs to be
sorry,
hoping
to
for that.
go onto the site, but it's also the layering from the second Sentinel.
Meow in the
from also
YouTube
the
chat
site.
again.
Put it
What
on
the
the
hell's
stage.
going on,
So
dude? Thank you
if
so much,
are
bro.
the
I
attacker,
appreciate
you
that
could have
as well.
walked in, trying to fight
Thank
from
you,
here,
bro.
whatnot. You have a lot of pressure put it onto your opponent, and the
For the
moment
viewership, not
that
even for the
RRQ
viewership,
steps
man.
out, that
They're
sonic
bo-
sensor
they're
is
both they both
activated.
have the best
And not only
sunset.
that,
from what I
YU
can
goes
see.
on to put another trap wire here in case they decide to go for that
There's a
one. He's
world
going
where
to have a
GENG's
very
up there,
clean shot.
but
Again, we still have not seen everything because
I didn't.
even when they start going out, this
Fnatic wasn't a good test.
sonic sensor
That's all
is
I'm
going
saying.
to be triggered. And even though there's going to be some casualties, this is only one of the examples of all the versatility that we're going to see coming out from this composition that I personally love.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm getting from this is that
Why do you want Sunset? No, they're the best two Sunset teams.
That everyone really likes to use, maybe for reasons that we just saw there.
Yeah, more teams are starting to pick it up. She had a bit of a moment midway through last way, especially
My
in North
apologies,
America.
that was
But
me
now
with
a
the
lot of
fraud
Asian
sign.
teams are
But
starting
you just
to
gotta
get some
believe.
great use. Gen G is also running
Dude,
the
I
same
believe.
team.
I just
Specifically,
believed
another
more
detail
that the
I love
first
from them
seeds
is they're a very
understood the
heavy
assignment.
team. But what they do in these double senti comps is as they take space
I
on the
didn't
map,
realize
they're
we could
juggling
misread
their
the
sonic
tournament
sensors
this
and
badly.
grips to
But here
maintain
we are.
space so they can call back into a site in the late round without having to leave a lurker there. It's those little details that make Wolves so good. But it also looked great for Gen G when they pulled this one out on the Sunset. Fnatic, their retakes got completely thrown off by
Wolves
how
are winning
much
it all.
that
I
deadlock
think they
has.
need to 2-0
So
this.
This is going to be a really interesting match that is going to oftentimes
I'm
be
pretty confident they
defined
lose
by
last.
those post plants on the attacking side and how strong the deadlock util is to stall.
Yeah, well, let's get that conversation going about Gen G, excuse
Gen
me,
Z.
Gen Z.
Well, a little too much time on the TikTok, but overall okay.
You see them there, and they make their way to Toronto, feeling good because, oh, they've been ripping and tearing through the Swiss stages. They look phenomenal throughout this competition. And Kukuka, you get the vibe here that Gen G might just be the favorite coming out of Swiss stages to win this bad boy.
Yeah,
The teams play all
I think that
7
in
in
every
scrim,
showing
7
that we've
maps,
seen
it
from
depends.
them, people are
Again,
chiming in
to
and
save
just
time,
doing
some
a
teams
class,
have
a huge
a
class one
perma ban.
into this roster.
Like
They have
Fnatic's a
already
good
monetized the
example.
fact that we're the first
Sunset
specific
looks
team
like their
to
perma ban.
ever
No,
do
sorry.
it. And they
Power
are
looks like their
very close
perma
to
ban.
doing it again, flawlessly.
It has
going
been
out of the
historically,
groups,
but
also winning
Sunset
their
also
first
used to be their
match.
perma ban,
Somebody
so it's not a
at
great
some
map
point
pool for
will
them.
have to stop them, otherwise they will get the title because Munchkin
Paper
is
X,
doing
yeah, it looks like
crazy
Paper X
on the
is
comments on this
perma
round
ban
are nonsense.
is
And even Texture,
Haven,
not only as an
even though Mini's
overclutching
saying that they got
in
some
the round,
stuff on that map.
nothing that this
But I also
roster
think
cannot
them
do.
banning
They have
Haven
really good
against
ideas
Sentinels
for
is so fun.
preset pistol rounds, which I think
That
is
works out pretty
is
well for them.
going down to those stats of why they're winning it so often. A lot of set plays coming through, especially helped by Texture's Neon, which gives you so many choices on that attacking side. You can go into
They're pulling out
fast
the Haven
execute
today.
plays. You can slow
Out of all the
things down
teams,
a
I
little
wouldn't
bit.
pull
And
out the Haven
performance he's
on
having this tournament
Sentinels.
is all the more
I think that would be a
impressive
mistake.
because Gen G is not playing much Breach. They're not playing much Teo. They're not playing the meta that leans into fully dumping util to enable your duelists. But despite that, off of just
Sentinel's
one
best
dart
map,
and
in
a
my
small
opinion,
piece of
Sunset.
util, Texture
That's
is
probably
so
Paper
good
X's best map.
Playing off of that and
They
finding
all kind of like
success.
the same
And I think
maps.
that's the
They all like
biggest
Split,
skill
they all like
you need not
Lotus,
only as
they
a
all
duelist
like
player, but with your
Sunset.
initiators now in this like double smokes meta.
Yeah, it really does feel like this Gen G lineup is just one brain, and they're like finding ways to, when they execute, when they do anything, they're really all on the same page at all times. That is scary to have to
What about
contend
Paul?
with. A lot of pressure.
I
for
can't
their
really,
opponents on
in
the
my
other
head,
side
I
of the
can't really
stage here.
remember
Yes, you did get an
Sentinels on that
opportunity
map.
to catch up
But I know
with
that
Gen
Paper
G's
X look good on
rookie
that.
sensation Ash, as a matter of fact. Let's actually hear what he has to say earlier on today.
I am now joined by the prodigy of this tournament, Gen G's Ash. We have seen a lot of great Korean players
Damn,
on
he's
this
kitted
stage
out.
before. What makes you different? How are you going to establish a legacy here?
I am him.
They've taught him well.
Yo, that's crazy.
They're just hiding behind the pillar, ready to hype him up. That's awesome.
Oh, you not love this team, man. Ash says he is him, and we'll see if he can continue that.
I mean, he's
here
been
in
good,
Toronto.
though. He's
But
been
so
really
far,
good.
I mean, it has been great, Mimi, to see Ash take the stage and really just play a great supportive role for this team and just slot in so well.
Do you think the meta is leaning towards double controller?
Watching him play here,
I think at the moment, map dependent, the meta is Viper Omen, or you can go double Sentinel. And then I think on certain maps, not many, you can play double duelist if the full process is good. I think the worst that you can lean into the moment is double initiator, in my opinion, especially Breach Sova. I think that's the worst at the moment in the meta. And that might be a hot take, but the stats back it, and I don't think it's that good at the moment, especially when Yoru is so strong. I think it's a waste. And I also think that everyone has prac against this, historically, over 2-3 years, and I think that people don't have much prac against this, and everyone struggles struggles to play against double everything, especially when the Viper has like brand new fort behind it.
For GENG and for Wolves, but most definitely for Wolves, because they're going up against a team that look like world beaters right now. But let's actually get a quick word from
Viper, Fade, Yoru, Omen. Yeah, that's a strong comp at the moment. The Fade's pretty good.
In this Omen player moment.
在击败 RQ 以后，非常开心，很激动，感觉他选我，我就感觉我会赢吧。相信自己的兄弟，相信自己。别人不看好我们，但我们看好自己。我们相信自己的能力，相信自己的队友，相信我们的部署，状态很好。我们勇往直前，不管面对谁。
Hey Jan, hello mate, how are we doing? Dr. Back is still skeptical. I'm always skeptical, but we're definitely on board.
Oh, just swings the right, but Xufat unaware. Try to recon to light this one up, Xufat.
GENG 战术很好，然后战术也很多，但我觉得我们战术布局也很多。
From all the initiative to play, who do you think is the best right now? Depends, man. I think we got a lot of good fades at the moment. I really like Patman's fade. I think Patman's got a great fade on him.
这里的粉丝都很热情啊，也很有意思。然后这个舞台吧，很享受吧。然后也是一次很棒的体验。感谢一路走来大家的支持，我们会继续努力的。
Now, of course, here, no one thought that we were going to be seeing Taeho after the nerfs, but it does seem like we're getting a little bit here and there because GENG decided to bust out the Taeho, and even though it ended up in a loss, we were still seeing the difference of how you have to play Taeho now versus how Taeho was
I think Riot should keep this meta. This is the most balanced meta we've ever got, which is like why I was so annoyed that so many teams leaned into
change things a little bit and
the safest comps ever.
Because I think that for the initial rounds of their
I also think it annoyed me that teams brought
it was more about those
okay, do you know the thing that really annoyed me the most? Taeho meta, okay, you kind of discovered the breach. So you discovered that the breach is really strong with this. You discovered that the Vice was really strong. You discovered that the Yoru is really strong. You take out the Taeho, in my opinion, the thing that gets affected the most is the breach. The fact that most teams kept the breach and got rid of the other two is really beyond me. I think that's a misread. I get the idea breach Neon, that was what was working in the off season, but again you're looking at something that wasn't good, and then to make breach Neon work, your Neon has to be a beast. Like it has to be like second level Neons.
Fnatic realized that, waited, punished those players, and then came back to win the map. So I think Taeho can be viable, kind of, but I think there are better choices.
Yeah, and it does feel like the other teams agree. That's why we haven't really been seeing much Taeho lately, but of course we'll see whether or not that comes to fruition today because GENG were the team that ran it last time.
Jesus, dude, you're going crazy over there. Thank you so much, Meow. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you for the support as well, dude. Thank you so much, Meow. Thank you for the kind words as well, bro.
Are a little less big on that map, but still, he's
better texture or Zekken. They're both great Neons. Great
we still
Neons.
have not seen the map Vito, but maybe GENG learned from that experience.
Yeah, for sure.
You think this is going to be a stomp match by GENG? I don't think so, because Wolves will pick Split, and I think, honestly, they should probably be winning Split. Again, it still should be kind of close, because the Deadlock's pretty hard to play against, but I think they should know how to play against the Taeho. And then
I felt like GENG
I don't know, the other two maps might not be close, we'll see. I don't think Lotus, if we get there, is going to be close.
I think that everybody has to be on this train, especially the first day, right? We had this conversation, like, can they beat G2 with the form that we had seen from them in Americas? But PRX, I mean, you kind of have to.
Can you tell us a bit about Wolves? Most people thought they were going to be the worst team coming into this, me included. And I think out of all the teams so far, they're in the top 4 out of understanding of this meta at the moment. You got Pearl, double controller from them. They bring out a Chamber, they bring out a Vice. It's nice, it's been proven, works pretty well, kind of hard to play against certain teams. And then they're a SEN, double Sentinel. Wait, did I say double controller? I meant double Sentinel. 14-2 by the way. And then you got they're a SEN, double Sentinel as well. Really, really strong, really hard to play against. Damn, look at this guy.
I'm going for the 0-10,
so
when
when
you see Wolves, I'm voting for
so yeah,
GENG.
very, very cool from them. 2 different ways of playing. The teams are hard, will struggle against. Then you got their split. Their split, they use like a normal comp, but they put passive pressure everywhere. They got the Viper Omen, and you got the Cypher on top of this as well, and it just creates pressure all around the
No, why?
the
Like
map.
Achilles wanted to go for
So
100%
they have
win rate. I want to go for 100%.
they have ways of playing maps that teams don't have practice against, and I think it's catching so many teams off. I really do. I think they have one of the best approaches to this tournament that we've seen.
Win the game, kind of thing. But if now I get one wrong, then everything.
Like they get it. They actually just fully get it.
Then everything is done. Like I just I'll just stop.
Judge Armada with a tier 1. Thank you for the 16 months.
Guys, I'm excited for today. We got a long day ahead of us here because we have 4 phenomenal teams.
Yeah, they beat Heretics by having, in my opinion, a better PAL and a good comp, and then they also beat them on Lotus, but I think their Lotus isn't that good. They just kind of snowballed a little bit. That's where I'm at. So I don't think their attack side, they have the best macro on Lotus. So again, I think it's third map, and if we get there, I think they're in trouble.
We have seen Seth singing their praises, but today could be the difference.
Very well. All right, folks, let's go ahead and do this. Toronto, you got Wolves facing off against GENG.
Who's a better duelist, Texture or Zekyn? Mate, I don't even know. Like I would happily have both, like either of them on a team.
Of Masters Toronto starts right now.
Like they're both one of the top level duelists we've seen. Consistently big level, high level games, putting up numbers. Like I honestly wouldn't care if you gave me either of them, you'd be happy that they're in their team. Frax a lot with the Prime. Thank you for the 13 months, dude. Thank you. Achilles, hello. I got both the Pacific teams today. But I think Wolves are taking split here.
I'm confident that we can make it into upper finals. We're improving match by match. I think if we can continue to improve, then we have a very good shot of making the upper final.
They find their revenge here. The Prime Pacific PRX will continue on.
Facing Sentinels is a dream come true. I'm also a Sentinels fan before, and now they have Second, who has Filipino blood, and I'm really excited to face him. I want to show everyone who are doubting us what we are capable of.
PRX are crazy aggressive, and they're just very, very fun. They're very unpredictable. Forsaken and GENG, both of them have been playing really, really well this tournament. They're just flowing and shooting at their own pace.
I want to show the world like how talented Filipinos are, and I need to show I really deserve this spot. That's why I'm here.
He's already shown it.
Second, let's see which one of us is better.
Patman, mahal kita. I hope that I'm the strongest Filipino in this match.
在我23年我人生中第一次那个世界赛的时候，那个时候我跟 Four 现在认识了，然后那个时候他也是第一次打，然后现在又遇见了，然后真的是缘分很奇妙吧，时间能过去1年多，快2年了。
라이소가 이제 저는 일단 DRX 때고 라이소는 FX 때였는데 같이 스크림에서도 만나고 랭크에서 만나다 보니까 서로 엄청 친했었어요. 왜냐하면 공감대가 너무 비슷하다 보니까 이야기 엄청 많이 했었는데 나중 가서 제가 DRX에 나갔을 때 이제 그때도 라이소가 제가 팀을 찾을 수 있게 도와준다고도 말해주고 해줬는데 뭐 결국엔 전 젠지에 들어갔죠.
GENG 战术很好，然后战术也很多，但我觉得我们战术布局也很多，而且我觉得我们枪法很准，我觉得比他们准。
Your main characters of Masters Toronto are still on the hunt.
对这场是有信心。
이제 뭔가 저도 이제 저 자신을 믿을 수 있고 내가 뭘 하면 되는지 그런 걸 잘 알다 보니까 형들도 날 믿어주고.
There is no doubt now that this team is the favorite to win this tournament.
我觉得我对我们队伍很有信心，我队员能力还有我自己的能力，然后对我们教練的部署我都很有信心。
오랜만이라 만나서 반갑긴 한데 금방
Growing in confidence. Alim Mins, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for doing that.
GENG versus WOL.
And here we go. It is the last stand for VCT China, going up against the juggernauts from the Pacific in GENG. Who comes out on top with this one? You have two great teams that could very well go all the way, but it's all about who wants it.
What was
more
it, split
right
first?
GENG looking for another run to a trophy.
Yeah, if Wolves don't win
For
split,
Wolves,
they're in trouble.
Looking for their first opportunity, already the deepest run of any Chinese team but EDG, and trying to keep that miracle going.
And they said it themselves, the story for them from now on is just everything is a gift from this
Do you think Wolves have a chance? I think they have to 2-0.
Look at the Omen map select. Split is going to be the first one. We were just speaking about that, Tejo, that maybe for GENG was not the call. Maybe
They got a 2-0 in my opinion.
Losing to Fnatic. Maybe we see some changes, bringing in the Fade, but Wolves definitely spotted something that made them want to go into this map. For all of the matches that I think in this tournament, the Split has been an option, which has been one. They've picked and decided to go there. So it should not come as a surprise for GENG in the slightest.
Yeah, Sunset is map 2 is going to be interesting. Have not seen Wolves play that map yet, so it's going to be a surprise no matter what they pick into there.
Wasn't Wolves bad on split? No, they got a really nice split. They got the passive pressure around the map. Their attacks are really good.
The electricity is just truly off
Like
the charts.
Spring has a great understanding of how to play and how he has a great understanding of how to pressure over towards B on attack.
But it does feel like GENG might just be the antagonist that ends their run here today. Question is though whether or not Wolves can actually stand tall here, and you see Texture as he gets ready to go, Kukuka. This is going to be the guy on the server that I'm looking out for through and through. How can he not be?
We've been speaking wonders of both Texture and Juicy. At some point, someone has to be above Texture, otherwise...
Did I say 2-0 for Wolves? No, I said Wolves have to 2-0 in my opinion.
One of the biggest opportunities.
I think they lose Lotus no matter what.
So far,
I would give him a small percent on Lotus. I would give him like a 20% on Lotus maybe, from what I've seen.
Across all of the maps is how GENG
But split, they got a great split.
The lurks from Spring. Wolves is almost always going to play slow attack side defaults with double smoke comps, focusing on getting Spring into lurk positions on that Viper. I think the win condition against this team is not giving first picks to that guy, denying him space, and clearing that back away when you're on your defense.
So much that they're going to have to worry about here, right? There's just so many layers. But I like what we saw earlier, though, Kukuka, what you were showing us with that deadlock. It just goes to show
Wolves,
that
yeah,
this
they will
team,
be.
This Wolves
It's too
squad,
hard to play
when you
against.
think that they could be a little transparent.
You'll probably see GENG going
they
super
have so
aggro.
much complexity with them.
I think that, of course, we expect another stellar performance for the side of Scream. I'm looking at YU. I think that he was very good in the last match, and I think that he could also be the difference. Looking at this split, expecting...
Have we seen Wolves split? Yeah, twice, right?
The Cypher.
They played it twice.
And GENG has locked it in. They have no doubt.
Yeah, they're not messing about. Same comp. Give that Teo again.
That they played against Fnatic. The Tejo is in. They will be starting on the defense, and they better start strong.
Yeah, this is a weird one. GENG on defense. This is where they faltered against Fnatic. Their biggest problem was struggling to re-clear with a lack of information.
Last time we saw this, in terms of GENG, probably more matters about their attack is they went insanely fast over towards the sites. They get over towards the site, majority of the time, they got two people that win the after plant if one of them's alive. Especially with how they were playing the Viper util, they kept on saving the smoke.
And I want to see how Wolves, being a team that has experience with that deadlock, and of course, we're peaking this
So info is really important against this comp and how they play on attack. So you're probably gonna have to see them go aggro. Like it's not the best. In theory, in theory, GENG should get comp diff a little bit. It depends on the deadlock.
Toronto, let's get this show
I think
on the
a lot
road
depends
and
on the
send it over
deadlock
to your
here.
casters. And I hope Pansy's got a gift because it's High Pog's birthday today, baby.
Oh, he made it.
Welcome back, Michael. Happy birthday. Hopefully, this is going to be a bit of a treat because we also have that as well.
Little cake?
I was going to say if we did anything on the show today, but I think it's not even lit.
Yeah, I was going to say someone needs to light the candle.
Zone, I guess. But thank you very much. Yeah, an absolute gift, hopefully, today with this matchup. I mean, there's many a talking point here.
Okay. Let's start with GENG, right? Kind of the gatekeepers of greatness here, right? This could be where the fun stops for Wolves. This could be Dream Run.
Yeah, although it's not do or die for Wolves. This is certainly, again, there's a very short list of teams from CN that have made it this far. So certainly here with potentially a lifeline.
All right,
No
GENG on
still a
defense,
chance
Wolves
to
on
make it
attack.
work, but GENG,
A lot of ghosts, only the one sheriff for this one. Wolves keeping up with their pressure of the B wall, and they throw the smoke down. You're pretty much going to see this every single round.
Because this puzzle has been solved. We've seen it before. The desk.
Interesting. GENG at the beginning have their own smoke, and they just insta-pop it when they pop their smoke. But this obviously does mean that you can kind of just take a timing. GENG at the moment are incredible at pistols. It's a 11-3 pistol record. They just keep winning pistols. They're actually just too good with the sheriffs, to be honest. I think their win rate when they have sheriffs is like 11-1 or something crazy. Like they just win every single time they have sheriffs. It's mad.
Think further if GENG do show anything.
They're just too good with it.
Goes back up now, stacked up. Reinforcements here in mid.
Nelzinho, hello mate.
Look good, Mike.
Hello.
I've
How you doing?
seeing it here.
Unlucky in the tournament, bro.
Looking solid on this, and we've expected this sort of pace from Wolves, right? Slow, cautious, methodical, very clear-cut, very precise in approach.
Okay, grabbing it over towards heaven. Doesn't hit anyone. 2 over towards sight. It's not too bad for Wolves. Texture kind of needs to pop again.
They've given up a lot of space, though, and there's not that many rotations.
Yeah, Texture really needs to pop. Body shot.
Texture left on his island, still going to get 2 so far. Looking to make it a 3rd.
Oh my.
13 seconds! This guy is just out of his mind.
A great Omen flash from spawn. They are too good with sheriffs. They really are. Long range, lot of body shots, just takes the 2. Sometimes you can tank the ghost shot as well for the 87. My goodness. What a beast. He's too good at pistols, man. He really is.
Certainly discussing.
And again, their actual pistol record, if you just look at when they're getting the sheriffs, it's mad. It really is.
The lack of pressure, really.
Mono, Bovo, Foxozo, 31. With the Prime. Thank you for the 2 months, dude. Thank you for doing that. I think I got your name.
As well, just coming back to that discussion on the deadlock. Talk about how you don't really want to say all in on this first wave of utility with Teo, but certainly deadlock, a tool to slow things down beyond that. Not necessarily removing the...
Do you think the win rate with the sheriffs is down to individuals or problem with the weapon? I wouldn't say problem with the weapon. I would say they probably have the best understanding if you look at positioning, and I think they have some absolute beasts with sheriffs. Do I think they always play the long range and are exploiting the fact that people buy too many ghosts? I do, yeah.
But you kind of know that GENG is going to get a good start.
Marigold Milk with the tier 1. Thank you for the 27 months. Thank you for doing that.
Not going to find too much. Obviously, the extremity dealt with by Texture and Caron. I mean, not going to leave it all to Texture. He's a name in the mix here. Obviously, GENG, it's a bit of a highlight reel.
That's a great shutdown over towards middle on this one. We've got 2 armory buys, that's it. And they went pretty low on this one in terms of buying, so their bonus is going to be great. If Texture gets 1 more kill, it gets his all.
Slow starts here, and GENG clean.
A really nice start. I think throw away these guns, buy up is probably what's going to be happening. You could also go aggro over towards B main. Try to get this ult.
GENG's ability to really...
It's crazy with the tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months, dude. Thank you.
Texture able to farm up, right?
Thanks, number 9. Thank you for the 29 months, dude. I appreciate you sending that as well. Thank you so much, bro.
See early learnings here to find from a round like this. How Wolves choose to navigate beyond that. There needs to be obviously pressure across the map. They want to weaken Foxy9's ability.
Okay. It's a decent bonus for sure, and this is a good sign from Wolves. They play very methodical, to be honest, and if you look at a lot of their games, they do like to just chill out a lot. What we call a Fnatic default, just wait 15 seconds for any kind of push.
Very early on. I like this from GENG. Not afraid to make
yeah, this camera is super strong. We've already seen some like nice micro stuff. Sonic Sensor last round, this camera is really strong. See over towards heaven. See close here.
Presence shown on both sides of the map with GENG, so
the interesting thing from Wolves is they actually like change up their wall. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that one. Maybe from the last round and how heavy they were holding over towards middle, I'm not entirely sure. Does block vision, does create pressure. Now a double vision block if you pop the wall in theory.
That's a lot of pressure on middle, but Foxy9 is up to the test.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
And that's a bit
The problem from Wolves here is like they didn't really follow up with their util. They didn't take any space with here. And in theory, they have a great comp for taking middle, right? Boombot, Prowler, Tether, Fade-Eye.
GENG looking so refined in holding this.
Yeah, that bait and switch in mid on the back of the Prowler. Executed to perfection. Wolves almost left scratching their heads now in the buy round. Probably feeling as if you want to hold on to these rifles here. You want to see on the mini-map, Spike not committed anywhere. Not even going to look for a kill here. So a big win for GENG with the bonus.
They just got to save. Well, it's an armor rebuy, and it's 3,000. You can't get much better from this. GENG, especially against Fnatic, could have been part of the game plan to not make sure they get ults early. They've been opting to save a lot instead of like hunting when they could do damage. More than any team I've seen. This one makes the most sense. I don't think this is a good example, but like going forward, you'll see even in like in the rounds when they have loads and loads of money, they're just making sure it's at a good level, and they want to make sure that the other teams don't get that many ults. They don't hunt that much, I guess is what I'm saying.
Very kind of hard-hitting, simple Valorant, right?
Alan, thanks so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 22 months. This is an early timeout, and all they've kind of really seen was the fact that there's just loads of pressure over towards middle. This wasn't good from Wolves, so I do think this timeout makes sense. Like if they want to force through this over towards middle, they've actually got to get the timing a bit better and actually make sure that they use the util at the same time as forcing through.
But off the start, Spring and Lysor are the only ones who've been able to get even a kill thus far. It's been quiet. The map feels like it's not even a 50-50. A lot of the strategies are under GENG's control.
Yeah, and you don't want to see Wolves coin flipping on some of these scenarios. You want to see them come in, reinforced, and
straight away. You didn't even have to type that stuff.
For GENG, but they haven't really figured out where they are just yet.
No, it feels like they couldn't quite get that grip on how they want to approach middle. I mean, we saw Juicy kind of go in there almost solo through the smoke and gets dealt with, and that felt like it fizzled around. So
okay, Texture now has the op out.
Indicative of a very direct approach from Wolves. That's
You only really have one agent to push you off. You got a Boombot though, double vision block. And this makes a lot of sense from GENG, right? Especially if you're looking at what Wolves have been doing on the other games. Wall over towards his smoke here. So setting up the Neon close, or what they probably wanted to do as well was the line that is like over the smoke, which is like how most teams approach this.
Still two members for GENG,
Wolves
and Karen
are changing up their original default. You might see them go back to their normal default, like 3, 4, maybe 5, 6 rounds in. Pressure over towards A, they lose A heaven control, and we see it drone down towards middle. Kind of creates a bit of pressure that they're getting over towards here in these spots, and they just want to see numbers.
Will be to maybe fact find further. Or do you assume they're all there? Texture, you don't, no.
Oh, what a shot that was, by the way. He got wrecked.
5 HP and he's still breathing. But it shows that there's still a default in play, right? That's pretty indicative that there's pressure.
1 minute mark, wall goes down.
There's still more going on here. This presence in ramp has drawn the rotation now.
It's at least a wall that they could punish behind as well, right? Got to be out in the open, committed to shoot it.
Send an extra body.
There's a wall where you could omen, flash, swing, etc.
Obviously, with where this trap placement is, have given up mid. Got to be aware of vents now.
4-person stack over towards A, and his Texture with 5 HP goes and clears all of B main. Hey, how do they win these draws? Ash probably still wins this though.
They don't know about it. GENG simply having numbers. Spring still fighting forward. Wolves in the 2v2. Rotation on the way. But it's Karen. Left, right. Takes down one.
He bullets.
So the follow-up, Karen is
on
it.
That's convincing, man. Nice hold from them. Very nice from GENG. Shout out to Texture. Low HP showed a lot of confidence to hold B on their own. Heavy rotate over towards A. Especially once that wall broke. GENG, yeah, you got Texture with 4K. Karen with 4K.
Stands his ground here. Finds 4 on the round. The second 4K for GENG. Of course, another situation when it comes down to just 2 not able to sync up. Get a unified swing onto site here. Fantastic play from GENG. Wolves now back down to all but 1 sheriffs across the board.
These 1-1-3 approaches. They're tough.
Yeah,
those
Munchkin
late retakings of
gets the
space
judge
coming out
up,
from the likes of
punish over
Texture,
towards
all that
middle.
Almost awareness
Got some
of,
sheriffs,
okay,
it's
we've
looking a
left vents open,
little,
that's fine,
little
we're
rough
gonna
for
catch that
Wolves.
from heaven.
Especially as they
Again,
got to go up
Genji
against
very
a
aware
lot of
the
money
board
and
here.
the
I need
ops
to
going to be a
see if Wolves can
nightmare.
disruptive. I want to see them try and get in their faces now. Garon, this feels like rinse and
That's a-
repeat, right? But there's no flying
good omen
juicy
flashback.
towards
Yeah,
the
well,
site.
yeah, on the back of actually the paranoia invested there, there's not really going to be much behind that. So a big win out for GENG on a less purchase.
I mean, the one
Foxy
benefit,
9 1 HP, by the way.
I guess there is that small benefit.
So we
of
said
the
like
fact that
5
they are
rounds in,
figuring out maybe they can
Wolves
draw
will
that
start
utility
relying
out of
more on
action.
their
It's very
default
then
that
hard,
they're
it's
used to.
incredibly hard then for GENG to re-clear some of these
Dude,
spaces.
Foxy
but
on 1.
This isn't the round to make the most of it. This might be another moment for the man here.
There's a good chance for Wolves here. Like if they can actually get the trade on this with Foxy being low,
Down, and he doesn't look under
this
pressure.
grab net's incredible. They'll really stop the stop this. Oh, nice shot though. It's maybe.
Down to 2 now.
Spring
Still
can
a
get the
chance
op.
for 20 seconds. Someone's got to go above and beyond for their side if they want a chance in this one. Spike's knocked down. And this slow creeping death with the judge is coming in from Munchkin. You got 10 seconds. They have to make their move. Munchkin now knows he's playing nearby. That judge is lethal. Spike planted. As Spring got to try and clutch up. It ain't happening. GENG.
It's a nice shot,
Mike,
man.
these guys look so
Yeah, they look
controlled.
really on.
So drilled today. When you got Texture and Karen delivering on opposite
He's
sides
copying
of the map
Lysol's
here.
stand-up,
Not
that's
much
sick.
for Wolves to do. A lack of inventory in this round.
JYD, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate
And
you.
he's just happy to stand his ground here. Actually, a miracle almost that he shut down what he was. A well-placed headshot by Spring, but not many positives for Wolves to build upon here. Back
No,
into
but
a
they got a
round.
buy round here.
Really,
They
now
got a
you're
buy
asking
round and they
something to
put
step up
their
the pace a little
Vibe
bit.
wall
They've
back
gotta
over
find
towards
some
a.
sort of victory in the early round in terms of util drawn out or a trade.
Yeah.
Somewhere across the map because GENG are just winning everything.
And it feels like GENG have got all the right kind of
I think Raze or Neon is better for split. I do think Raze is better, but it's not like I dislike the Neon. I think the Neon's fine on it. If you got a good Neon and he wants to use it on this map, like I'll be fine for making it
Big
work.
man himself, Texture is over here. This guy, again, absolutely miraculous performance. GENG re-clearing towards ramp. And we know the pace coming out from
Big
Wolves
duel
is
the middle
slow,
here
but
as
they
well
are
at the same
still
time.
here, and now here comes the fight. Already Texture can't support here, denied by the cross. Already Foxy 9 just holding that corner, and it feels like these kills are untradeable. How many times we've seen Juicy go down and not have support? Spring is there to
Wait,
take
Mill's
away
crazy
Asher.
right
There's
now as
still
well.
time being purchased.
They just missed the timing on each other.
Hesitant to swing onto that.
Michael, thank you so much for doing that, dude. Thank you, man. In the YouTube chat, appreciate you,
Will
dude.
equalize.
Pretench as well, thank you for the 13 months,
Now
mate.
with a 4v4, but 45
Big
seconds,
shot.
you're looking for another win for Wolves, really, but it doesn't come. Texture finds one. Munchkin now with a judge shut down.
Did incredible damage though. Look at the HPs, 14, 44.
Towards A. If their temptation is to rotate through towards B, which isn't a bad shout, they still need to get this spike through vents, through middle, over towards B, and you can see that maybe Texture's going to try and mirror that. If it goes silent towards A, that inkling is it's going to be this B hit. But look who's waiting here, Karen. No slats by any means. Hello. No.
Not this again, man. What was the game that we saw that? I feel like it was Trex, right?
Because that should never have happened. Karen just given the gifts of the kingdom. Look at this guy, just the keys left out on the table. There's the support from Texture. 8 seconds, and it's confidence from Texture. He's playing with him. He's toying with him. And maybe you should respect him. But look at the
Oh, he missed the ult.
And actually, a gift. A chance.
Oh, it's close,
There was a
dude. It's
second
close.
it became
Ah, it's
possible,
such a
Mike,
mess
but
up from
this
Wolves. They're
slate
melting.
remains clean.
You gotta clear that.
GENG
Dude, we saw the same thing in EMEA.
The Lysol TP leads towards maybe being a little rattled here, the nerves getting to Wolves. Obviously, we're talking about elimination, but the stakes
Was it
much higher.
Sagatsu? Yeah, that might have been
versus
it. I was trying to
GENG here.
I was trying to remember who it was.
Almost a jump scare for Lysol. Again, the difference being, look how quickly Texture's happy to swing onto this to try and bail Karen out. Second time out pulled here before round 7. Like I said, is feeling a little
Double timeout, yeah. Coaches, I mean, mad respect to the coach. This is very, very early for a double timeout, but they mistimed a lot of stuff over towards middle for his first timeout, right? The spacing was pretty bad, util was pretty bad, and then this one, Omen Orb didn't check back his sight. Like you can tell that his team is crumbling, and he's just going to be asking to just see normal stuff from them. Comm's good, doing all the fundamental stuff, doing all the stuff that he normally sees, because it's a bit of a melt at the moment.
But nobody wanted to commit. I'm curious what the comms are there, of whether or not somebody's not stepping up to the plate. But again, it's across the board right now for a team that has come to Toronto and almost become a fan favorite off the rip.
And rightly so. The way they were playing, it's hard to not enjoy watching them, right? You started to believe in it a bit, right? It was that like, okay, we've got another great team coming out of this region, cool. Let's see how far they can go. And it has been a bit of a miracle so far, that dream run, right? And now it feels like they've met one of the giants. Now they've taken down some big teams on the way, but GENG, you're looking at these
Leo
guys,
just
honestly,
made a tweet about the fast seed advantage. Leo Faria? Oh, guys.
Yeah.
Don't tell me they're bending the knee to these people.
Mike. Maybe.
I'm gonna have to watch it.
Well, but again,
I'm have to look at that.
To have to pull the trigger on that in round 7. Let's talk about both timeouts being done in one half. Again, just who's behind that?
Where's the utility? Where's the
No, it's the util. It's just like
of this peak.
And that's hard for Juicy as well. Like, I'm not expecting him to be able to just like clean swing middle and be able to, do what he needs to. It needs everything to set it up in motion, but it's just not there. And Texture, not enough this time. Gets taken down by Spring.
Able to actually deny info off that trap. This Texture caught completely off guard here. Lysol considering a bold move, actually.
Oh no, but
Munchkin caught off guard as well.
Munchkin caught sleeping at the wheel. Lysol wants this
one. Ooh, okay.
For Wolves.
Yeah, trying to do redemption for the Omenort. Done really good.
Karen's been really dangerous though.
Or to secure it, what do they do with the info?
Spike planted.
Missile going, double swing.
Probably double swing.
Much better.
Nice round for them. 4 surviving as well, not too bad at all. Money's good for that.
Thank God for that. A little more proactive, but GENG caught sleeping on 3 separate occasions in this round. Credit where it's due to Wolves for dissecting this B site hold, but that started with Juicy falling for free in mid. A bold maneuver from Lysor. That's reflected in Munchkin's reaction to the situation, or lack thereof.
Enemy remaining.
The Wolves able to drag this one across the line.
He's up.
You can see on the other side of the stage still smiles.
It's
a long tweet. I'll have to read it a little bit later.
Good to see it being punished. This could
it is a reset if they can win this. Obviously 1-9 loss bonus, but
when Juicy falls, you can see it's almost like oh god.
Early wall over towards middle, and you got the smoke just stop it as well. It's a one-way smoke, so you at least know that the reinforcement from the wall comes in. Drone to set up the op to the angle. Yeah, and I will say that Texture's done a great job of just being everywhere. Like if you had a heat map at the moment, it's just all over the map.
How many people are about to come out of those sewers? Do they clear it with the Prowler? I think that might be in hand, but the timing.
The temptation to almost sit on that rope there and just hold it.
This Prowler's good though. It's really good. Nice work.
Okay, they know that the op's set up over towards here. Worst case scenario, he's at this angle. Might be somewhere a bit more aggro.
Not even heading this way. Thinking that's enough of a fake.
Yeah, but okay, so they know there's 3, yeah.
GENG on this side of the map. Gonna try and get through heaven, but look who's waiting. Foxy 9. Buys the time. Take a seat.
Oh my goodness, imagine the Teo being a little bit closer. It was almost deadly.
Numbers still looking unfazed. 35 seconds. The time's gonna start running low.
Oh god, he didn't even move his crosshair. That was crazy. 3 all headshots.
Doing this one after the other. We've seen Karen do it. We've seen Texture. Now Foxy 9 puts his name up in lights.
Yeah, they got to save. They need that one gun because of the loss bonus. One can't buy in terms of Juicy.
15 seconds. The spike is in Narnia.
I swear he didn't move his crosshair.
10 seconds left.
You can see the amount of stall invested to this setup. We'll get a chance to look at it once again, but Wolves figure out where the operator is in this round, and just the obstacle course laid out by GENG. So many things for Wolves to deal with.
Yeah, you can stand up for that one. Yeah, that one's good. That's solid. I mean, this does feel like we've got kind of the two fronts of GENG working here. Individually, yeah, they're hitting like a truck, right? This again, beautiful control, but look at spacing.
I mean, yeah, this is the first time that actually you see
someone trying to swing
in a position, stacked
insane,
up, ready to try and deal with somebody.
Dude, they're just taking turns at getting 4 kills now as well.
Well, you feel like you're hitting a literal brick wall.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, cool, we're going to try and trade in, get that spacing right up. 4K.
In a game of numbers, you still want to put yourself in those positions.
We'll say as well,
Speed up on this, but Munchkin joined by
something that maybe we haven't spoken about much is this tournament especially, GENG are very good at it. Lot of phantoms. Like a lot of phantoms.
Filling the gap towards middle.
It is the better gun. It's just sometimes the Vandal just feels great.
Karen is still holding the site. No. Okay, the paranoid didn't land.
Well, actually, it comes down to a 2v2, but a lot of time to work with here. Pit actually will expire over towards A, so now Munchkin in a pretty rough spot. Potential here for Wolves to pinch him.
You think down the road people will learn how to shoot the deadlock trips? The deadlock trips are pretty strong.
That's bold. That is
And
very bold.
people aren't great at playing against the deadlock yet. It still has that like inexperience where it gets probably more value than it should just because it's not common.
Post plant here, plenty of time to set it up. They don't necessarily know, but the pit will enable that.
Yeah, I think they actually need to take the space with this. Yeah, it's hard though because the plant's not good.
Already controlling the site. The other side of this.
Ooh, what a kill!
One done a little too far, but Karen now closing in as well. Both of them now kind of on the other side of the pillar.
And still smoke spike to create pressure, but
We do here a couple of smokes, but that's about it. Timing is everything. Spring first to fall. So
Viper
does the
peek
pit, and now
fast.
Karen's got a real chance of this. See if Fat Baby's gotta clutch up here for a chance here. The nerves now starting to show here. What are you gonna do? No way. No way. Nicely handled.
he handled it well though. He's been good in clutches. He has been good in clutches.
Second round for Wolves.
Everyone
He's
will
just out
fall
here
with
giving
a
it.
second on the board, nonetheless. Not necessarily a sigh of relief in terms of the finances, but certainly in terms of this scoreline. Another example here where the trades come through quick enough. Like I said, comes down to a 2v2, but Wolves able to stabilize
Doria,
a
thanks so
little
much for the
bit.
2 months, dude. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
7-2. Come on, can they recover this? This feels like there's still something here, right?
Yeah, no, I agree.
It
feels like they could get a pretty good score.
They kept the buy humble. Look at Munchkin. Look at Ash. Bulldog, Stingers. They've given themselves. They've carved out a little bit
Deeper
of room
wall,
here
but
for
you
Wolves.
can pretty much break all of this safely,
They have
so
the
I
ult
don't
ready
think
for
this wall's
Juicy,
great.
One away from YU. Bring them down. Couple of options now.
To slow down the early rounds, much like the start of Split. 4 over towards B main here. Munchkin and Karen tasked with controlling this.
Well.
Had to give away the game. These horns have been really nice. Genuinely, really nice. The ults. Juicy, what happened?
What happens here?
I hope we catch on a
Did he
replay,
try
but-
and
oh God, no,
did he
no, no,
try
no,
and
this-
shoot it
this-
heaven to get the deadlock?
I'm actually left back with the 12 again. 59 swings in, gets 2 and
Oh boy. Dude, they are melting, chat. They are melting a little bit. Let's see what happened with it.
Somewhere, certainly not the intended placement.
Let's see what actually happens.
this replay.
I mean, the Viper obviously chips in, the Viper smoke chips him down a little bit.
Karen dealt with here.
Oh, that's rough.
I mean, that's rough. I mean, down to 1 HP because of decay taking effect.
This has been a really hard
Yeah,
game.
you're
from
kind of
0
far
to 10.
away.
Like and these sort of moments weigh heavy. They weigh really heavy on a duelist player who's used to be able to take in that space, being
He's looked
explosive.
fantastic here as well.
Yes, and to have a downturn in performance like this feels really harsh. 8-2.
But did she want to try getting more over towards default?
Here. That judge could be lethal in the middle. Munchkin.
We can see on the X-ray.
Brave boy. Oh dear.
It hit the deadlock ult? That's not a thing, is it?
Munchkin will give up the space temporarily, but tucks into Mail now.
Didn't it just hit this?
foaming at the mouth here. Oh, but actually,
I think he literally did like two damage to him.
springboard on the back of that.
Like might have hit this.
Looks to overwhelm the operator. Obviously with an Eon, it's tough to really pin him down after that first shot, regardless if he hits or not. But 50 seconds now. Still Ash here able to slow down any progress towards A side. And even further now, the utility causing lots of problems for Wolves.
Not the best. It's not the best smoke.
One here. Here they come. That's the first. 30 seconds left. Foxy9 gets the second. Foxy9 is just cruising through this game. Sadly, the purchase obviously in this round was far from perfect for Wolves. Trying to make it work with what they had, just Sheriffs, maybe a little bit of hope. But Texture still just controlling the site, making it difficult here. He's feeling that pressure, getting closer. 10 seconds, they're gonna work for a block. The spike gets dropped.
Yeah, I mean, Texture's decision making here is great. He's so insane with this ult. It feels like he absolutely melts people. I know they have less armor, but so fast. He's great at tracking.
Texture again delivering for GENG. Foxy9 as well. Two crucial kills for him to kind of keep that pressure away from Texture on site with the operator. Staring down the barrel, at least a purchase here in round 12 for Wolves. But potentially looking at the best scenario being a 9-3.
Texture headbutt the Viper smoke. Oh, okay.
Third, but you've got to add into the equation. GENG good on the pistol.
Certainly not feeling good about that one.
I know, it's I mean, they're getting wrecked.
Yeah.
They're getting wrecked.
That would definitely be
fair amount of rounds of GENG doing good, fair amount of rounds of Wolves just messing up.
So starting, what, 6-0 in this half. Both timeouts used. A long road back ahead of them in the second half.
I want to try and clear ramp control again. We've seen that kind of different tempo from Texture, aggressive, now sitting very, very passive.
Almost now playing with the idea of where is the operator, right?
Yep. They're making
testing,
it hard.
yeah, testing this default. Now they know. Juicy again, another first death for him.
Feels sacrificial at this point, but there's no benefit for it. Spring trying to slip ahead here. It's actually done really well. Completely unexpected. Spring finds a bit of timing.
See, this is kind of what he was doing all the time on this map. Just finding timing, opening up the B site, creating a lot of pressure. They moved away from this a lot, maybe because they thought they were going to get antied. Maybe when they saw the Viper smoke here, they wanted to change it up.
And player advantage.
That's it, make that an even further advantage. Now just a 1v4 for Ash. Revealed. Not even getting that burst.
Very nice.
Shut it down.
Is it doable?
A 9-3 half here.
It is doable. It honestly is doable. If they get a pistol, maybe.
Like I said,
you're saying no? I'm believing more than I have in other halves. Let me do this before we get wrecked. Lead is always meant to give us bangers. That's true. This has been pretty one-sided though. If they don't win pistol, it's just for sure done. Cypher attack side, yeah. They moved away from what they were comfy doing, because they normally do the Viper stuff. What's the Leo tweet? Do I still have it up? Yeah, closed it. What's Fan City saying?
To win, let me hear you.
It's a long tweet. It's basically just saying they believe the advantage is substantial. There isn't enough like data really, because it's just a small amount. There's other factors like meta that changed it all as well. I'm doing a video on this as well just because it seems to be a pretty hot topic at the moment, and I do kind of get both sides of the argument, but I am pretty heavy sided that it is a good advantage and that teams just messed up. But I do understand that teams believe heavy in momentum. And it is definitely a factor. Like you have, like it's proven that momentum is like a huge thing in the game.
It felt like Wolves found a couple of ways forward, but it felt a bit too late in the day.
Certainly did.
Yeah, I'm doing a video that hopefully will persuade some people that most of the seed ones messed up, at least in their original game.
Obviously see here with the econ report from Coinbase. Again, with a scoreline like this, tough to really take away many positives, Lauren.
Yeah, and I think
Do you think that the meta change has an outsized impact in this tournament? The meta changing is pretty much the whole tournament, to be honest. It's one of the reasons why Wolves have got so far. Their read on this meta is better than over half of the teams in this tournament. That's why they are where they are.
If he's dying on site and you're following through, absolutely
Beely with the prime.
That's not the case.
Thank you. I think RRQ had a pretty rough read of the meta. I think they only really took a risk on one map, which was their Haven, which they did pretty good. I think the XLG and RRQ moving away from Yoru when your main duelist was fragging so heavy on Yoru and that was your win condition doesn't make any sense to me. There's loads of stuff. I think G2 and Fnatic misplayed one side of one map, which cost them heavy. GENG 1-0 on the pistols. Oops.
Just making it.
Oh god, it's comboed with the nade. It's deadly.
That progress towards site.
But again, it's an early tester.
Okay, and they saw them walking out here, and they do get the info over towards Heaven. So
an extra body, but still mid firmly in control of Wolves, and it's almost actually the.
Okay, the call is to go back over towards here.
Timing there was actually perfect on the minimap if you see when Spring decided to head back over towards B.
They got no nade, there's a Sheriff.
Gonna be hard as Juicy on this side of the map.
Pretty much down to aim from Wolves. Obviously they got the wall that will help them.
If he gets a good start here, that could just bring it back.
Why? Actually, yeah.
Yeah, that was nice, man. Just spammed him down the whole time. Looked like the first two bullets hit.
Spring slowly coming back over as well. GENG trying to work in the dark almost.
But down to 30 seconds now, you'd almost hope that even though Texture falls there,
30 seconds left.
You'd want to see GENG take advantage of that.
And Juicy still able to play into this, and the cross is being watched. That's fantastic.
Yeah, they did good though.
2v3 though.
Oxy low
still
also.
Good for Wolves here. Denied the springboard straight through Heaven, but still.
Still got a Prowler to clear, yeah, and then they got Fade Eye for sight.
It's Paranoia, if it's well placed, could be perfect. And maybe a trade out here. Yeah, it is.
Some great util at the moment from Wolves there, so it's nice from them.
Maybe a chance here to build this game back.
Hey, good white swing as well. Okay. Honestly, I might be on board.
First tick in the box here.
I might be on board.
To try and mount
I saw some convincing stuff.
Is the pistol round for Wolves. Like I said, well navigated initially here. Well.
Dude, that stun's so funny.
That,
the stun into the nade is rough.
GENG able to get back into a position, but you almost expect, even though Texture falls kind of blind through the wall, as soon as Wolves see that in the kill feed, the fact that it's Texture, they know to try and get ahead of this hit. And actually,
you can see it, look at it, look at the difference in them already.
One of the few examples where actually, even though it's well 1-for-1,
oh
2-for-2 as well.
I'm a big fan of this though. Let's hold up a little bit. Good news at least is that Wolves fall pretty heavy into this one. The thing is they got to go up against the hero stinger. 2 people over towards site. Imagine you get a 1-for-1 trade, pick up that gun. Pretty devastating. Here we go. I did good though. Just get one and you're fine.
Let's see if that BB's in a really good position though. Yeah, lovely catch, easy. Now he's kind of left in a bit of trouble here. Karen gonna pick up the
oh no, Juicy went in.
Just pull out the classic on Juicy. It's a 2v2. We're still at a minute. This has been fast and furious. The plant gonna put the time on GENG's side. And Munchkin, careful. These corners contain problems. Spring trying to pick up the pieces.
Oh, okay. Okay, not too bad. Survived it. Wasn't super convincing.
GENG looking to get a little fruity here, catch Wolves off guard. Almost did, to be honest.
I like the idea from GENG, to be honest.
No. Commitment there to the stinger, but
it was this that played nervous. That 2v2 at the end of my days.
There's also the fact that BB doesn't actually swing against the Bulldog. It's a little awkward there to commit to that peek down into hell.
Yep.
But that could have been a disaster. The fact that he kind of waited
this goes here.
A little deeper. on rafters.
Okay, the low buy's not great. Interested to see what this is.
Again, almost looking.
This is a nice spot.
Yeah, I was gonna say one's overbuying too much into this. Okay, it's not too bad, the bonus.
Still alive.
What did GENG want to do? Like this, he goes close to create pressure with the smoke as well. Could have gone over towards the other side. Damn, nice opening kill. That's really good. And that aggro over towards B meant that Foxy hasn't got as much space as he was getting normally for free, right? Normally you go over towards B main with the grav net and then put the trip here. This time he's more passive. You could actually just fight this. So some good stuff from Wolves.
I have the spike. This is fabulous timing. This could free up the additional player to hit the rotate. Depends on Ash. I mean, still, full kit of util could clear this. Timing then becomes everything. Still about a minute.
Early trip over towards A. Wait, this is a really nice bonus from them. They got a lot of good stuff going on.
And I guess, yeah, confirmation of 2 players. Why you now will be called upon.
Yeah, you got a trip though.
TP taken, they're already through. This is going to be a plant.
That's fine. Yeah, you guys can play together though.
Hoping maybe catching someone trying to get up towards that heaven side.
Okay, let's see what the retake's like.
For Wolves, but of course that scoreline is such
Probably just about doing damage on this one.
The plants now in for GENG.
Worth noting that Ash has 1 salvo up, so he can delay pretty heavy.
Comfortable position here if he does decide to commit.
But if the util goes right, Mike,
Yeah,
they've
it's a
got
late rotate
paint
on
shell,
this.
they've got haunts, they've got paranoias. They need to disrupt the back line 1, and that's how you do it if you're GENG. It's back-to-back damage.
Yeah, it's nicely done from GENG. It was almost pretty good from
There's
Wolves.
so much utility in his way.
Aware of the potential spots, flash to swing out towards here.
And that's he will keep 4 alive here. So much cleaner in their victory in the second half. Sorry.
Yeah, GENG will be super happy with this one. It didn't do too much damage to him.
You have to come back in now, and ultimately it's going to burn up pretty much everything.
Oh, what is that though?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Don't need to see him.
I mean, what do you do? Again, see kills come through like that, and it's really rough for Wolves and frustrating
That's
as
unlucky.
well.
Got to keep their heads up though. That was a bonus round, right? If you're looking at it traditionally, that's not the worst thing in the world to lose out on. This though cannot go the same way. No, then it becomes 11.
Same thing. Again, I really like this from Wolves. We're doing the smoke here, and then you're doing the fake TP. You run forwards a little bit so they can hear it, so you think you're over towards here. So again, GENG can't do their normal default on B. It's like really simple, but it's very effective at the moment in terms of this pretty much GENG normally have for free.
GENG firmly in control of mid this time. Maybe
Avid Armadillo with the 4 months. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you, dude.
In the previous round.
This kind of rolls back to that discussion on the desk as well. There's none of that real cyclable utility.
Another one?
And Juicy dominating over towards A again.
Yeah, Munchkin once again. Maybe showing a lack of respect, but
this could be huge. See that BB, if he's read this right, if they've got this right, he's in trouble though. They're coming.
Just got him though. That's okay. He probably did enough. That's not what you meant to do, right?
From the grave near on. And now Lysol watching that cross. This is a good position. Commits, catches, polishes. Second,
what the hell?
Outstanding. He's done his job here. The rest of the team now in support. Karen has no opportunity to play in from here.
Hey, nice though.
30 seconds left.
Very, very nice. Let's start looking at the money. Reset. There should be everyone but one that can buy. Yeah, one can't buy next. So one person takes the hit, or as we can see, Karen just saves and they get the full buy. Alright, so it'll be 3. We buy this, can drop.
Into that perfectly in this scenario. But GENG had to almost commit behind
10 seconds left.
And I do want to see when GENG decide on a timeout, if they feel like they need it, right? Because so far, I feel like Wolves have, I don't say a grip on this half. They've had
certainly
a
course correction here.
Yes, they've got a very good read so far. We're seeing them approach this perfectly. We've seen Juicy winning out his fights over towards A. How much more is he going to keep doing that?
Do GENG now decide to maybe try and feed into that a little bit? Just in the nick of time there to find Foxy 9.
It's just from Lysol, I really like the fact he just dips down, catches the cross, knows that pressure coming from heaven. He takes the gamble that's not going to come
straight up
at the time. I like that. Starting to see a bit more decisive.
Okay, big round. Big round. Oh, a lot of, this is interesting, a lot of light armors for GENG when they had the option to go for heavy, so even if they do lose this, they might be able to buy a lot more into the next rounds.
Name of the game. At least to look to kind of imply pace.
I'm nervous for him.
Anticipating somebody slipping ahead of that utility spring. Not spammed out, though. GENG very curious about this mid-hold once more.
Joshua, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 3 months, mate.
Once that's gone, you got to be really committing that where you need it, right? It can't just be used lackadaisically at this point. Again, I like this from Wolves. Good control towards middle here.
Yeah, the Prowler timing with the smoke up is very good. They pretty much don't get too much for this smoke. Gotta refresh it.
Now clearing through with the drone.
I'd like them to bring an extra body back towards B though, because it feels like this is the right read from GENG.
Okay, Wolves gotta go proactive. It's looking like 2-pass and push over towards B. Oh, I'm worried for them with the Omen flash. I'm really worried for them over towards B. Here comes the backup in terms of spring. Does he get her in time? Yes, he does. God, what a kill that is. Yeah, and they just have bad positions on site. No way. Is he live?
A 3v2, and look at Texture's HP. It's low, but the plants are coming in. The paint show gets thrown through. Denies that quick springboard in. And now let's look at the post plant. Where do they decide to hold?
Raise Util's wrecking him a bit.
One back
Oh, into nade.
towards Pillar. YU needs a bit of impact off this. Doesn't get what he wants, but Juicy slowly stepping forward. Nice
Okay.
for YU. Crying out Ash from the corner. But a complimentary post plant now. Texture spotted. YU misses, and Karen finds Juicy. YU, this is a difficult situation.
That's a great reposition from Texture. Kind of missed it though. Not a good plant. Oh, it's a good try, man. It's a good try. That's probably the round. That's probably the round they would have done.
Rough turn of events here because
Very patient from GENG on this.
maybe bouncing off the wrong wall here from Juicy because should have all but sealed the deal on a kill here on the plant. I see FatBB stands his ground for as long as you could hope for in this situation. That's in fact why you even corrects on that one. It's Karen, safe pair of hands, still standing for GENG. Will deliver the 11th.
Okay, Wolves want to change it up and they wanted to punish
If you're looking at Juicy,
Foxy, trying to do his default over towards B.
See where they're approaching. That's the ult now online.
This time they, okay, I like this.
A bit of a different look coming out from
Means that they
GENG.
struggle to clear over towards middle if they want to fight this back. And no one broke the drone, so they at least know there was no one here. And they didn't see anyone over towards heaven, so they feel like they create enough pressure over towards middle that there should only be 2 over towards A. But you can see on the minimap they like pretty much keep going to the side where it's weakest.
But they've been given
I mean, Cypher's got to do everything. Oh, he's so dead.
Oh,
he did incredible. He did incredible, and Spring got another. Wait, they can't get the spike.
Foxy 9 and Ash, how are they going to get back to it? Ram's guarded, it's controlled. You've got Spring waiting here. Bucky in, and he gets the shin, but that's not enough.
Together, boys, together. Hold that. Shot.
Holding off for dear life.
GENG are a little quick to get to
Yeah,
site
GENG
here.
got an eco. There's only one person that can buy. Dude, back a side killing 2 here was insane. I thought he was done for.
Break the crosshair placement.
Spike down A.
But actually, it's Spring to actually pick up the backside of this execution. Like I said, Spike falling on rafters, a disaster for GENG. And finally, we'll force the timeout here. 11-7 the scoreline, and GENG have to take a breather, take stock of the situation, because Wolves certainly putting up a fight here in the second half, Lauren.
They really are. Considering the amount of rounds they had to come in with, they had to go against the odds literally of picking up just a
Spike,
pistol
yeah,
against
he messed
GENG.
up a little bit.
And now they built on this.
But did he use his Omen ult? Or was that the defense Omen ult?
Getting a good read, and maybe starting to exploit some of those problems that GENG were having up against Fnatic. This utility cycle is still an issue.
Yeah,
in
I
that
mean,
regard.
you made that comparison to the first wave and how GENG almost you'd lean towards if Ash isn't
The stand-up, yeah, the stand-up's
lurker,
good.
right? The one to kind of sell something.
Who's the defense one? Oh, okay.
Wolves know
Then
to
yeah, he just kind of
expect
messed up.
something behind that util.
Fruit. Sorry, mate.
for them.
28 minutes ago, I
Don't
missed your
necessarily
sub.
wanna see them
But I
sit
did say
back and
hello.
rely on that, 'cause
But can't win
get a little
everything.
dicey there
Thank you so much, Fruit, man. Appreciate you, dude.
Potentially 4 members of GENG looking to follow through in it, but adjustment here from Munchkin over towards A, who's not found any value up
Yeah,
against
force him down
Juicy.
to an eco. And it's a good chance for Wolves to get some more ults online, but honestly, they got the main two. They do have the main two. We got Karen all online as well. Could do something crazy if he wants to. Doesn't feel like he will with the buy that I'm seeing. No armor on this, so should be an easy round for Wolves. Should be easy.
Again, good reactive play off the back of the utility investment. And this is quick, though, from Ash. Already the drone going to come through. That's going to instantaneously spot the player up towards vents, that being Spring. Foxy9's got to be a bit careful there. Yeah, does manage to back away towards sewers, but gives away position. Now, there's a lot of additional support here.
It was close to him getting seen, yeah.
Cam got a lot of info, though. That's a lot of players now noted. Surprised we don't see an additional body, but Fat Baby doesn't seem to be fussed. Doesn't seem to be upset about it. He holds the ground well, readjusts up towards heaven. Still has full kit here, keep in mind.
Extra trying to find something, but Wolves not really giving anything away just yet.
How are GENG looking in terms of ults? They're not too bad. Ult to potentially get him over towards site. Ult to win after plant. Do some kind of combo with this as well. Right, could clear over towards backside, TP backside or something.
Best that. Still got one over towards site as well. There's the player noted. Spring
The great molly. The great molly, yeah. Did a lot of damage, and then he got the kill on that. And Juicy. He's been having a rough time with the util, but he got two. Got two with the util.
Almost on the way. Looking to thread the needle and find those timings.
The all, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I do think with the scoreline you probably should be a little bit more passive with it. But I think if you're just considering their money, and the coaches pretty much just said it's okay to ult if you're low money, then I get it.
Back in on the purchase here for GENG.
Yeah, considering the score, he probably should be chilling.
They've discussed here. Said the Snakebite just catching. Because the paint shell to good use as well, gets the reset actually. To slow down, maybe separate the remaining members of GENG. Yeah, certainly looking towards the value of that timeout now. It's that gap all but closed. The hard work's already done in terms of the comeback.
Look at the switch up as well from Wolves. We've got, what, 3 players playing middle. You've got the switch up of the Cypher util 2 over towards that B site, leaving just one. That's going to be what, Lysor over towards A. Is there a really big read into maybe how GENG want to approach this?
I think Wolves almost anticipating something off this drone early or Ash's utility.
My God, are they
Repassing? Oh boy.
Oh, this is so bold.
Oh, this is scary.
Ridiculous. And it works.
Nice. It's just a 6-passing duel and they win out. All 3. Dude, there was not too many bullets hit on them. It's a big buy rounds. Big buy rounds. I like it though. Wolves, they know they're up against a lot of ults. They want to go a little bit proactive, so they want to fight over towards here. Drop of the smoke, duel. All 3 holding strong. Dude, there's a 50-second save on this one. 2-9 loss bonus for money. Everyone surviving gets 1,000.
And this scoreline, Mike, on the half, what was it, 9-3? It felt like it. I don't want to say impossible, it's just improbable.
1 minute save is insane. It's the right choice, though, because especially with the round that just happens, like, the money's incredible for Wolves. It's not like you need to do any damage and scoreline-wise. It's the best choice.
As well.
Oh, no.
Here on Split.
Bloody hell. That went, what, OT? Fnatic got
Feels
across
like
the line.
A bitter dream repeating itself here, potentially.
Yeah, this suddenly does feel like we've got a game. Like
this is kind of a timeout. Yeah, they can talk for a while.
Such a different-looking beast. You're now held on 11, right? You haven't been able to break through that. You've been kind of. I
think actually where GENG wasn't it like 11-7 or something? Where then
I'm like, oh. And Wolves are looking more and more confident. It's not just the fact that the scoreline is getting closer, but Wolves look good doing it.
Yeah, it's nice.
Catching it there. Like I said, this is so heads up from Wolves, reading the situation, but it's on the back of, I don't want to say a gamble, but I want to say guess to what GENG are doing early on.
Nice.
Here.
Okay,
So
this is still a horrible buy. Like, it's horrible to go up against. Strong buy. Look at the minimap. We've got a 3-1 or 1-3-1, and they want to go fast over towards here. Lysor needs to do work. What is this? All into Omen ult or something? Flash close, all back of sight, all like this.
See how much Lysor can do. This is so much for him. I don't know how much he can even live in this situation. He's going to stick on site, though. Going to try and play towards pillar and hope the support comes in.
Lysor tanked a stun, but he has a smoke to hide around. Fade ult just hit one, that's it.
But it's still going to be Lysor.
They have to find him.
I did incredible. Nicely done, dude. Dude, the passing back of A keeps getting two.
So perfectly, and he's still alive. 15 HP, still breathing, finally goes down. Munchkin giving them a bit of life here. Down to him and Karen to make this one work.
Nicely done. Omen ult out of them. Viper ult out of them, right? Oh no, yeah, Viper out of them.
Wolves, with just one player basically on that side of the map, held that down.
Another situation, 45 on the clock. Karen has to hold on to this rifle.
Prize
I
possession.
mean, what are GENG doing there?
They look like they're smacking into a brick wall. They don't know. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, no, Lysor owned them. Lysor owned them.
Again, I didn't actually
I do think with the strat they were doing that I think Texture should be ulting there. He definitely had ult for this.
Isolate a site player. Pit goes up towards screen. Lysor able to just exist for way too long.
His smoke on site was the one, right? But without this smoke, he eats the stun, he's dead. So this smoke here is really, really strong.
You're normally very clinical about these site takes. You know your protocol list very well.
10 seconds left.
They are not getting that right now. They are making some misses.
Ion, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the whole year.
GENG.
GENG, see, I'd be tempted to. I know it sounds dumb, but I'd be tempted to do exactly the same again. I do feel like A is weak. Like it's just one person getting 2 kills. If it's a 1-for-1 on most of these rounds, I think it's different. So I would be tempted to go A again here.
Allowed to live that long, as you said.
Oh, wow, well, Juicy finding this kill as well. Certainly doesn't make things better, but unfortunately Munchkin put in a really, really tough position to try and potentially pass the spike off. But Karen's so disconnected, waiting for somebody to drop down and then
honestly it does.
Pressure into their own pit, but it just doesn't happen. It almost looks like he's just watched this one passing by from main, to be honest.
It's getting tense now. The second timeout used by GENG.
And the crowd,
they love it,
starting to build behind them now.
Hope is a dangerous thing, and Wolves are certainly igniting it here. As said, winning hearts and minds throughout this. The underdogs, the whole way through. Through Swiss, they look lethal. Here, they've kept that up. Now, it's one thing to have a close game against GENG. It's another to beat
close
them.
out. Yeah,
exactly.
absolutely.
Yeah, very true.
Done the hard work, but they have to get this across the line now.
There's ult still here for GENG as well. You've still got 3 ults. Actually,
Ults are here, but
impactful ults as well.
yeah, I think this is the Viper rounds. How would the aggro A have gone here? I mean, the aggro A would have been absolute money. What is this from Wolves? What is this called? What does this read?
Go.
Actually going to put one.
Yeah, especially if the Raze shows early and the Omen shows early. Might not think there's a Cypher here as well. Early camera as well. Trip. Most of the Ito's going to get hit fast.
The only thing that can really reveal it is what? Going to be the drone? And Ash
A little bit worried they might do a tail and follow it up and he's going to eat the tail though, but we'll see.
So Ash pressuring towards Heaven early.
He's not going to get, and there's no way. He's going to get played in here perfectly.
He keeps his cool and he delivers.
Damn, Lysor sprayed them all down through the one way as well. Dude, they had a great read on this. 4-person heavy lean over towards B.
Look at the time. 1 minute 13. The outcome is determined here.
Karen's still holding on to this same
rifle for it's another save. This one has got an extra 20 seconds on top of it.
Composition falling short. The drone invested towards middle. Nothing else to reveal that. And why you great.
Yeah, and they got the ult out of them.
Exactly the recipe of a sort of setup that would cause problems for this composition.
Coach? Now that feels like it's down to coach, to be honest.
They've got to put a body on.
It looked like they owned them in the timeout. We'll never know for sure, but someone had the great read.
They've done their homework today, haven't they, Wolves? Figuring it out. They had recent tape. They looked into it. They found ways to make it hurt.
They did this exact tail ult strat on B yesterday. Damn, we got the anti-stratters in the chat as well. Yeah, so it's a read off their ults. And GENG did play this comp when Teo was strong.
They have watched this
I
game.
can't remember who they played, but they played this comp once before they actually came to this event. So maybe if it was like 3 ults, they all went over towards B 100%, then you can kind of have these stacks like this.
Unable to really have a say.
So yeah, might have been the ult read. Definitely looks right.
Will tie things up. 11-11 here on Split.
God, as if they could take the lead in almost the final hour, right? In the final round near on. Now we're
against
down
Boom?
to the
Yeah, that's the game.
real lower end of the purchase. Dude, that was the start and end of the round. It felt like, as said, this was beautifully handled. Lytle working in brilliant unison with him as well.
That one-way wrecked them.
It was perfect.
I mean, you can see on the replay as well, just walking into an absolute blender. GENG can't really do anything, but because they're so invested, the casualty's too great to recover.
Yeah, this is like one of the first time where they've actually been able to get away with this, right? Their classic GravNet into Sonic Sensor kind of means if you want to re-clear this, it's very hard, right? You're gonna get wrecked by this. Like, it's a great default, but again, Wolves did so much in the beginning of the game, it felt like Foxy at least felt like he couldn't do this. They started going more, leaning towards their mid default where he's putting it top of mid.
It's all been scary. We're living a nightmare right now for GENG. Unable to really get themselves over the first
Yeah, it might be the Neon ult round this one.
It's just a predacious approach once again towards this mid-hold, which has suited Wolves down to a T. We've seen them once just clean sweep behind this smoke.
Got these ults still. Got so much to bank on, but they're going back for this B split, this 3-2. 3 players from Wolves over on this side.
3-player lean from Wolves. This trip is huge, by the way, as long as no one overpeaks. Like, this trip is getting a kill.
30 seconds. The tension is literally palpable here. Here comes the hit. Do they survive this? Texture goes in, gets the job done. Spring holds the line, takes down Foxy Knight.
Is it getting a kill? Wait, he got that? Damn, what a beast. How is everyone on site getting 2 kills? Spike towards heaven, 10 seconds left, double holds. What do they got? They still got nades. Nade goes out, you can't even get this spike, it's done. Holy bro, Wolves, what a comeback this has been.
Just the gift that keeps on giving.
Spring got them all as well, they're just giving it.
And they clean up the round. Nothing for GENG to take away.
Wolves are beasts, man. Wolves are actually beasts.
They've got nothing left to bank on.
It's just fantastic.
Dude, I can't believe he got a double on site here as well.
Once more.
Oh wait, was there only one? Oh, it's double on heaven, okay, that's my bad.
Up in heaven felt like it was a gift. Catching them on the way down, unreal stuff.
Fade looking like he's
okay, one chance.
In the coaching booth.
Hold on, it could still be OT. They have not got across the line yet.
Yeah, and this is still a nice default for GENG. Like that. The problem is they have to create some kind of pressure over towards A, you would feel like. Change of the trip from this one to a little bit further back makes sense if the Neon's kind of doing this pathing.
YU once more firmly in control of B site.
Lysor over towards A has Omen ult for fast rotate if he wants it. If the Cypher gets a kill and there's no like fast trade, he can pop his ult as well. It's really hard for GENG. 1 minute mark, they haven't really got any map control apart from B main. One goes in, vision block. Still here though, they know no one's followed this up. It's a heavier lean from A though. Like if we actually look at the minimap right now, GENG are in a pretty good spot. There's no info gather over towards A. So, yeah, with that info, we get the rotate going out. Oh boy. Let's see on site what you got, man. You're on your own.
Can he hold on to this? YU's been good. This is a lot of pressure.
What an Omen flash. Dude, it's an incredible smoke to hide on site as well. No way, Lysol did good, and this smoke on site saved Eucro as well.
Left with 10 seconds, and not much more, as this is a dream.
Ah, man, it was a sick game. It was a sick map, dude. 9-3. 9-3. We said with a pistol they might be able to do it. That was awesome. Absolute beasts, man. Really good from them. What a run. What a run this is. Again, I strongly think they have to 2-0 this, but this is the first step. That read from the timeout though, the stack, my goodness.
Does it? Does it? It doesn't matter. Does it?
Restacks, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate you. Split. Man, Split. Split keeps giving us bangers. We have to keep this map in the pool for champs. We have to. Seven 1, yeah. I mean, it's a 9-3 half, man. Ryan, thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much for that, Ryan, man. I appreciate it in the YouTube chat. Thanks for doing that.
Spike defused.
Okay, back in a little bit, everyone. Back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A 9-3 curse to kick off our day here at Masters Toronto. I'm now joined by the coach of Wars, Fade. Now, so much of this tournament has been defined by the double controller players. How much credit do you give to Spring and Lysor to be the ones to give you that chance to make a comeback in the second half?
I think they did a really, really good job on the second half. Like the timing we had against their comp, like how we choked them, denying them from entering the bomb site, and how we tried to stall on site a lot of the rounds. So I think they get most of the credit for this comeback.
Thank you very much, Fade, and best of luck in map 2.
Folks, the plot armor is strong with the pack as they managed to come back and pick up a massive win on Split. The Wolves are up 1-0 over the world beaters of GENG, and Kukuka, I genuinely could not believe my eyes.
It's so surprising because that first half with how Texture was playing with the operator, how Juicy could not find anything, just got completely pushed to the side. They get revitalized, renewed, and that second half, they prove why they chose to go for this map as their pick.
Oh yeah, we'll break down the entire map, but first let's actually start with the first half because that's going to bring us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. And Mimi, you're going to break this down because Karen, we pulled off some incredible plays.
Yeah, I want to talk about GENG's improvements on defense from the first time they played this map to this time. And the solution is operator on your Neon plus Deadlock equals you win on defense. Let's take a look at the map and how they play the macro here. They're set up early on with both the Neon, who has the operator this round, and the Deadlock over towards B. But look where Foxy9's util is. Sonic Sensor on A, Sonic Sensor in mid. That is kind of the variety you have with this agent. There's no range on those sensors, so you can be helping all over the map. As I let this one start to play now, you see how early on, despite not having a ton of initiator utility, they're using that grab net to get into B main. And I'm going to pause it again here. Look at where he's posting on this line. He's going to be all the way up in B main, and that allows Foxy to go back into mid, set up over there with his teammate on the Teo. And as you speed through this one, you see how aggressive Texture is. Wolves is putting a lot of pressure over towards A. They're defaulting to take A ramp.
All right,
and
chat.
now you see this first
It's
engagement
on.
coming through.
They
Texture
did the
on
first
the
step.
stays around, gets knocked
They
down
gotta
to
win
1
Sunset
HP,
now.
but he does not lead. And that's what's crucial. Because Wolves thinks we saw this off. There is going to be players behind him. We do not want to go into that. So they are now committed to the idea of pivoting into this B site lane. But there's a ton of util here. A wall goes down. That's at about
The
a minute.
Omen
So
smokes
they're
on the last
forced to
round,
shoot it,
dude,
give away the game
they
a
had some
little bit.
great
As
Omen
you
smokes
sell
on
on
site
through,
to like
still
enable a
he's
lot of
posted
space.
in B main.
It was a really
And
good
Wolves,
example.
they have
They're
no
very good at
choice
this
but
map, to be
hit
honest.
into this
They
site,
look really
execute
hard
out,
to play against in this map.
wall.
I think that's
In
also
comes
why
that
it's like
Deadlock
impressive that
sensor that got
Sentinels won on this
posted
map,
at the
because
beginning
that was
of
the
the round.
first
Foxy9 did
time we
not
kind
have
of
to be
saw
on
it as
site
well,
to
and
help
they
his
dealt with it
teammates
well.
win this one out, and credit to Wolves. They had some incredible trades. I'll just
Koala
let the
Brigade,
rest
thank you
of
so much
this
for the prime, dude.
play,
I appreciate that.
Because they almost won
thank you.
this round, but it was this 4K from
the map
Caron
teasers
to
is one that we
close
looked
it
at,
out.
maybe?
And it was all about that great macro game on the first half for GENG, which is why, GB, I am flabbergasted that Wolves have won this map.
Yeah, because then if we take
Yeah,
a
we
look
looked at this a little bit
the
earlier.
second half of play, things changed dramatically. I mean, even just look at the track there. You were seeing utter domination from GENG in that first half, Kukuka. But then, as we flipped the sides, brought things over, you started to see the Wolves. Little by little, those boys were howling, and they were picking up those kills.
And the stars player from that half, CU, Fad, and Spring, those
So they kept up with the
pushes,
Vitalux.
the
And
control
they just
that we
wanted
were
to change
seeing
their
over
style
the
on
side,
attacks.
it
They
is
thought
so
they were going to
important.
get.
Where's the
They
advisor
thought the game plan
perfectly
like it was going to be too
carried on the
obvious,
other side
so they wanted to
perfectly
exploit somewhere
for the
else around
side
the map.
of GENG.
Basically, as soon as they saw that Viper smoke on defense to counter their Viper smoke on attack, they wanted to change it up. And then they went back to. Then they went back to actually like playing like they normally did. Spring was a beast. Lysol was a beast.
Exactly how we want to play that defense. And yeah, actually did not have the best of the show, as we can see here.
I want to give so much credit in this win to Lysor. He had great moments individually, obviously, but I think one of his biggest pieces of impact on that map was his anchor smokes across their defensive side. You look at the last round, he's double smoking for his teammates to hold
Doesn't that
on
rate
to.
Sentinels much higher than teams expected?
He's
Yeah, I think people are quite down on
play around
Sentinels
it.
just
He
because
was
they
doing
beat
that
the
practically every
Chinese teams,
round.
but
So the
honestly, I
anchor
think they
players
look
on
really good
Wolves
at the
were
moment.
always staying alive long enough for the rest of the team to rotate in and win those flood retakes that they just kept winning.
Yeah, it did feel as if GENG at a certain point in time are really struggling to figure out how to get through, how to crack the egg on some of these sites here. There's a lot of problems that we're seeing on the GENG side, which is not something that you're used to hearing. But let's get a little bit more insight from Coach Solo, standing by with Yinsu.
Oh, this will be interesting.
We're heading to GENG's map pick here. I'm joined by their coach Solo and Jen Lee to do some translations. Now, we haven't seen Wolves Sunset yet, and as you know, so much of this game is about the mental. So who out of your players can you rely on to make sure to keep the boys calm on stage?
감독님, 다음 맵 선셋인데 아직 울브즈가 공개하지 않은 맵이잖아요. 이럴 때 분위기를 다 잡는 게 무엇보다 중요할 텐데 좀 분위기적으로 해줘야 하는 선수가 있다면 누구일까요?
일단은 저희가 지금 역전당해서 좀 분노가 많이 차 있는 상태고, 네, 그리고 뭐 저희 팀 리더인 먼치킨 선수가 잘 이끌면은 네, 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Well, we're pretty upset right now with the comeback happening on Split, so I think Munchkin has to take the lead, and I think he has to lead the team into feeling better and having the high energy.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see
Ooh,
a map
okay.
3. Thank you very much.
It's very honest about it.
You heard there from Coach Solo, you're going to be looking for Munchkin to be the guy who kind of brings the team back together as the IGL for this team. And Sunset is going to be coming up next here. You got this Wolves team, guys, who feel really,
I think picking
really
Sunset is a
confident
mistake.
after
I
that
have no
last
idea
one.
what Wolves
The
play on
crowd
this map.
losing their mind.
It's a little bit of a
Round
risk.
kill after kill.
They might have got some
not,
false
right?
confidence
It was
from
just so awesome to
Fnatic,
watch,
to
but
be
now
honest, because
you have
Fnatic,
Wolves in a position where they must be feeling like they're on top
Fnatic
of
didn't
the
look
world.
comfortable playing the map,
Introducing this team, I
and
was
so
saying,
they might have
since
looked at that and
loss to
thought that
Sentinels,
we're
ever
really
since
good
they
on this map.
managed to bounce back, they still
Which honestly they
have
might be.
not
I
lost
can't
a
even work
single
out where
map, and
GENG are on this map, to be honest with you.
against GENG, it was going to be no different. Now, thinking of
But
Sunset
when
on
I
this
watched
next map that
them
we're
on
going to see, I love the
attack,
fact that Coach Solo
they didn't
speaks about
re-clear
Munchkin
over
and how
towards
he
A,
has to, like,
which
put the
worries
team
me
in
a
his
little
back.
bit.
We know that individually they have what it takes. We have those moments of individual prowess and textures there and whatnot. I think that it has to be on the strategy because we still have not seen Wolves play this map in this tournament.
Wolves have a very, from what I've seen, Wolves have a great understanding of the meta,
Okay, a double duelist
and they
comp
go into
with
a
the
double
Raze
duelist.
and the Yoru,
Sure,
but it's a UConn
I'm down to see what
locking
you
in
got.
the Raze on this one. As a reminder, this is the first time Wolves have played this map, so this will be a surprise for GENG.
I mean,
Yoru-
I did not expect
Yoru
this
Raze,
double
sure.
duelist coming for the side of YU. We've been seeing him in the more supportive roles, of course, in the Strongholder as well as a Sentinel. But on the Raze is something that I did not expect to see here. I wonder how much is going to affect GENG and how much pressure then now puts
Who's the best
Foxy
Sunset?
Nine,
It's between
Munchkin, and Karen
PRX
in those top
or
accounts.
Sentinels.
Wolves are going to need to play those same flood retakes they were great
I
at
think
on the last
again
map.
GENG might have a
Cannot
pretty
let
good
GENG's
one, but
deadlock get set
from
up
what
in a post.
from
That's
some
how
of the things
Fnatic lost.
they're doing, I think
All right, well,
they're missing
Toronto,
it,
do you
but
want a
it
map
also might be
3?
like
Because I know I do. Let's go ahead and send
they
this
might
one
they might
back
also
over
do
to
other
your
things
captain,
here, so we'll see.
And High Pop.
Thank you so much.
Dude, I'm
and
excited
yeah,
for
the
this,
guests
man.
leading
Wolves
us
have a
in
good
perfectly
chance.
to, I think,
They
this
really
one,
do have a
Mike,
good
because
chance.
we
And
don't
I'm pretty
know
confident they
what
lose
Wolves look
Lotus.
like on this,
So
right? We have no idea.
this, in my
Neither
opinion,
do
is it.
GENG.
I
Yeah,
could be
think
wrong
as
about
well
the
you look at
Lotus, but
almost
we'll see.
the pedigree of this GENG team.
Yep.
They're prep oriented right there. They're kind of set, rehearsed, well drilled in some of these things. So certainly a spanner in
Do
the
you think
works.
PRX and Sentinels will play Sunset? I hope so. I hope it's Fad map.
That way
That would be the ideal pick.
gotta feel good about them coming into Sunset, even though
Okay, GENG early with their wall create a lot of pressure over towards B, but I like this from Wolves already. From the demos that we've seen, they know they create fake pressure here and they feel comfy with the wall that you're not going to re-clear it, and they re-clear it early. They get the info and they might be able to lean heavier over towards A. Problem is that
Claim of real estate towards
they
B
got to
main
cross
coming up.
towards middle. This is really good. The longer that GENG take, the more the Wolves get out of this. I would maybe say that Wolves should have a TPA for once they've done this, but it's okay.
They might even actually consider a walk through top mid.
And I like the reaction from Wolves though, kind of pushing YU up towards that kind of top side of elbow.
Dude, look at the information Juicy is getting. He is getting so much info. I can't believe they still have 3 B-sides.
This should be able to allow for players like
Mind
YU
blown
to
they have
take
3
a bit of
B-sides.
control on this.
And I'm surprised to not actually see Fat BB rotating just yet.
Omen Flash is good. Keep an eye on Juicy again. Holy bro. You have the opportunity to get so many.
It's out for a recon.
Whoa! What was that? Bro turned around. Did the crowd start going crazy?
And now the crunch on
Ow.
the site for 15 seconds. It's late in the day. If one of these things goes wrong, one of these players lands a shot, it could have gone sideways. It doesn't. GENG control and poise. Back to business. Wolves left wanting here. Suvat BB can do very little.
That was
from
nuts.
this 1v5. Barely a touch of damage even achieved. This is exactly what GENG would have wanted. Controlled in approach. Reading maybe these flanks are going to be coming in. Pressure.
It all came down to that kill. It was crazy. GENG keep their crazy pistol record going. Obviously, it's 2-1 for this
A
map.
little bit more of that, but if we look at kind of the moving pieces of that, I liked how Wolves played around it, but again, this.
Yeah, just spidey sense and tingling.
Damn, what is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is also, I don't want to say a negative impact, but you've got GENG who have experience in this. They're going to know to be able to feel out that tempo. Oh, Brennan Joshua here.
Whoa, they are 2 different people.
Good to see him turning up.
Game 2.
Yep, getting ready. getting their prep done. But again, this is something you're going to start seeing. This experience does come into these moments. Now, as it stands, though, Texture straight into this one. See if that big wow.
Okay.
You get one
Nice
of
shots on this.
But this is the start you want to see from GENG on this map, looking confident.
Decisive.
Because Wolves refuse to kneel in map 1. GENG have to
The lore
re-establish
thickens.
themselves now.
Dude, if Sideshow's in the orange suit, that would be incredible. And he takes it off and reveals it's him. That would be unbelievable after this.
Yeah.
You even saw it in the coach interview, right? The conversation.
I thought that was the same guy, honestly.
Right, focus, be confident, be on point in what they're doing, get some good leadership going here, and they need that. But one half apparently means nothing. Wolves will happily take the distance, but for now, GENG. Clean, concise, perfect.
And I guess as well, what you want to see is kind of Ash and Munchkin get themselves back online, because first half of the split, you can kind of write off. Team's doing well, all good, but with the mistakes, we didn't even get a ping through. I thought there was maybe a ping, but
Nah, he just shocked because he got hit by the recon.
But yeah, you certainly want to see Ash and
Some lovely shots from GENG on this.
Early on Sunset.
RC Blue, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Thank you for doing that.
As well, when you're looking at Texture too, keep those spirits high, keep them in that right
Okay, Wolves have got the info trip over towards middle, and only 1 kill on the board right now, so a little bit worried.
Now let's see how they
TP
approach
for the
this.
fast rotate
Their
over
bonus in the
towards
first
A.
5 for Wolves. And a very different beginning from GENG.
Texture up here pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, GENG take a lot of map control on this, but I like this again from
To
Wolves.
establish himself in mid
Just
now.
getting rid of the fake pressure over towards B main every time.
I saw. Also holding down that side, but again,
Jesus.
these
They
Guardians doing
This
work
keeps
for
happening over
GENG.
towards A though, they're done. Yuri takes the TP and Juicy's gonna have to kill everyone.
Jump spot's not looking so safe. Juicy trying to be bold about it, be brave about it.
Ah, it's unlucky from him. Took a long time with the TP. It's a great start for GENG.
He's gonna hear those steps for sure.
Azarella, thank you with the 7 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. It's rough timing. It's only 2 kills for Wolves at the moment.
This is looking like they've had a mean old talking to.
Yeah, the whip certainly has been cracked. Perfect. Texture will fall a consolation here for Wolves. Well, GENG going to give away a couple more here. We're trying to charge this down. Do have the funds to support it. Obviously, this will be a conversion of the bonus. Karen shows his hand. Getting a little weird, but
Oh, 1 bullet.
Munchkin to clean up.
Yeah, and they take all the guns out of them. 2-9 loss bonus. Everyone's sitting about 3k.
Finances continuing to build here early on.
Oh, it's a great shot though. My goodness.
That's really nice. That was a really nice shot. And just seeing it pop now, a really early timeout for Wolves.
Yeah, was it round 3 on Split?
No, they did this on Split as well. They lost round 3 and they
It was the
instant
second
timeout.
by round 7, but I think the first one might have been after the bonus conversion.
No pressure on him yet, though. This is still early days. But again, if you're facing up against GENG, you do need to kind of keep almost, touching on base here, really, if you're Wolves as well. Get that early conversation building, get it into their mind, see what coach has seen. Obviously, going through Fade, they're going to be having the chat with them.
Good
Get them kind
vibes,
of
yeah.
locked into this,
Even on
'cause
the rounds
right
they
now,
lose, they're like
GENG are
super
coming
chill.
very confident, it looks like. Again, these kind of contact pieces up towards that A side.
Yeah, just as well, GENG is not a team you ever would expect to be so rattled by a map.
Timeout already? I think this is so fine.
Knock themselves almost. So it's certainly this is Wolves now.
There's a
kind of
big
saying,
issue
look,
over towards
don't
A at the
let
moment.
things spiral out of control once again. Don't allow GENG to remain firmly in the driving seat for the first half here on Sunset.
So it'll only take a couple of cracks to show for those feelings of map 1 to return. For now, though, GENG have done exactly what they needed, right? Kept the Wolves away from the door, kept them at bay here. They've not
Munchkin
been
with the
able to
Outlaw.
get really feeling
Loads of
out the
people
game.
can
Yeah,
one
Super
shot.
maybe had a couple of kills in the exit,
Gareth
but that
in the
was about
YouTube
it.
chat. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, not many
If
positives.
Wolves
for,
won Masters, would it be bigger than T1? If Wolves won this Masters, it's bigger than T1, yeah. First of all, I think people would say they're more underdogs than T1, and this is a 12-person event. That was an 8-person event. It would be crazy if Wolves did this.
Now, again, this isn't the round where you want to see too much going wrong for GENG.
The biggest, it'd be the biggest upset we've ever seen.
Yeah, Foxy9 is just
He's having so much success over towards
This
A.
isn't the round that we expect to see too much from.
and can't fault Wolves for
Well,
kind
people
of
is in 12
showing
teams, so-
themselves as willing to still fight for this space outside A. It's not necessarily a disaster here to take 2 casualties, but certainly a fact finder for Wolves to
Cutting through.
maybe even just acts as a deterrent here, still in the buy rounds. But GENG have just been winning out time and time again in that position.
Yeah, this is great though from GENG. If we're talking bigger picture as well, this kind of steadies the ship after a very rough first map for them. And it just keeps them feeling concise about everything, feeling in control about stuff. A good beginning here. And as I said, confidence builders. You got to look at that last half of map 1. It's enough to shake you to your core. So for them, this is very, very good to reignite some of that confidence. Pressure towards Lysol.
Careful now.
Not going to be seeing probably anything go too wild here.
Lysol desperate to try and get something behind that one way.
Texture creeping closer as well. Taking control of back pillar. Swing the smoke handle. It is
Okay,
just
it's still just like no kills. It's still a little worrying.
Making up for the errors of map 1.
Flawless round 4 conversion here. Almost repeating, what was it, 6-0?
Okay, so much focus is going to be over towards A, and they're either going to fight with 3 people here, or you're going to see the Cypher start over towards A. We'll probably fake pressure.
Juicy Fat BB, the ones closest here, just
No 3 pass them. I will say this though, I do feel like the Wolves coach maybe has a good read on the timeouts as well, because it's like another one where they don't overcomplicate what's going over towards A. Smoke goes in, recon out as well. Yeah, but they don't set one up. That's really bold. Wait, is this another ult read? What's going on?
And they do start their rotation towards this B
No,
side.
it's a heavy rotation on this.
Lysol didn't manage to find too much impact from this position back pillar, but
and actually burnt both of the cages already. So
yeah, it's nice to see this from Wolves though. They've min-maxed their cages a little bit as well. Like it's a tricky lineup, but you can get it so it actually touches like both of the sides on this.
Ultimate online with the orb here.
Sometimes I've seen teams with gaps here. It's harder to throw these days.
Guessing a little bit. Like I said, actually removing that safety net almost with the cages, but the smokes will probably reveal GENG's intentions now. Looking to try and tag somebody on the back of the drone here. Lysol actually ahead of the paranoia.
Wait, that hit?
He managed to catch that, but Lysol does get nabbed in the end, and it's Juicy going down, so the site pretty much under control.
That was crazy that hit. It looked like that missed from what I was watching, but
make sure there's no threats from there, and a really good site take from GENG.
A body to the good as well. Man advantage
yeah,
here.
and it's one of those deadlock over towards site. Can't really win this retake.
Currently still locked out.
Get to clear the corner the Foxy 9's playing in as well. This is really, really tough to get back in. Wolves going to try and make something, but Karen's still holding towards that smoke. Why are you going to find Foxy 9?
Oh, hold up though, if that happens. Yeah, if that happens, then fair play. They missed a couple of jewels here, especially that one in smoke.
Strolled back
Dude, all 3 of them survived.
Disrespecting the smoke a little bit, and this felt
Okay,
so
they might need to get a little more
GENG.
proactive here though. I'm not sure they should have won this one.
How'd that first kill come through? I mean, this was just ahead of the execute, but
Yeah, this wall kind of gives them a bit of space as well. It's not the best deadlock wall we've seen.
Retake feels...
Yeah, don't be like that.
What's the plan? GENG, okay, that's going to kind of take the wind
Okay,
down
back
the
over
sails a little
towards
bit.
A, and with this one, this time we do see the 3-person
to
fight.
really show a lack of respect to a team like this. It's usually, you know, wrapped up, tied up.
He's been changing up his
with a
recon a
little
lot. Which does he go for now?
Okay, back to what was working though.
Different recon in the corner. Recon gets shot, so you Omen flash. It's a great neon stun on this.
On top to try and really add that stress towards GENG. Texas going to find Spring though. Why you good trade, but back and forth we go. GENG trying to trailblaze their way
Yeah, he's just out in the open. There's nothing going to side him. He got wrecked a little bit. It's nicely done from GENG. It's good understanding of the round as well. Double pop of the ults.
There shouldn't be problems.
Portal closed.
But that's a way to start it. A lazy check on the top.
Ooh, almost.
A 1v2's doable. Juicy gonna try and make a
The TP to
big
backside's
play
kinda
on
nice.
this one, but good positions from GENG. Left side
Okay.
crossfire made from
Yeah, this is nice from
Gonna
GENG.
be rewarded.
Problem for Wolves now is they got a lot of ults, but they're going to be low buy, so they might get tempted to use them in the low buy, and we'll see.
Just before that, Wolves, you could see just almost the panic, the confusion as this hit comes through. Was pacey from GENG.
Yeah, honestly, with what's going on, I think I'm pretty sure Wolves are going to get a lot more proactive over towards middle.
Again, the scaling from GENG was so nice, though, right? Like the trading there coming out from Foxy.
You got no info Sentinel, so pushing and having mid control means you can fast go behind either side. I know it didn't work on the pistol, but kind of should have still.
Juicy revealed here, trying to make his way out into mid. Texture once more tasked with making progress, but playing a little deeper here. You can see actually there's smoke. Almost begging Wolves to sit inside it. See Spring and YU happy to do so for the time being. It's a bit of a question mark created towards, I guess, a backstab on B site. Lysor obviously a couple of checks here and now once the smokes deplete. It'll be fairly telling that nobody's progressed through. But again, that's going to put CU Fat BB and YU in a pretty tricky position here with 3 members of GENG now making progress towards them.
Yeah, two on A. I don't want to see the Razor unless they get like an opening pick. Does get tempting as the time goes lower though, I'd say that much.
Or maybe a bit of a position for Foxy 9. This is all very, very nicely done. Respect being given to an
Really
extent
nice
for Wolves sitting a bit deeper towards that
Dude,
CT
20
side,
seconds.
not willing to fight out just yet. Trying to stall off the util. Viper's pick gonna go in.
That's a really nice armor.
Step by step.
Okay, definitely no ults on top of this for Wolves, please. Oh boy.
What is going on here? Oh, it's worked! He takes away Ash!
Yeah, and honestly, if he didn't misclick here, he might have been able to stop the plant before it actually went in.
Approach, but GENG still hold all the cards
Yeah, it's
here.
rough though. I didn't want to see it and we saw it.
GENG making sure they know.
Vanilla Smile with the Prime, thank you with the 14 months, thank you.
Comfortable on the way back in. Wolves unfortunately not finding any sort of safety.
Yeah, I think he misclicked with the ult.
Up close positions on A site. I think leaning in towards maybe.
As in misclicked a satchel, right, so he didn't get the ult back out.
Sort of retake approach here, although
like he definitely wanted to ult, I just think he messed up the
really,
one of the satchels with
their
it.
legs previously. So certainly doesn't feel like a positive to have to rely on that.
Okay, another buy round, and yeah, this is what I think. Again, I still think Wolves are doing like a lot of nice stuff. I think they got a little bit unlucky in the pistol, but it's definitely like the right reaction. They're losing sights too heavy. They can't really fight in these areas, so making sure they push behind so they can exploit the fact that there is no info sentinel.
Willing to take a risk. Easier said than done though, as that side gets under scrutiny already.
Damn, double TP, that's really cool. You go double TP back a site and use the wall to take. Wow. What was the team that was using that on Haven?
Takes away one, springing to find Foxy 9, but the site's still
Might have been them as well.
Juicy gonna try and get all that info he can here. Can he pressure this one well enough? Here come the next layers towards this one. GENG trying to stabilize. Munchkin, Ash in unison doing well. A 2v2 though, it's not out of the woods yet.
Ooh, big swing here.
Has to clutch up here. Attack on the spike.
Oh, it was a good swing though. Yeah, they didn't know exactly where he was. It's close, man. It was a 2v4 that went into a 1v1 though.
Feeling that pressure.
A second on the board and something to believe in now.
I like what they're doing. The push down middle is really good.
Potential to try and recover. I was almost a little
I still like this from GENG as well. I like the again the wall double TP. I think it was them that was doing on Haven as well. Like it's really nice.
GENG navigate their way in fairly comfortably. I mean, able to cut sight lines, kind of mitigate this risk of the one-way on main, which feels like almost the focal point of this site hold. It's another situation where they can't quite stick the landing on a post plant on B. Cutting through.
This time they've got
Just
to
quickly look at the money, because if they do lose this, you got 1, 2, 3, 4. They can't buy next.
Wolves can sit back and maybe make that the ace up their sleeve for the remainder of the first half. Not many rounds to play with, but
It's very passive on A.
With
the early info of the camera over towards B, they take the Euro and sorry, the Euro TP, and they lean 4 here. Uh oh. Yeah, I saw it a little bit off in terms of the teamwork there. It's a great nade though.
yeah.
It's a really good reposition from him as well over towards site.
3v4 left room.
Whoa.
That's it, Juicy and Why you both find kills. Now putting Ash up against the ropes to try and recover here.
Oh, okay, Wolves. I feel like once they get that little bit of confidence, that ability to start getting that read into GENG, they get so dangerous, but Ash trying to make something out of this. See if that BB is just holding onto this corner, making him work for this one. 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. That was sick. Nice convincing round for them, right? 4 people that could have been ecoing, but 4 people surviving. The money's good. They can survive a loss now without having to eco.
This make me a believer. I'm always such a cynic to this.
I mean, I think you got to be a believer. They were 7-1 down last
the
man.
life out of me because you're looking at GENG, right, and we've been commenting their scaling, their ability to trade in well here. But Wolves probably oh my god. How can you not love this guy? He's top of the board as well for Wolves. He's not just the personality player.
Okay, a little bit of change up of pace for GENG, and they send it over towards top mid, smoke top mid. Omen flash is good. Yeah, so wanted to do a kind of extreme triple push over towards B, kind of like Vision Strikers on Haven. Yeah, you can't feel comfy over towards site here. Damn, he plucked him out of the sky again.
It's gorgeous from him though. Denying rotation.
Oh, texture. Quick, go get the other one. He's in the ult.
Standing play.
Really nice from texture. Nice change of pace from GENG.
The 4K king.
Tell you what though, Foxy9's got some nice deadlock ults on B.
Haymaker thrown from GENG.
Keep bouncing off of walls and getting people.
Able to convert as well. Foxy9 did actually find somebody, the ultimate just off screen.
It's a very nice strat from them. Wall over towards middle. Wall over towards middle, they take it. They then have a smoke here. The deadlock puts the wall here. Neon goes fast. No matter what, over towards site. Like, you gotta react somewhere else you're dead. And even then, the trade's probably gonna come in. And the longer that the Neon stays alive, the worse for you. Yeah, and GENG just start rolling with the fast strats. Oi! Oh, Lysa did good. Wait, dude, Wolves play well off each other. What the hell was that? Wolves play well off each other though, you gotta give them that. That jump down was nuts.
That pace change, Wolves dig their heels in. With his headshot angle not suiting GENG whatsoever.
But I feel like the Wolves, you think you might have got a beat maybe on towards
oh my god, that was sick.
They can isolate him, punish him. No, they fight together. It's so sick.
And where map 1 looked a little disjointed at times for Wolves, now you're seeing.
Okay, Juicy gets the op out as well. 4 pass and hold over towards A. They know this is where they've had the most success. Omen flash is good. Omen ult over towards the site with it. Damn, look at the U-tilt. Where the hell are you meant to stand against that? It's a nice fast strat. I was looking at the minimap. I don't even know what you do against that. Especially with the Omen ult towards backer side that gives you the info.
Trying to play retake with the operator. It's already a strength for GENG in these moments. Bullet rattles through. Doesn't find a thing.
Sound sensor up.
How are you meant to play back in? Look at that litter of utility.
Yeah, the utility just reduces so many options for Wolves on the way back in. Looking for something, but it's a solo effort.
GENG really having a grip hold of this one. Close, but not close enough. I mean, this is again the strength here, GENG.
That's a great half from GENG.
Don't let us get to those post plants. Keeping a firm lead.
Same for Wolves. They had a really like it's had a really slow start. That pistol wrecked them a little bit. GENG have some nice fast strats here though. I like all of their fast strats that they showed. This mid split on B was awesome, and this fast A was really good.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
Pistol? I mean, yeah, it's similar situation to Split.
Try and beat
Give him a pistol and it's doable. It'll be harder just because of the comp they're up against, but... GENG? No, I liked a lot of what they did, huh? And they showed some new stuff that they didn't use in the other two, which is cool. The Teo from the last map? It's not looking great, to be honest, the Teo. I imagine when they get more time, they'll switch the Teo out in that comp. I think that's probably one of the things that I'm like really confident GENG will change when it goes to Split 2. Or Season 2, whatever it's called.
Prospect of
Tyrell? Yeah, sure. Hello, Tyrell.
Is going to look like. It was competitive. GENG knowing
Just
their
Joel 1
strengths
as well with
here,
the tier 1.
the
Thank you
Wolves
so much, Steve. Thank you, thank you.
Making them work for that lead.
Absolutely. Again, not really able to establish momentum on either side. You look at the timeline, a stark contrast to Split, at least this halfway point.
We do start to see as well the viability of that double duelist coming into effect here on this attacking side.
I mean, certainly this is where we want to see it employed to its, I guess, best applications. We do have the econ report here from Coinbase. Not much.
Pretty even spread here.
To be honest, with how that went out. Again, nobody really establishing themselves and really stretching their legs.
I guess you could argue maybe Texture, of course, leads the way, but that's nothing new. We know what this guy can do. We expect excellence from him. He's sitting at 16-7 as well, so very much.
Yeah, almost actually probably the anomaly, really, the scoreboard. It's 8-4.5, but everybody kind of pulling their weight on both sides.
Okay, let's give him a pistol, and let's see how close this can get.
A chance here, Wolves maybe to get back online. Still a comeback required on map 2.
That's a lot of classics.
The Wolves, man, they've already shown us unbreakable
against
mental.
The 3 sheriffs.
See Juicy being probably the prime candidate in that regard.
Let's see what goes down.
Make a go at things once more.
GENG all over towards B.
So let's see how Wolves
kind of just
again. We're somewhat in the
creates
dark
more
here
pressure
ourselves,
in
not
these
a map
areas,
that
which
we've
are normally
seen
hard to
often go
fight in.
towards.
We have a clone lineup as well, maybe.
Side.
I'm not entirely sure.
For the 3-play start towards the A side.
Creates a bit of pressure. Foxy gets info, and he's the only person over towards here. Yeah, and Foxy can just spam the left as they're trying to spam this. Oh my god, what is that? That's kind of crazy. Damage for damage. No rotate for GENG, by the way.
Quite a long rotation, so I think he needs to play safety here, Mike. Slip back towards CT.
I was going to say, with as many people chipping away at the util, you almost want to see an extra body, but GENG will...
Okay, and they want some extra space on this one, so before they even tap the spike, they get the recon deep. There's still a trip over towards here they have to be careful about. And they want more space. Push over towards market. We have a 3-person push behind them though. And Foxy9 didn't hear anything over towards here. Oh my goodness. Holy, how's he alive? He gets a nade back as well, and they get info that the trip gets broken. And this nade, honestly, might just win them the round.
Can turn towards this. Yes, the paranoia goes in. Does
yeah, it stops them from getting out. The other 2 can't help the Neon. It's a great nade. They couldn't capitalize off of the Omen flash. Nade stops everyone else getting through the choke. Crazy. Okay, honestly, let's see it. It's 2-2 for pistols at the moment. 1-1 every map. It's a great start for a Raze as well.
Beautiful setup here, and Wolves absolutely making the right decision to dig a little deeper, continue exploring. Like I said, with a lack of contact on the back of Death is cold. You know, Foxy9 showing his hand. I think Wolves read the situation perfectly. It's going to be one sheriff in the hands of Texture.
Okay, one sheriff. Wolves are allowed 1 buy.
Bringing a sheriff to the party here.
1 buy?
For Wolves.
Wolves are allowed 1 death.
The Guardian and 3 Bulldogs elsewhere. Foxy9 to retrieve the orb. Denial here. Outside B. Nobody from Wolves quite yet revealing themselves.
GENG going to be the ones to have to be almost reactive to this at this point. Taking a gamble. I like the deeper search from Texture there. It's a little bit of a look.
Take caveat and great.
Free up some of the players
It's all good. They still
potentially,
take
but hard to have
a
faith
little
in
bit of
this
space
still.
over towards there.
Very
Wait
similar
for
to
the wall to go
first.
down, blast over towards here. We've got a jump spot over towards middle, so the rotate goes out safely though, so they got to take a little bit longer with this one. Gravnet to stop them. We got...
Lovely work.
Oh boy, he's just out in the open with the Gravnet. TP's nice. That Omen Flash has absolutely saved them. That was cool though. Great Omen Flash, not for the hit, just once they're in sight. That was a great Omen Flash back as well. These Omen Flash got so much either side here. Lysol might have to save this one. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh boy, they got eco'd. There was one Sheriff into this one. Nice setup from GENG though, really. Gravnet into Viper Molly. And then that Omen Flash got Ash 2 kills.
So precarious on the way in here, but I mean,
That's a great recon as well.
Ash swinging through the smoke, finding 2. The paranoia.
Dude, Ash is incredible.
Certainly landing here, paying dividends for GENG. Like you said, converting this MasterCard thrifty. Guys, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially against an eco when they had one person who could maybe like feel it out. They forced it a little heavy. Against a deadlock and a Viper. Whoa, is this the... Damn, he's got some good timeouts. He's not afraid to push that button really early.
You know, Foxy 9's utility's not there to hold us back.
Maybe that's the downfall of Wolves potentially. We're talking about, you know, simplistic, hard-hitting Valorant's what they've shown us, and certainly the mid-round becomes
and it's going to be a lot of that. Like you can fake the first hit, make sure they use all their util, and then they got nothing to stop.
Be able to react to some of the things that GENG are, you know, on the fly going to come up with.
What's on the Wolves coach? I think he's a beast, to be honest, because I think they have one of the best understandings of this event at the moment, at like meta or like what is strong. Once Teo is out of all the teams, and I like his timeouts. I think his timeouts have been good.
Punish them potentially, but they've come out and still looked exceptional, setting the standard near on throughout this. That was only one round dropped, but it was enough for that timeout to come in there for Wolves.
I think almost maybe not necessarily a panic button, but frustration.
Oh, you heard it, right?
Yeah.
Now to do it back to GENG would be nothing short of a miracle at this point. A good stabilizing purchase here for GENG. Don't need to do anything too out of their normal wheelhouse here. Let's see what Wolves get up to.
Space conceded, but GENG very aware of
Yeah,
the
they got
fact
their own Sheriff on this one.
why we're seeing commitment towards holding this, maybe mitigating some
Yeah,
of
this
this risk.
deadlock trip is going to wreck them.
It's even here with the trip, actually. It's a perfect setup for GENG.
Is it though? They were lucky to get an extra one. They get over towards side, they don't get anything in terms of ult for a plant, but they still have a drone. And it's a good plant if you wanted to go around the world.
Caron still got that dart there here for Ash, back cycled back up. Good util for Texture too. On the other
They
side,
pick up
limited
2 guns.
amount.
It's a great smoke, they're all
Only
coming
has
from
that
here.
drone. That's about it for now. Smoke in towards CT. The time's starting to tick. Texture closing in slightly. Smoke goes in towards main. Pressure starting to mount here. And Texture, oh, he gets given a gift there. Spring with a trade, but a 1v2
Just a classic.
CFFPV only has the
Ooh.
classic.
Ooh.
Oh my
Ooh.
God.
Ooh.
Wait,
Ooh.
this
Ooh.
is doable. This is so doable. Ash.
Ash is taking it. He's got a half.
But he's got the drone. CFFPV.
No way! Dude, this guy clutches non-stop, by the way. He's so good in the clutches. Dude, the recon got both of them as
A
well.
Red Bull clutch response here from Wolves.
Dude, they equaled them back with the
Absolute
Sheriff.
magic.
What are these rounds? They're
And GENG was
nuts.
set up for this, Lauren. They gave them this space.
They got... Dude, it's on him. He can't shoot it. That's why. That's why he didn't shoot it. It's on his leg.
That is just ridiculous.
I've never seen this happen. These moments are rare for a reason, but there is
Okay,
something
now,
in the water with this team.
I mean,
Wolves never
every
down,
round we got to pay
never
attention.
out.
They get
And
one hero
GENG
gun,
sent
got some
back
Sheriffs as
to
well, all
basics.
scary.
Look at the bar
A
they're
lot
left
of
to
people
work
from
with.
Wolves that are
Still
close to
in the lead
ults.
at 9-6, but Wolves fight tooth and nail to get back in this game.
That rock solid mental starting to rear its head once again. Still 3 to find to tie things up here on Sunset. chance here with just a Guardian on the board. Well, 3 Sheriffs actually. Can they follow through?
This is the hero gun. This will probably get Molly out of him.
Up close and personal here with the Guardian. Throughout the snake bite pretty early.
Oh.
We'll spot a second player as well.
Oh.
Big information.
Hey, Munchkin did good here. Threw the gun out here. He's pretty sure he was dead, but it's the hero gun. Tried to get it out of his team. And this is nice from Wolves, right? They're not forcing it, right? You know, the coach was talking about this. Don't have to force it. You can kind of prod a little bit and make sure they just use all of this util.
In terms of the trade-off here, and
Make it look like a hit. Create the pressure. Hit from somewhere else. There is numbers here, though, which is scary.
A lot of players on this side for GENG. Yeah, maybe one's down a little low, but that's bodies. Spring starts to clear house, though. Takes away Munchkin. Looking for the follow-ups. They get it. Wolves, step by step. You can see the adjustment, Mike. You noted it. It's a wild spray. Brave for it. For the press are answered. Plants down next. Yes, Ash gets one back, but it's still a 4v2. Where's Texture in all this? He's got to get over here. He's got to do something. But Ash has fallen. It's all on Texture. The 4K King has to keep that crown on his head here if he wants this one. Spring down low, but 3 players up against him. The timer ticking away. Trying to make something of this, make miracles happen.
Honestly, I was really scared the whole time there in that 1v3. I thought he was going to win it somehow. Okay, nice from them though. They listened to the coach as well. They didn't over commit.
Right, that pause, that slow, that wait.
30
that
seconds.
Next ledge, I feel like Wolves have got a bit of a finger on the pulse now.
Absolutely.
Oh, they look good,
Absolutely
dude. They look
dialed
good.
into the rhythm of Sunset now.
One enemy remains.
Edging closer and closer to tying things up.
No one is.
Huge purchase here now coming in for GENG.
Yeah, I'm looking at an operator.
But are they not against loads of ults now? Oh, they're against. Oh, okay. Everyone is. Okay, we get Texture get the op out. Recon goes in on the floor to see if he can set it up. They got the camera, and they're gonna potentially see the op. Okay, he at least heard the Neon run away, and they should know that the op is out. Yeah, they're out of here. It's the avoid Texture strat.
Noting its texture on the side. I don't think they even know
I was going to say, did they spot?
Oh, they heard him run away.
Certainly we did
Drone
see
goes in, they
very
set up the
active on
one,
split
but
in
again,
terms
we
of
still kind of have a good
repositioning,
timing to hit over towards B, but we know there's 2.
If Wolves decide to follow through here.
Munchkin once again on the run here. Good
Omen
counter
all
paranoia,
back
but a quick
aside.
TP and actually
Okay, he kind of got lucky.
really considering it, but it's all a
Got
ruse,
lucky,
all
got
a
shot here.
distraction.
Munchkin might be able to do damage on this one.
And now they're desperate. Munchkin gonna go
Okay.
down. Wolves methodically taken towards the site here, but look at where the spike is. Still yet to go through. Nice pacing on this again. This discipline, Mike. It's once again in effect this slowdown.
The Recon's gonna kill him.
As well. He's isolated on backside now.
He could be
Oh,
screwed.
he got
38
hit.
HP. He's got pressure left and right. Ash tried to help him, but there's no saving him.
Damn. Dude, damn. They're doing good. They forced him down to an eco. They got ults. God, they want some big jewels here. They're just avoiding Texture as well, for sure. When the op comes out, they're just getting rid of him. Oh, this is a nice play, dude. Nice play.
Yeah, unfortunately, GENG now, the ones left in recovery mode in a number of these rounds. God, Fade.
He's really going for it, man.
Somebody get medical down to the coach improves.
Dude, GENG, after the Raze going on top of this box and Foxy9 not feeling comfy over towards B anymore, this deadlock's going
I think
A.
a lot of people looked at the games today and looked at that second game as like the crowning
Surely
piece
this
of it.
deadlock's on A
I
now.
mean, if you're under a rock for the last week or so, you'd come and go, GENG, cool,
should be all right.
clean up on that split. Concern versus Fnatic, but it's Wolves, right?
you got
It's
Sunset,
Wolves,
come
right?
on,
And
they'll
then
be
Sunset,
fine.
sure.
But here
Where
we
the hell are we?
Here we are at 8-9. And the way that they've gotten to this point has been fantastic. Again, that early timeout, I question marked it to an extent. The value was second to none. They've got the tempo right now.
There's only one
One hero gun, but again, Texture, heavy armor ult. He's the scary one on this. Juicy's kind of close to his ult. They got a Raze ult as well. And I'm surprised the Deadlock's staying over towards here. Maybe on the buy rounds you see the Deadlock start over towards A. I'm not entirely sure.
He's 21 to 11.
Again, this kind of exploited both of their bits of util.
It's only a Bulldog standing in the way
Recon,
of Wolves.
deep over towards B, clears all of this, and in front of it as well if they had it up.
This time we'll tuck a player into mid.
This is the pulse,
tasked
though. This is
now
a
with
strong
maybe
pulse at mid.
starting to control this chaos that Wolves been able to tap into. Contact found, but
And here comes the final boss.
Damn, look at him. He literally... Oh, God, he's got so many with this. Nice, dude. Dude, as soon as he saw that neon, he knew that ult was getting popped. They're really on it, dude. They're really, really on it.
Looking like 9-9 is about to be carved in that scoreboard as Foxy9 has 4 players to take down.
able to recover that Bulldog, but like you said, 4 to find. Again, no pressure coming through from spawn here is going to allow Wolves to set up very comfortably. A consolation maybe, but as soon as he deals with this trip.
All eyes. Throwing net. Gonna make a go of it for Spring.
Damn, nice, guys. It was really nice. Okay, big buy rounds. I'm really expecting a deadlock on A. I'd be very surprised if the deadlock's B here.
Wolves 1, map 1. Now GENG are under pressure.
This is just almost the worst possible scenario for GENG. When they try and get some bodies behind Texture with the ultimate, try and set him in motion. A fumble with a showstopper on the first half, but a double kill here.
Yeah, deadlock over towards A, but as soon as this grav net goes out, you know.
Do they find it this time? Different approach, a deeper B exploration from Texture. Goes
Smoke in, cage, double vision block, and you actually just disrespect the util.
Right, and look how far he's willing to look onto this.
Oh, it's a 3-person fight here. This Flash might own it. Oh god, own himself maybe. They can't do too much with it. I think the drone just saw 3 as well, so yeah, they've taken space over towards B. That might have been before the drone, I'm not entirely sure. Wall goes down, but they hear the wall, so they can go break it. But you gotta have numbers. Because you're like committed, you might get punished. So much info for Texture. Augusto, thank you so much. And I mean, yeah, these are big games, man. The casters are going for it. Rightly so as well. This would be a huge upset. Omen Flash goes in. Only hits 1. Wait, he's here really early. Oh, he's here really early, dude. Oh, you're in trouble. He did good to get 1, Foxy9. You got a judge to retake this? A judge op retake? I don't know how you do it.
Munchkin and Ash tasked with a near on impossible retake.
Absolutely are, especially with a judge and an operator here.
Don't give it to him. Don't give it to him.
Find the first.
3 bullets. 2 bullets.
More from him, though.
Yeah, needs another on that one. Not going to get in. Look at the position from Sufat BB. Keeps his head down.
Huge, man, with the camera info as well. Yeah, and they're just saving that op as long as you tuck in. You know he's not going for this. Damn, dude, they're good. I feel bad for Texture at the moment. They just keep avoiding him. He can't do anything. He's having to retake with an op every single round.
Can't quite believe my eyes in some of these rounds. Such fine margins for Wolves. Actually almost on the hunt here. Munchkin did actually manage to nab the operator on the way out. Sticky fingers on the retreat. But absolutely rocked in terms of the finances.
Dude, the recon hit the gun.
See here, got Foxy9
what
again.
The hell?
Maybe you can see he's desperately trying to slow things down.
The recon in this has been crazy.
That utility.
And you can imagine how frustrating this must
be. It must be so frustrating for him.
Iced out of the game, right?
Oh yeah.
He can't do anything. The thing is, he can't do anything, and he's doing everything right at the same time. Right? The round earlier, locking down A on his own. This round, locking down B on his own. Like it's up to his team. He's doing the play that in theory wins you the round. But the rest of his team isn't winning the round.
The shot doesn't land this time, but he still stands his ground. He wants value. He has to eventually respect it. Juicy gonna carve the way.
Oh god, he's dude, that cage. Absolutely clutch cage. And I think they think he's not. Do they?
Keep GENG interested.
He's selling him just down
Foxy. Yeah, no, he's not. No way, no trade on it. TP's not out into the corner. Oh my god, where's that TP going? His team comes back, try and save him. They still know that the op might be here.
Texture, calm under pressure, has to find
Can't
a
take this
moment
TP,
here,
it's
but
relatively
Smoke gonna
safe.
deny vision. Looks for a second line. Doing the dance now. Wolves thinking maybe they've got some safety. 2 players close by. The dart not going to
Okay.
do what they want, really.
So fine.
Texture takes another step closer. Finds a man, drops him.
Don't-
Juicy
just
down,
don't give him
needs
kills
more.
and say
Gotta
he's so
find
fine.
more value. Gotta keep being
Keep
the
an eye
man
on the
to
silver
make
luck.
the difference. Finds a second follow-up here. Banking on his teammates to bail him out. He's doing the dart.
Spring did pretty good though, and he bought a lot of time. They still haven't seen the silver, and they have no idea where it is. With that one way, it's really hard for them.
Both sides for the bounding Ryu, puts it all down to Karen. And the eventuality of Siufat BB getting here is the ace up the sleeve. He should be
Damn, that's so good, dude. They're so good. I can't. They're actually beasts.
Leaps and bounds, Lauren, towards closing out map 2. And closing out a 2-0 series here. Juicy. I mean, the hero behind enemy lines in this round, ahead of the utility. And see the considerations there from GENG. Almost just doubting.
Stark contrast here.
You guys need to call another timeout.
Cam's GENG pumping the brakes. It's been 6 in a row for Wolves.
They're out of plans. They're gonna fight middle
Nothing
or
behind
something.
this purchase either, Lauren.
all they can
it's
do.
Odds and ends. Obviously, we've got the loss bonus to take into account, but Karen and Munchkin ultimates available. Operator still in hand for Texture. My God, Wolves are the real deal, man.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
Yeah, they're good, dude. They're really
On the
good.
brink of a huge statement, another statement to be made here in Toronto if they can topple GENG.
Okay, need to keep myself steady.
Can
here, 'cause I
Wolves
feel
play
like we're
Power? Yeah, it's not bad. They play
We're talking about obviously map 2 being
They play the
uncharted
Vice Chamber
territory,
comp.
the scoreline now. I mean the prospect
The map
of
was
this
good.
outcome.
Danny, the map was good. The only map
Uncharted
that I don't
itself.
like from them is the third map of this. I don't like their lows.
Wolves able to navigate
I don't like their attack
their
lotus.
way
I don't like one
into
half of
this
that's it.
position now.
That's pretty
on
good.
the brink of a
Curio, thanks so
huge
much for the prime.
victory
Appreciate the
here.
9 mums.
to get 12 is truly
We've seen Wolves as Lotus. Yeah, you saw it against Heretics.
will be forever in my mind. GENG stop. You can see that.
Just in case, yeah.
Too many times recently.
Especially with the confidence. We've got to head over towards B. We've got 10 spos. I mean, 10 spos might actually be legit
Stop
here.
it. Stop their fairy tale from coming true, but the plant's in play. They've not gone for that same fight here, Mike. It's different this time. Karen up in that 10 spot, doing well to take down Juicy.
Ooh, big play. Big play.
Spring doesn't care. Flies in, takes him down, and we're in a 3v2.
And they know there's the op, and no one needs to give them the kill. And now they know what the last is. Dude, they're not going to lose to an op here. Damn, bro. They got 3 chances. Dude, so many of them are making plays, though. That's the thing. This Omen was a sick play, dude.
Absolute. Just styling on GENG now. You see toying with the expectations, getting a little unorthodox, disrespecting these site holds that time and time again look fantastic for GENG. Wolves, the disruptors here on Sunset.
I love them, man. They're so
GENG
fun.
Suffering through this as Wolves coming alive on the stage.
Okay, finally they actually go to
Space
Texture.
now. Texture, right place.
Might actually get a
Players
1v1
spraying
duel.
on the other side. Shoulder shown.
Oh
Texture
my god, he might lose
under
it.
pressure down to 61, but he doesn't stick around too long.
Yeah, coming out way worse off in that trade as well. Now, Wolves able to reassess the situation. And a pace
God,
change in the
they
opposite
got the right
direction
side
now,
again.
slowing things down,
This attack's been like a bit of a masterclass. It really has been.
which not many teams
Feels
have
like
the
they're really
opportunity
on
to
it.
do. as they play through this cage.
It's all on this.
Damn, dude. There's one on site. There is literally one on site. And you got the ult, so you get the info, and you just about to break the wall. Oh, Foxy 9, mate, you gotta kill everyone. Oh, Omen ult goes out. They should cancel. They should cancel. Definitely cancel now. Easiest call of your life.
Trying to secure this site with that pit. Look at the passing though, Mike.
Oh,
They're off.
big play.
And Juicy looking to swing this smoke. Pop flash in. You know, Ash is on the other side. YU takes down Munchkin, drop the pit.
How the hell has he killed the Viper?
Wonders here.
20 seconds left, they have to make a move.
The sick Omen flash. My god, they're actually beasts.
Leaving it down to 3v2. Ash and
Sova ult, Springs is gonna have to tank this. He might get a double, I saw. Oh, he did so much damage with this. He really did.
And they're playing
big
together.
play.
No
way. It's this guy again, though.
The pressure mounting. He's seen him. I think he's seen him. I think he
knows.
knows.
Oh god, the damage. 6 HP. Surely not.
They're both so low. 6 HP. 5 bullets. That's it. Time ticking. Ash has to find this.
No way, man. They 2-0'd. They 2-0'd him. They got top 3. Right? That's crazy, dude. That's so sick.
Absolutely sensational for Wolves today.
Is it top 4? Okay.
They've certainly made a believer.
Holy, that's so sick.
That
is it not top 3,
is
chat?
a statement. They said this is the test you talk about with a dream run to come up against.
I'm pretty sure it's top 3.
An international titan in Valorant. And like I said, just superstar.
They go here, they lose this, they go here. Chad, it's top 3. Wolves are top 3. Bro, can win it.
This has been miraculous. The fans on their feet, everyone watching. Something you may never see again. This caliber. Oh my word. I can't wait for this Verizon.
Look at this guy.
I can't wait to hear from him. This has to mean the world to the Mike.
Oh my
Absolutely.
goodness.
Like I said, you come into this again as an
I cannot believe they 2-0'd him. They're so good.
and they absolutely shine. Rock hard mental to come back on both.
Yeah, no, they got good reads. Good understanding of the meta at the moment. They're leaning heavy into like double duelist, double sentinel, and double controller on a few maps. I think at least one map.
This was an absolute treat to be remembered.
They're staying away from the double initiator trap that I feel like most people are falling into.
Oh, we have just witnessed an
And
incredible
dude,
series.
they
I gotta get
oh
the
man, this
thoughts on
attack.
some of these wars
This
players.
attack was so good. I feel so sorry for Texture. They just avoided him.
Right in here with them as well. I'll let you finish, take this selfie and calm down for a little moment. But Juicy, I got a couple of questions for you real quick for a quick chat. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing him. I'm just gonna borrow him, okay? Now, I know top 6 was already a big dream for you. You are one
top
game
3?
away from the grand final. Talk me through your thoughts. What are you feeling right now?
I think we're very happy. Like we surpassed everyone, and I'm very grateful to my team because today wasn't like the best performance from me, but everyone else stepped up, and everyone was encouraging me the entire way.
We got the double duelist, and I thought maybe Spring would be in the front with you on the double duelist comp, but why was it you and YU today, Juicy?
YU is a very good race, and the way Spring plays, what is it? Smoke? The smoke roll fits him very well.
All right, Juicy, I'm going to let you get
He
on with this
doesn't know
because
his teammate
Sufat
plays.
is next to me. I can't ignore this guy. Sufat, I don't think it matters what question I ask you. Everyone here loves you. They love you so much. I'm going to just let you say whatever you want.
Whatever I want?
Whatever you want.
Uh-oh.
Now I'm gonna say, I want Masters Champion.
Of course he does. And how does it feel that every single round there's an army behind you screaming your name?
I feel so good because when I clutch, I heard you guys loud. Come on, one more again! Okay. Thanks for coming. Enjoy the Master Stage. And I love you guys.
Oh, what a beast,
We love
dude.
you, we love you. Actually, one more question.
Oh.
Your friend, Zelsis, is going to be playing next. Go on, send him a message.
Okay, Celsius is the gold. I'm waiting for you. I'm your baby. I'm coming. Then I'm waiting for you. Upper bracket. Okay, Celsius.
You heard it from him. One more time, everybody. Super, baby.
Okay, Celsius. Thank you. I'm waiting for you. Let's fuck.
Oh.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go, Toronto!
Oh, that was awesome. Hey, he stopped himself though. No fine today. Nah, no fine today, Chai. He stopped himself. That doesn't count. 2 letters out of it? Nah. Oh, that was awesome. Dude, what a game. What a game. I felt like Swiss didn't deliver too many crazy games. The playoffs right now has been awesome though. I'm really enjoying the playoffs. As much as I'm tilted about how some of the teams approached it, like it's still been really fun. And dude, I've been loving what Wolves been bringing the whole time. I'm still mad impressed that they're top 3 though. I'm mad impressed.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at
Lower
a desk
bracket?
in
Dude,
one
who has to face
for
GENG
12
lower
hours a
bracket?
day.
Who gets to dodge them and who gets to play them early?
Evolved. This is Secret Lab
Oh,
Titan
Jesus.
Evo. Ergonomically engineered.
Loser of this is 5th to 6th.
Hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
An update is required. Financial system updating.
Chat. Serious note before I spam some ads. The coaching staff of Wolves are doing work out there. Very impressed. And they kind of did work before they came to this event as well. I think they got some really good stuff. Good read on the meta at the moment. Good thing what suits them. I think Spring is like...
Feels good.
Spring's doing great as well, man. I'm just very impressed with them. And like just their anti and their approaches to these maps have been really good. Really, really good.
Bull gives you wings.
Coaches? I think they have 3 coaches. Oh, do they not? Am I just fully wrong? Don't they have like 2 analysts? Fade and 2 analysts, right? Yeah. This guy's been around for a long time as well. Long time. Okay, chat. I'll be back in a little bit. iDeepC, thank you so much as well, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Man, that got me in. Let me go. Pumped up. Mark? I think both of the assistant coaches are always in chat now, right? Let's have a look. Mark's always there. And then Ominous used to be here quite a lot. Man, this was cool. This was cool. Really, that was a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. Okay, back in a little bit.
right, Zilly sitting back here in the agent ready room where I'm joined by Mitsu, who's dressed up as our lovely Clove. Mitsu, how's it going today?
Oh, I'm really nervous, but I'm having so much fun. Everyone's great so far. Oh, I'm excited to see the games.
Wait, hold on. There's a lot of parts I want to get on that. Why are you nervous?
Oh, I think we're gonna be on stage later. Me and my Viper, Savannah, our cottage cosplay. So, we did a little test run up there, and I was shaking.
You'll notice that you'll be shaking not because you're going to be nervous. You're going to be shaking because it's going to get loud in there. It's going to be super fun. Yeah. You don't have to be worried. And now you're excited for the games. Which games are you excited most of? So we have Wolves versus GENG's coming up first, and then PRX versus Sentinels.
I'm excited for PRX versus Sentinels.
Who do you have winning that one?
PRX.
It's okay, you don't have to whisper. We have a lot of PRX fans, man, track by track. And let's talk about the cosplay. How long did it take you to put this together, and how do you get it all done? Because I want to learn how to do this.
I was actually planning on cosplaying Viper, but I knew Cottage cosplay or Savannah was cosplaying Viper, so I was like, let me get Clover, and yeah, I can do this. And yeah, I actually did the gun in 3 days.
Nice.
Yeah, my friends helped me, Hex Code Studios, and then I bought the cosplay, made the wig myself, spliced 2 wigs together. It took like about a week to put everything together.
A week to do a wig?
A week to do everything.
Okay, I was going to say to do it, but overall, that's a lot of work.
I also have my little...
I love that. I love that. And you have a little karambit.
Yeah, the VCT 2025 karambit.
Can you make the moves? Oh, there you go. And also, I don't know if you knew, but I also did a little bit of Viper cosplay. It's just a little subtle one.
Cute.
Can you do it with me? Together, we're going to say, welcome to my world. We're going to say the ult, okay? 3, 2, 1. Welcome to my world.
All right, everyone, and welcome back to day 9 of Masters Toronto and our second match of the day. This one, folks, it's as clouded as clouded. I can't even speak. I'm so excited because you're going to have PRX going up against the Sentinels, and that's going to be taking place on stage in just a little bit. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside Mimi and Kukuka. Before we move forward, though, we just gotta be a couple Yappertons real fast and talk about what we just witnessed because Wolves 2-0'd GENG.
It's crazy. Again, ever since that loss to Sentinels, they still have not dropped a map. They're going to go up against G2 next, so they're going to have a chance of redemption against Americas. The comebacks from today, them mentally on stage, giving everything, it's such a treat.
As a wise man once said, they're never gonna stop. the run just keeps on going. Top 3, the first Chinese team to do that who isn't EDG. EDG only got that deep at 2 tournaments after attending every international up to this one. And Wolves does it at their first showing globally.
Yeah, and they do it looking good in the
Potter
process.
Was right.
Yeah.
Potter was right. I mean,
Potter might be based. Who knows? I mean, of course she
might
is.
be.
In any case, though, folks, let's go ahead and get into this matchup and talk about PRX. Now, look, folks, they looked shaky when they played in that Liquid series, without a doubt. But then they came back, and I thought that G2 had this one. Mimi, we come from Americas. We're pretty confident in our boys. But instead, it was PRX, and the train wasn't stopping.
Yeah, PRX looked really good. I was especially impressed with their post plans. I think early in that series, they made quite a few mistakes. They threw away a couple rounds, but in the second half of both these games, the way they were playing super deep in their posts was really disruptive to Sentinels' retakes. They were constantly getting shut down, and on top of all that, it was just amazing individual performances, as you expect from these guys on PRX.
I think this also has to do with having a good read on your opponent, right? If you know that they want to be very retake heavy, how are you going to counter that? Where are you going to put your people? How are you going to work around it? I think that the biggest surprises, as you're saying, Mimi, is the expectations that we had, but also the clutch plays time after time.
Yeah, it was impressive to see PRX constantly. I mean, Patman was having moment after moment, Mimi.
Yeah, he absolutely was. That rookie player has been so good for PRX. Here's a look at some of those post plans we're talking about, though. And basically all of these rounds, PRX is so willing to fight forward together, and especially to be in really weird off angles. Most of the time when you're setting up your retake, when you're trying to play with your utility, there's very default positions that players in the post plan are going to be in that you're focusing that on. But when PRX is in these off angles really close up, it's so difficult to clear them out, especially when those players are so quick with the aim.
Yeah, they're always
Yeah.
ready to shoot, right?
I feel like this is also some of the rounds that PRX need to succeed. They need to know that they can feel superior to their opponent. But also in that game against G2, we saw some of the classics, right? Of the PRX maybe peeking where they don't have to, playing a little bit disjointed. It's not only after planting the spike. I think that in Split we had a couple of very good examples that even though you're already in the disadvantage, going one by one is not going to solve any situations.
Sunset Pole.
Especially if you're thinking about not saving, which in the case of PRX
Split
happens a lot.
Sunset Pole.
If you're not thinking of saving, how much are you investing?
PRX pick Split.
What is the value that you can get from that? Not only that, it's
Sentinels
the 1
pick
by 1 to me that
Sunset.
makes no sense, and they gave G2 so many good opportunities and made the match look
Kinda looks alright
closer than it was.
Yeah, I mean, when you
PRX,
see
no?
PRX work together, the firepower that team can
The
put
thing is,
together
both teams
is out
have
of this
a
world,
similar
but they
map
need to
pool.
make sure that they're sticking together in those crucial moments.
So
For
glad
sure,
we get
but
Sunset.
also comes with the territory with
So glad we get
PRX.
Sunset.
It's a risk reward.
It's
Sometimes
fine for both,
they,
yeah. They
come out
kind
the
of
better
really
on
like the
those,
same maps.
those risky low percentage plays, but it could have cost them that series with how close the game against G2 was.
Yeah, that's right. Now, folks, there is one
Interesting
secret
that
weapon
Sentinels pick
PRX
Sunset.
has in their arsenal. Devi was asked about
Sen has a
it
godly
in the
split. I mean, in
Verizon
theory, they have a
post-match
godly
interview. Check it
Sunset
out.
as well.
But I want to ask about Mini, because throughout stage 1 back in Pacific, we heard you guys talk about Mini's helping you a lot with your defense side. So coming into this tournament, is he still helping you guys? What's he been up to?
Yeah, he's still helping us. Usually after matches, he would give us like some notes to work on it individually, especially on CT. I mean on defense. So yeah, I mean it's working out great, and hopefully even though we close out 2-0 today, I'm pretty sure there's some notes that we can work on. So yeah, can't wait to go back and read his notes.
Well, you know what? Why don't we
Ooh.
hear more about this collaboration from the man himself? Toronto, make some noise and give some love.
Look at this guy. He's
Coach
way
Minnie
too
from
smug,
PRX
man.
joining
Get
us
him
here.
off.
What's up,
Look how
Minnie? How
smug
you
this
doing,
guy
buddy?
is.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
And it's so weird to see you in that jersey.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre. But all right, let's go ahead and talk about this real fast, because you heard Devi mentioning the notes and what you've been providing for the team, and we all know you as a prolific coach, obviously as a part of Fnatic's incredible success that they've had in the past. What is your relationship with the PRX boys, and how's that all manifesting here? Because it seems to be.
That's what I'm saying, Boaster. Why is he here?
I mean, it's working, but I can't really take the lion's share of the credit. So, like, I'm a very small piece, like, just to put that out there. When it comes to the defense specifically, they approached me and asked me about defense. My read wasn't actually that the defense was as big a problem as they thought. I think there was, like, a lot of things that we could fix. But for defense specifically, it was about getting Ilya something to play the Euro a bit more like a Euro than a Jet. So that was, I think, the biggest kind of input I had really on their defense.
Okay.
That's funny, dude. You want me to fix your defense? Well, everything else is looking pretty rough, so maybe I'll help you with that too.
Highest seed of Americas, everybody has a lot of expectations. What was the #1 thing you wanted to approach against them?
I mean, preparing for games, I'm like not involved very much. We tried 1 week where I kind of gave them like a bit of an anti-strat, but we lost really, really badly. So I think I'm best used when I'm just giving them a few notes rather than like doing like a Fnatic level anti-strat. It kind of fries their brain a little bit.
So
like, they're
what
not
were
used
the
to that,
notes
like-
for G2?
Whoa.
I didn't give them
Don't be
notes
saying
for
that.
G2. I gave them notes after G2. So my input's a
So
lot
for
like
today.
after games. So for today, I can't say that.
No, I'm not gonna ask you
She's
that.
trying to put you
Apple
on the
Pie
spot
Fly
there.
with the
Yeah,
prime.
she's trying
Thank
to
you
put you
so
on
much,
the
dude. Thank you.
Talk to me, Minnie. It's a big difference, I imagine, from your time at Fnatic, being the head coach there for most of your career. What is it like to work with PRX versus the boys at Fnatic?
I mean, it's so crazy. I have coached like one of the most strong in the world, and now I get to coach like the complete opposite of just like plus W.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like I've learned just as much from this experience as like I think they did from my input, if not more from me, to be honest.
All right. Well, hey, look, man. I mean, you've been doing some good work with the players, regardless of whether the impact is small or not. It is still felt in the server and in the results. And one individual that I do want to talk about and get your thoughts on is Patman, because Pat had another big game. He's looking comfortable on the stage. What can you tell me about this guy? Was there anything that you saw with him where you're like, hey, this kid's got some talent?
Yeah, honestly, when I started working with him, I was a little bit worried about him, honestly. Like, his aim is really good, but I don't think he like trusted his ability a little bit.
Okay.
So I think working with him was a lot about trying to make him get confidence, you know?
Yeah.
Remind him that like he doesn't need perfect util every single turn. But he does have that skill. And you can see it in the server, like how mature he seems to be. It's like surprising to me. Like he seems like such a good rock for the team.
It seems like quite a contrast to some of the previous players that PRX has had, where it's been like all about the aggression, really crazy. From an outside perspective, it seems like he's the guy in a lot of rounds making more of the percentage play, keeping them up in some of these clutch situations where maybe a past PRX would have thrown it away a little bit.
So who would you say?
Yeah, for sure. He is very smart.
Would you say that he's like one of the unsung heroes, or is there someone for you that you think is a little bit overlooked in PRX?
He's gonna say something.
I mean, I talked about something on Twitter. I think he gets a lot of criticism, but I think he's doing a lot, especially on defense, to win like the macro game. I think people focus on like the blunders sometimes, which is kind of going to happen with PRX.
Sure, yeah.
Frag Machina with the Prime and Windor with the tier 1 as well. Thanks so much for the 5 months.
Hey, you want to give me a little prediction before you close it
How are
out?
you doing this?
How do you think the boys are going to do?
I always predict the boys to lose, so that we then win.
Okay, so, I like that.
Sentinels are going to win today, but PRX will still win 2-1.
Oh wait,
okay.
Chili back.
I love the logic is sound.
I'm not sure if it works like
It
that.
all makes sense when you write it down. All right, Minnie, well, thank you so much for your time.
I don't know if you can then say it
Coach
after.
Minnie and the boys over at PRX. Not only do we have 2 incredible teams going head-to-head in this one, but 2 storied coaches as well. Here's Coach Alex and Coach Kaplan.
That was
who
nice,
spoke
though.
with Yinsu early on today.
Who in chat said
We
that
have
was
a
a
big game
child
ahead of us
shirt?
today.
That's
I'm now
crazy.
joined by the 2 coaches of
Who is that?
Sentinels and PRX. Now, you guys have very different play styles, but I wanted to hear from you. Could you sum up how the other teams, how do they play? I'll start with you, Alex.
Meticulous. One word, right? I think very, very much attention to detail. I like the way they set up in post plans. You know, play retake. It's very clean. It's very clean Valorant.
I like that. Now, Kaplan, what about PRX?
I think they're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get, but it's always going to be sweet.
Oh, that's very... Yeah, that's really sweet. Now, I actually have a question from Cuba ahead of today's game. He wanted to know, you know, just in case anything happens, what is one thing that annoys you the most that might, you know, cause you to yeet him into the air? I'll start with you first, Kaplan, because you've done him wrong a few times.
Been in pain before. I think if we have a anti-strat cooked up and we either forget to run it or run it wrong, and then lose the round but would have won it. He's getting real hurt in those moments.
Okay, what about you,
Damn,
Alex?
they have any shots.
Yeah,
Watch
it's
out.
similar. It's usually when players forget something very important, and then we lose the round, you know.
All right. Hopefully that doesn't happen for Cuba's sake today. Thank you
Chat,
very
if
much.
the train loses to that thing, that's crazy.
All right, well, here we go, folks. It's now time to
It's
jump
taken so many
into the
things down,
matchup.
but
Let's welcome our
a
2
little
teams out to
cuddly
the stage
square.
and bring out these juggernauts because
Totally
it's
not.
all coming down to this. The winner will move on in this competition. The loser will take a trip to the lower bracket and have to start the climb to the top of the mountain. But here we go, folks. Put
That
your
thing,
hands
his
together
name's
and
Kaplan,
let's
dude. I'm
welcome
talking
your
about
2
the
teams to the
Cuba thing.
stage. Here's Sentinels and PRX.
Chat, let me change this up, sorry.
PRX versus Sentinels.
Is the voice a robot or is it Van Silly? No, it's Van Silly.
And here we
Ishiki with the 15 months. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the tier 1.
Sentinels facing off against PRX, 2 of the best teams to take the stage, prolific rosters in the VCT, Mimi, and now an opportunity
Split will
to
be
fight
picked
for
by
another final.
Last
PRX.
time they played, it was a lower final in Madrid a little over a year ago. Sen won that match, went on
Sentinels
to
pick
lift
it. I mean,
a
honestly, both of
trophy
these
in
maps
Spain.
both of these maps are up for
PRX,
grabs.
this is now them returning
Should be
to
really
another
close.
international
I'm just happy we get
event
sunset.
after a long slump to try and show that they can make another upper final, that they can go the distance yet again, Bea.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the Omen map select, Split is going to be the first one. Sunset.
Deja vu?
Yeah, literally, we just saw this in the first match. And actually, deja vu, because PRX has also picked this map already. Same goes for Sentinel. They go for the comfort that they've already
Get
found
everyone in the mood. The problem is,
tournament.
Des,
And we're speaking
if
about
they
a
lose that
Sentinel
pistol,
that
you
is still
think I'm not getting
undefeated,
blamed
that
for
is
that?
looking flawless so far.
Sunset will be an interesting one. Sentinels thus far, they have played all 3 Chinese teams. They have beaten all 3 of them. And in that last
Doesn't
match
Vito
against
favor
XLG,
PRX?
it was all about
they
seconds.
all like the same maps. They both like the same maps.
Monstrous performance, running over with the Neon on Sunset. But PRX is a team that they are hard to match bar for bar with that kind of aggression.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough. But you know that energy is going to be on that stage. Both of these teams, fan favorites. If you ask anyone in this venue, it's a 50-50 who they're going to pick.
If you don't do it, we'll blame you for it anyway. So it's a lose-lose, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it is close. It is close for sure. For Sen, you know they're going to want to try and get in PRX's head. Zelsis especially so.
I actually think Wolves have the capability to win the whole thing. Mate, they're playing so well. They do have the capability to win the whole thing.
They
Yeah.
would have denied them being here.
Mate, they're top 3 no matter what. Everyone that gets to top 3 has the capability of winning.
He was having a blast with the Neon, just running left,
They
right,
play
and center.
great.
Of course, this time around, he's going to find maybe more opposition, or things are not going to be as easy.
It's going to be a challenge without a doubt, no matter how you shake it. But you can see these players, they know the moment that they're in right now and how intense this game is going to be once we're all
What's
in
the
the server.
TLDR on the first
Of course, we'll
game?
get a look
Just
and see what
Wolves,
this
baby.
agent select's going to be
That's
looking
all
like
it
in
is,
a
Bacon.
moment. But,
Wolves.
Mimi, there is so many questions, right?
They brought back the avoid texture strat, Bacon.
And also in this other
on
side,
Sunset.
how just when are Sentinels going to play? Because
You
they have,
Bacon, you
to
should
your
actually
point,
watch the second half. They're kind of fun.
incredibly flawless throughout Toronto.
They have
They had rough
indeed.
start each time.
This
It was
series
like
is so
7-1
interesting to me,
first map, and then it was like,
mainly
what,
because of
5-1
the
or
crossover in these
6-1
teams'
next
map
map?
pool.
Kind of
Both
crazy.
of them, I would put Sunset and Split at the very top.
It was a bit of a
what they are
masterclass
wanting
in
to play.
terms of
That's where
calling
we
on Attack
start
on Sunset, in
this
my opinion.
series. And that's why I think this game is going to be so hard to predict, so hard to figure out what team is really favored in those first 2.
We can look back to what just happened on the first one, right? When we think about Split, we saw that crazy comeback. It was all about the defense, all about those anchors. And Sentinels
supporting
has
Sentinels or
decided to be
PRX? Come on,
started
man. I'm never
that
buying.
defensive side. So I think we can, think about the composition. Then running that double initiator, double controller, the side. That is something that we barely see anymore.
We never buy it.
All right, here's your agent select coming up in a moment. And there we go. Let's see what we get locked in here for our first map. Got a couple already confirmed. Of course, GENG is going to be on his trademark raise. Looking forward to seeing what he can do as he zips around the map there.
Go on,
We
Ade.
did see some Sky from John Cutie before on this split, which we haven't seen Sky in a hot minute, so that was actually quite refreshing.
Yeah, I think that basically
You won't see
the
any
narrative
changes up
control
pretty much
is
for this
going
whole
to be
game.
very important again as the hard anchor sells
Chat,
it,
what do
and
the
bang,
Sentinels
they
play on
have to
Pearl?
put up that performance. And when we look at the head-to-head between the Euros, Zekken versus Something, we know that Something finds the same effect that Texture does with the operator in this map.
PRX's double dive comp is so tough to play into. These guys are very fast on their executes on the attack side. They have a lot of power behind that. And in the post flanks, that is where G2 fell apart. PRX was constantly flying up, punishing them, getting ahead of that
Splatter
retake.
1, 2,
But then
3, 4,
they
5 with the tier
have
1.
that
Thank you so
bot
much
out
for the
there.
12
They
months.
have to know how PRX play on these
Might be
two
okay,
maps.
though.
But it's always the
PRX will have
case.
the Euro.
You can think you're ready for PRX, but you don't really know until you're in the server against these guys.
Yep, ain't that the truth? G2 learned that lesson the hard way.
Yep.
And we're still waiting for this lock-in here. It seems like they're hovering over the Sky as well, and Omen, I think, is going to be a given here. But
Sentinels
I
picking
would like to
Sunset
see
is
them
insane.
continue to use this 'cause I like what I
It's
saw
the
from them
2
previously.
best Sunset
There you go.
teams.
The one time that they played at this tournament
So,
was against Wolves. We've already seen today
I
what
don't
Wolves
blame
is
Sentinels for
capable
backing
of.
themselves.
And,
And the last time
even though they
PRX
started on
played
the
Sunset, it was a
defense,
little
they
one-dimensional,
had a very
but I
rough
also
half
know
of
when I've
getting
watched them in the
4 rounds
past,
there,
at least with the
boosting
core,
bonus, that snowball
it
that
hasn't
was
been that
in favor of the
one-dimensional.
Chinese
So I
team.
wonder if Sentinels hasn't
today,
seen some of that,
I
and they
hope
thought
that
it would
has
be
been a learning
easy
experience.
to play
It's been a
against.
while.
We'll see. Either way, it's going to be a banger. These are, in my opinion, the
Here
2
we go,
best Sunset
folks.
teams in the world.
Fans around the world have been waiting for this one to start, so I'm not going to waste any time buttering up Bren and Sideshow. Take it away, fellas.
For God's sake.
Yeah, neither am I, to be honest. This is bound to be an absolutely explosive matchup that we got here.
Yoshi aim with the prime.
crowd
Thank
is
you for the 2
ready.
months,
We've
dude.
been
Thank you for
all
that.
morning long as well. They're raring to go with this one because there's history between these two teams. And not just that, it's a question of momentum. Can anything stop this freight train that is PRX when they've been absolutely tearing through every single opponent?
And the last time we saw PRX get a bit of that momentum behind them, it was a bit of a different feel. It was back at Madrid when they weren't confident about their own play, and yet it was working anyway. And who ended up stopping them there? It was Sentinels, lower bracket finals with GENG waiting. Now that's not the case, it's Wolves actually who are waiting for them. You saw Super Baby excited potentially to see Zelsis on the other side, but I think this game's incredibly tough to
Zondies,
call.
thank you so much for the
Both
6
teams
months, dude.
playing
Thank you for that.
really well, but I think a lot of people are yet to really get on board with feeling like Sentinels have beaten a team that they respect. Now I think that's wrong. I think that people aren't putting enough credit on Sentinels and what they've been able to do because they're underrating the Chinese team still. But when you look at what
Did
Wolves
you
have been
ban
up
him
to
for that?
in our upper
Honestly, I
bracket in the
respect it.
Swiss stage, it's tough not to look back at
Respect that,
Sentinels
Brew.
beating the 2-0 and think, hold on a second. Hey, that's a real match. That is seriously impressive from SEN. And it was here on Split where they were able to come out with the victory. That's the time that we've seen Sentinels with this new composition that they're running here.
The PC loader took a long time, right?
And I think
Finally
there's a
in.
lot of history even between these two teams
What
on
is
this
this?
map. If you think back to all of the maps where we've seen SEN, this is one of them that expresses their style the best.
Ray Quaza, thank you so much in the YouTube chat. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for that.
Every
Dude.
idea that somebody has in the post plan, and I think you couldn't get a more perfect way to begin because PRX love getting onto those explosive site execs and then scrapping in the post plan. They are always going to be doing something active, and it's Sentinel's job to stop that.
There's a slight delay as well. We've got one of the players just waiting to get back in, but you're exactly right, Josh.
PC crash.
This PRX team, I think, have inserted quite a bit of nuance into their play, genuinely. Even before this event, the evolution of PRX, no longer just the completely run it down, run it gun together, pack mentality. They've been corralled, they've been tempered a little bit by Pacman. He's been holding back the leash, yanking them back when necessary.
Alex has been trying for years to get the discipline into this team. It's tough with this squad though, isn't it? Because PRX,
The crowd, I mean, this
live or
is
die
two
by that
very popular teams.
explosive W gaming style. You don't want to temper it too much. You don't want to tell them to play full retake every round and be all disciplined in every moment.
And they've found the right balance with that. They've been running away with it here. Everybody's expecting this train to slow down and stop at any moment.
It almost got derailed against Team Liquid. One overtime away from being denied
That is very
the
true.
PRX run.
Always one, yeah.
PRX were able to make sure that they didn't get the wobbler after being up 12-1.
You missed the first game.
And here we go,
Honestly,
we're
if you
into
do
it.
get time, you should probably try watch it. There's some
These two
really good
teams
maps,
are looking to
man.
make history. Looking to go that much further here.
Okay, chat, we are here. We got Sentinels on defense, we got PRX on attack, and Jing gets dropped a frenzy. Shout out to Devi for doing that one. Nade close with the smoke, the blocks vision, and you can pop on this one if they want to.
Area to pay attention to B main, because if PRX get it for free, they
Yeah,
can do
really early on, we're just trying to make sure that Jing can get ult as fast as possible. We're just enabling Jing.
It's an early nade through B main, not taking control of it though, just holding it lightly, and now setting their eyes over towards mid. Posturing for
Hey,
now.
the smoke does block vision. They have
Getting
created
down to
pressure
that
over
mid
towards
mark.
middle.
This is what I was talking about earlier, the tempering that you see. It's not the PRX of old.
Smoke for heaven.
But also making sure that
And
Sentinels
then
didn't
gotta look
do
at
a
this.
re-clear of
3
B
people
main.
heavy over
So
towards
no
A.
breaches
Obviously,
on
there
no
is a
Sky
stun
util, and
that
now the
can
pressure's
help.
on Bang.
Walking up and exploding out onto the site. Bang is under that
Got
tremendous
that Omen
pressure.
flash
But
wrecked
still
them. They're
out
all in the
on
corner.
either side as well. A bit of a handshake of it and supplementing, assisting. Second trying to come from the side here. Sentinels attempting to
Yeah, I mean, Jing's already halfway to an ult on this. Big 2v2.
2v2.
John without any flashes to work with. Dog re-clearing.
The dog's so
Sentinels very
far
aware
back
of
as well,
the
that
fact
kind of gives
that
him a little bit of
trying to get
info.
aggressive into areas like
Obviously,
that.
one could have taken the space with it.
Something just trying to go for the reposition, just missed the timing onto it, but bullets are flying forward. Smoke.
Damn, this
dropped up.
reposition from him is incredible.
Hyper orb blooms, blossoms, time is
I
ticking.
think
You
that
feel it,
wins
there's
the round.
tension in the air. First round is everything. It's how you set the pace. Something not accounted for, barely gets it under control. The damage done to John
Whoa,
QT.
whoa.
He's managed it still to
Dude, that reposition was great from him. Really big play. Really, really big play.
And already getting a glimpse of how PaperX want to play these moments. Choosing to try to take that
Pop in the
timing
smoke
with the
as well,
Viper
must
up B heaven, pushing forward, looking for it. Everything went wrong at the very start. Felt like Sentinels had got that. Big flash, couple of players extremely lost.
You fear doing because of the pistol?
Yeah,
I mean, we
created
went
a
for it,
potential
Death.
clutch scenario.
Don't
John
come for me.
scrabbling for a gun on the floor and Forsaken out of his seat already. Do feel like
Okay,
he's
they're
been
allowed 2 deaths
blossoming
on this
into
one.
a leadership
Allowed
figure
2
for
deaths, and we
PaperX in a
definitely got to
way
keep
that
an eye on Jing a little
sure
bit
he
here.
could
So
have
if they do
quite
get
said
over
he was
towards
a
the
couple of
site, you're
years ago.
probably going to see some kind of switch of guns so that he can farm his ult.
desperately needed.
Speaking of something, he's already taken the first blood here in this round. Obviously, no weaponry to work with for Sentinels.
What was he doing? Yeah, I think he went to throw a TP.
Bit of a gamble stack from them over towards A, just hoping that PaperX might work.
Pressure over towards middle with the smoke as well. Block
glimpses
vision,
of it.
create pressure over towards here. This is nice from
steady,
Sentinels
how
though.
they wanna go.
Bit of a read, bit of a gamble potentially.
PaperX be hoping
Don't
to
know
sniff
which,
out
but
any
they
signs of
gambled
life.
right.
They're just leading with something, looking for the contact. Usually, if there is going to be a defensive stack, there's going to be a crossfire set up or somebody looking to take contact.
There it is, all the way through main. Still, that fault line's going to be a big connection. Oh, we're getting hot and heavy. Okay,
Jesus.
up close and personal. Forsaken.
Yeah, and they
they
kind of just gave him a gun. It's a great rotate from PaperX, as we can see in the minimap. It's perfect, but obviously they still need to kind of jump around all these corners and check him.
His body on the line to make sure that they can get that easy access over towards B.
Bang with a classic. Doesn't choose to take the fight early. Waits for reinforcements.
Yeah. Charlotte does also say it throws the gun over towards Narrate, who actually has more HP.
Sentinels could still be a problem with his pistols in hand. Pesky, unable to really root them out, but control of the
Yeah,
site.
and it's going to be interesting because are they just going to... Okay, so they're waiting for John.
As well through B main. John took a deep timing down mid.
This whole line, good connection. Satchel backwards. Jing trying to play for a bit of safety here. John has been spotted. Found out initially here. Damage being done over towards the top. But in the
Okay,
end,
got a little bit close. No doubt about it. Jing, 2 away from his ult. Patman halfway.
A decent amount of damage done as well. They've got a rifle and a bulldog that they're saving into the next round here, PaperX, and they'll still have some other weaponry.
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean,
able
they
to
lose one
supplement
main gun.
this.
It's not too bad.
only going for a Marshall in that round, so he's still going to have some. But overall, this is where things really start to heat up. Sentinels are going to have a good game plan to stop these pops.
There.
Judge on the bonus for Jing.
Finally getting into the gun round here. Weapons online here for Sentinels, and fast as they goes this time. Yeah, that Judge is not going to be getting the value. We've seen Jing just wrecking havoc.
They've been leaning heavy into it when they've been doing double
Sentinel
jaws.
as well. He gets himself deep inside there and just starts spamming because he knows what's coming towards him.
Familiar play for them still.
Built on a Broder, thanks so much for the prime. Thank you for that. It's a great trade on this.
Quickly put down and trade inside there from the rate.
I think that favors the defenders actually because you've taken down that 8-round
Once they lose mid control, Sentinels, they dog out over towards A. Obviously, if you don't see anyone here, you think majority of the time that they're not going to be ending here.
He's going to be taking out
You can at least take a lot of the info. Dude, imagine they get this kill on sight.
Just wrangle the rifle in time, snaps it straight to Zekin's head. This is a 2v3 scenario, but still very much winnable. Just depends if they can take out John. He's near sighted.
Yeah, and Forsaken actually saw him in heaven.
Trepidatious, trying to be assistive with that
I'm a
util
managing
as well
this one,
from
2v4.
Doesn't help him out though just yet. 2v2 now for PaperX. Getting that plant down. No fast play, I should say, from Sentinels here. Making sure to slow it down for now. Grouping up.
A great reposition from Patman.
Inserted into the smoke and wants to try and dominate this angle here. How does it get cleared? Traded into the 1v1. Bang versus Forsaken. Time is ticking on the spike. Making footsteps, making noise. Util as well. Expended. That is a bit of a catch. Smoke in the back pocket. Going to be covering, obfuscating, forces the issue from Forsaken, but he's biding his time.
Damn, 2v4 for the bonus.
Small misread there from Bang.
Yeah, Sentinels are going to be guarded with that one.
Any level of challenge on him as he went
Dude,
through
Patman did great as well. Yeah, Forsaken
was
100% saw this guy backside. I saw the ping on minimap.
Quite factored in that he'd hit Forsaken with the paranoia, and Forsaken was just having to tuck. Both excellent players, but it's Forsaken who comes out on top. And that's PaperX winning the bonus as well. SEN are going to pull out stingers here to try to get a little bit of equalizing factor. Can they swarm? Can they find the reads early? Well, Zekken instantly detected. He's always got a gate crash to try to bail out of there.
Yeah, Outlaw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people that can get one shot. There's one of them.
Something to just pluck them out of the picture.
Yeah, that's tough.
Flash forwards. It's going to be that refight detective still.
And John didn't go for it.
John backs himself away.
Not giving away his position. But also nobody from PRX looking to explore that either. They're going towards bang and just missed the timing.
Unfortunate. Instant reposition. He's okay, just
Yeah.
running around here.
I like the idea from John. It's
sort of
not
get
too bad.
containment
In a
going on
bonus
in
round
mid.
as well, or like a low buy to kind of bait here. Normally you would expect him to swing, so it's a good chance you don't expect him over towards there.
Sentinels, rather than doing something quick and early themselves. I think in previous tournaments where we've watched PRX, these are sometimes the rounds that are just gutting to watch because you know they need to play with
Is it double
discipline
stack for Sentinels,
on the
yeah?
anti-eco, and yet they rush things. Now you're seeing patience.
Oh, it's a good Omen flash as well. Great shot.
Onto the side, doesn't really stand a chance there. Too many angles to watch for. Round to the
Whoa.
corner, stinger in hand.
It actually got a little scary.
Essentially.
To give him another gun there, it could have been kind of crazy. Did the plant down, Patman has ult, something has ult, Jing has ult, big buy rounds. Oh, dude.
And this is the kind of start.
Sentinels
that
might
they
try
will
and do something
definitely be
aggro at the
looking
beginning here.
Something's going to drop the Outlaw in this round. They've got an opportunity to combo some nasty ultimates together. This is the round to invest from too, because
Dude,
if
Sonya,
Sen
I
lose this,
literally...
they're going to get knocked down onto
I like rarely
in fact,
use mine.
Kaplan's already called a timeout.
The only time I use it,
We're
Sonya, is
going
like when I
into
play
attacking
TFT or
pause here.
something.
And I think this is a really tough one to call, because Kaplan can't particularly give them advice beyond the next round. The horizon is round 5 that you're about to step into.
PRX been leaning into something opping a lot, like on the attack side, yeah. But I think they do it more when he is Yoru. And again, the double the double duelist comp for them works so well.
Set up this ult snowball.
Kind
So
of
maybe
allows them to
Kaplan's
do
going
it
to
a
call
lot.
something aggressive, perhaps, off the rip, try to rip tempo away from the Southeast Asian team.
Try and get proactive maybe onto the extremities.
Very difficult to do that, though, against a Yoru ult. Yoru ult speeds stuff up massively on the attack side. Essentially lets you dodge whatever Sentinels are going to do and scout it out for free.
And that's part of the trouble we're trying to come up with.
Dominating the bot lane? Oh my goodness.
On the other side of this timeout, because it has
Some
been
more
slow
league,
going for PRX so
Christmas
far.
time.
But listen, in this timeout, they can just turn up the tempo immediately with the dimensional drift. They've got the ults to do it, and we know that is how they like to play.
I do like this.
Okay, a lot of ults. This is going to be very hard for Sentinels. I would imagine them to be proactive. Even if it's just getting the ult here, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? You can kind of combo these a little bit, at least getting the information. Early stun and orb.
Aggro for Zekken. He set up nice and early with the fault line.
And you would imagine if there was a Yoru here,
there's so
he
much
would
stuff
get the
that can
orb.
support Zekken here from Bang and from Narrate.
TP to get out as well. It's not going to be shy. Breaking the util.
But that tells you that Jing is here with his showstopper
As
just
a
around
TP
the
back
corner.
site.
Zekken, though, is a difficult target with that teleport.
And here it is, dimensional drift now. Right as the gate crash was really about to fade, yeah, so Zekken forced to try and take this one out.
1, 2, didn't spot default. Fade ult should give them the sign though. Hits 1, 2, 3. No way. Okay, but they can get over towards site, or okay, no, with the numbers they enable. This is, dude. Do you know what I like about this from PRX? Old PRX, no joke. This is a 5-person commit. These days we got a 4-1, and they give themselves option. We have the option to go back.
Found themselves in a 4v4
It's so
where they have
nice.
the A site completely for free, and Narrate is
Yeah.
dead, so no breach ult to be able to go for the retake. Though Zekken has earned his
Mini, yeah,
dimensional
this
drift,
feels like a little bit
which will
of
allow them to scout out
mini,
defensive
just like
positions.
options,
I mean,
right?
Look how many
Just
threats
you
are around
get
the
hit
map.
so
You've got
heavy by
Jerry
something,
in
you
a
have
deep
an
spot,
option.
Divine in a deep spot. These are all things that Sentinels need to deal with before they can even get close.
It's really good here as well. They can delay so much.
Smoke in your face.
They got Yoru ult to be able to go through this, but they still don't have the breach ult on this. Big rounds, pump for heaven, so the vision block of Bang is going to be pretty important.
These players out there in every conceivable spot. That's
Yeah,
a good
Bang
start.
needed to win that.
Divine's going to be dropped.
Lose sight, but in return take heaven. A lot of big jewels over towards heaven for Zelsis.
Support, reinforcements is going to be arriving finally, just in time. Patman is going to be falling.
Dude, just as he was about to smoke, nicely done from Forsaken. Dude, sick round for PRX. Again, we see so much new from them this year,
At the end of the day, this is
and this was
PaperX.
one of it in terms of like more
They're
macro
feeling
play,
themselves
right?
at this point.
The
It's
4-1, they
5-0.
have an option.
None of the
They take
signature
the
fast
space,
plays
they
that
go
we really
back.
see
Very
from them.
nice.
It's cautious all the
Again,
way
most
throughout,
teams, I wouldn't
with no
highlight this
mistakes to
and
be
compliment it
made.
because
Absolutely immaculate
it's just
round.
like normal,
I mean, finding the rate when he's
but you
setting
just
up
don't see
the
it normally
breach
when it's
ultimate,
PaperX.
catching it, and then also lurking Divine into A is just masterful. The call there to cancel that presumably comes from Divine on the opposite side of the map. Guys, don't commit, don't commit. If it looks difficult,
Blue
if it
player
looks
with the
like you've
prime.
got a
Thank you so
stack,
much, dude. Thank you for
let's go
that.
back into A. Absolutely gorgeous play.
And the slow play continues, something.
Yeah, Outlaw again, he's just farming. It feels like he finds 2 every single time when it's Antico.
Has been a bit hit or miss over the course of this tournament, but when he knows he's up against a half armor, a lot of confidence. Sentinel's taking a gamble stack.
And this is where
Pharaoh
we were
with the
giving
prime.
credit
Thank
to
you so much
PaperX
for the 5
before. They
months.
were
Thank you,
leading with
thank you.
something's Outlaw and never walking into the stack.
Oh, this is going to be explosive.
Big Omen Flash. Big Omen Flash. Hit 3.
They're just trying to chop these players down to the knees.
Holy, they just won it. Oh man, the trade of the molly came in at the end. It felt like an icebox round. 10 bars and Jewel over towards B.
And perhaps Sentinels would have won just based on time. Stuck inside the snake bite, ticking down.
Whoa, dude, that is crazy. It's so close.
A second later, Sentinels end up winning a round.
A little bit more touch and go. But PaperX still in control. And this is another round to look to try to invest ultimates.
Yeah, it's a heavy stack from Sentinels over towards A though.
Weaponry in the hands of these Sentinels players though. This time they want to try and get that hold over towards A heaven. Heavy stack with the bodies, a lot of util. Going to be expended here by PaperX. They want to make sure that they gain control of ramp. The tap, seeing if they can bait out a response. Now giving up that space as well, going walkabouts, re-exploring in through mid, just in case. Again, they weren't playing a slow spread default. They do have to re-clear these
they're a lot
areas.
more.
A lot of unknowns. In through B main,
They're definitely like
mid.
fine with cancelling a lot. And this time they didn't really have the option,
multitasking.
but it's still nice to see that they do it, and then they kind of re-explore
Sen
map
looking
control
to
like
re-clear up towards
together.
A ramp. And Forsaken's heard that. He heard the dog. realized
Especially
that
when you
they've
know
got
that the
bad
sky is over
information. They think
towards
that nobody
A.
from PaperX is over
Like
towards
your
A,
pressure
so he's
over towards
calling for the
B
rest of
is
the team to regroup
not much
on
of a
it.
chance it gets
And they're leaving
re-cleared.
something as a lurk, which was so crucial
Or at
in
least they
their
have to
win
take a
over
risk to do
G2
it.
on Lotus.
They've waited so
Yoru
much
was
time
pulling.
out. I mean,
Okay,
Jacob
Yoru
Stevie
one
fading
pass
soon
and
enough.
fake
Zephyr,
over
it's the
towards
last one
B.
available to him.
TP's
He's
here, so
tucked
he
into
was
the
running
corner
with
for
his
now,
clone as
though.
well to kind of make it look like
Seekers
more
are
footsteps.
away.
Seekers reveals everyone here. It's a good trade though.
Gets onto it anyway. Good trade.
Omen
All the way
all
through
over
and
towards
outside.
spawn for fast
To be taken,
rotate.
the
Narrate
Raid's
has
holding it
all, and at the
primed.
moment this is only going to hit one.
Thunder's
Keep an
gonna
eye on
be
the double hold
getting
over
ready to
towards
go. As
heaven.
soon as they hear this one, Pac-Man
Big
going forward
satchel.
as a flash into the corner, and everybody going to be scattered up into the air. PaperX, how the hell do you hold on to this one? Stumped up and taken out. Bang,
Still no
he's
plant,
already
by the way.
regained a bit of that control, and ground Pac-Man swinging from the side, and time is running short. PaperX got to get a bit of a move on here. They need to claim these kills.
Yeah, it was a nice fast flood from Sentinels on this one.
Finally putting a round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, two more need to go over towards site, but they're on top of the breach ult going over towards site here, so they're trying to like get the plant and then play heavy heaven as they take over towards site with the breach ult. It's just the fact that Sentinels fast flooded off the top of the spike, I think, maybe a bit before.
With time running short and good information about where they were going to pop, they get that sky flash at the same time as the breach ult, and they're there for the fast flood before the spike can even go down.
Okay, Sentinels win a
And it's
round.
gonna be
2
a
people that
long
won't be able
road
to
back
buy
to
next
an even
round
half,
if
if that's even possible for
PaperX
Sentinels.
win this one. You got
gonna make it a bit
Viper
more
wall
easier,
over
though.
towards A, it blocks vision, and then at the
PaperX
same time
moved
it's
up
good for
outside A,
retake, and
looking
it's
to
just
try to
purely
dodge
because
the
of this
sky
ult.
flash. John used that first one. No information. Now uses the Trailblazer. Can they dodge that? Are they looking to just break it with a couple?
That's a fake TP. Obfuscating the intent a little bit, and this Viper's Pit is causing problems.
Yeah,
PaperX.
Sentinels have done a good job of
beginnings, they have often
holding
been
one over
defaulting into trying
towards
to take a
A.
bit of mid-control to the
They got
mid-map.
mid control, so
And I think Sentinels
they
defensive
can
setup,
heavy
they're very
lean.
happy about this one. Still full breach utility,
But
bang
they
with
don't.
the paranoia. They've got tools to be able to defend this.
Bang's gonna have to be that playmaker. A lot of util, Nightfall coming out. Takes himself into the back of the site. He's going to look to try and pre-aim potentially a TP into the back. There's a
Damn,
horn
Jing
to deal
sends
with.
it. Omen, dude, Omen ult as well. Fade ult into Omen ult and Yoru TP, two things that they can't hear over towards site. That was really nice. Had Omen ult over towards spawn, TP back towards back of site.
Again, PRX asserting themselves fully locked down and rooted in spot onto this site. It's going to be a very difficult task for Sentinels to try and retake.
They need to clear hell first.
All the way forwards here. The clone is going to be...
No way. Team flashed by his own clone.
I didn't even see them. I don't know how Jing
This was a very nice round from PRX. Fade ult into side, lose the sound, TP on the back, Prowler here, clone goes in fast, hits the raise, go back towards site as well and just pinch in.
But
Very,
Jing
very
flies
nice.
to new box, something flies into the back of site, and Forsaken ults deep into spawn, making
Yeah,
use
it's a
of the
really,
fact
really cool round
that
from
they
them.
had that fade ultimate that takes away all of the sound
Oh wait,
cue.
there were two there.
How has he got the read whilst flashed up?
Wait, that took me so long to realise. I thought it was one first time.
Crazy round from
Chema
Jing.
Yuki, thank you for the 7 gifted.
Just
And
beautifully
thank you for the 1 gifted.
Players
I appreciate
flying into
that.
all different areas. Jing,
Thank you for the 7-1
something
gifted.
Forsaken, they
Double
all take a
timeout for them.
Bermuda triangle and surround the defenders on the B side.
So Sentinels here, I don't know if they have a read, but with the information they had, there should have been 3 on B.
Once in VCT.
So, and I think normally Sentinels rotates are pretty good, so I wonder if that was some kind of anti coming in that meant that they didn't rotate.
For Sentinels. Always has been.
But I think they messed
It's
up a
also
little
an
bit.
incredible map for PRX. When they played, it was the only
Full
map
A
that
control, full
PRX
mid
won,
control.
and they
Still
won
had 2 on A.
13-5. They destroyed Sentinels on split. When arguably, Sentinels were the best team in the tournament at that time in Madrid on split. So, you know, PRX have just got a style that works phenomenally well, and it's really difficult to deal with right here, and especially on the attack side.
Just because of the luck, it doesn't matter about the luck. You
So
should
this
still,
is tough.
with
This
the
is
info
gonna
they had
require
here,
something
it still should have been
ridiculous to try to come back from.
should have been a 1-1-3 lean.
But this is a great start for PRX on their map pick, and exactly how they would have visualized it going.
Looking to rewrite the history books as well from
Yeah,
that
yeah,
last
and they might be
fated
keeping it
matchup.
simple with this one. Let's see if they use ults into the eco again. The money's not crazy out of control, so
Deeper
not
into
against the
tournament
ults
here.
on
Deep
this round.
Flash connects to almost absolutely everyone here, just trying to step up towards it. But again, Sentinels don't really have the weapons to be fighting too hard. It's been slow going from PRX. They've never been overcommitting so far. It's always just been dipping your feet in the pool, almost just seeing what the temperature's like every single time. Slow walking up. Not using too much util now, all grouped up, really testing their own fundamentals and trusting in them that that's going to carry them through.
Yes, that's a gun diff.
For Jing, maybe if a better weapon was in the hands of the Ray, he could have handled it still.
Uh-oh.
Zekin's there, there's walls on walls.
Forced it a little bit. Keep an eye on Bang.
Yet to be taking place, but now
Pushed all the way
moving
through
around,
B,
wrapping
clears
around, you can see
all
that
of this.
dimensional drift. It's ripped off. Something was to clear.
Again, you got
most
the
of
no
site out.
info Sentinel here,
Bit of peace
so
of mind here for PRX, so the plan
nothing to
going
give
down
them the
on top
info
of it.
about this,
I think
really.
it's really important that PRX don't put their players in one-and-done positions now. They need to be playing off each other.
Forsaken's so eager to take that fight.
He
Yeah,
says
this
his
is maybe a bit
Forsaken
over-eager,
takes
but he's
one.
played the situation. He's played it perfectly.
It's so funny. He's like, they're going to play together as
Cue for John to play
Forsaken
off.
just
He had no
sends
idea
it at
that was
them.
going to be that deep onto the line. Wrapping around here, Bang.
He made the long pilgrimage through mid, through sewer, and he's rewarded with a gun.
Needs a few more.
Shots,
Hold
huh?
on. Something's going to be dropped. There's another one on the table. Maybe there's a chance. Second.
One enemy
Tippy tappy, happy feet. Leaves it just out of the eye. At the blink of an eye.
I can't believe they won this.
Bang!
I cannot believe they won this.
That's going to get a huge reaction from
Oh
Alex.
boy.
You can't
That's
be losing
around the
around
PRX shouldn't be losing. That's around they shouldn't be losing.
MasterCard Thrifty from Sentinels,
Oh boy.
but one that they were pretty much gifted with there. Looked like a scramble from PRX. I think they thought they'd already won the round.
That was kind of nuts.
You know, once Forsaken is in heaven and he's taken down 2, it's a 4v2.
The 4v2 in their
PRX
eco.
have guns and Sentinels have nothing. Fair enough. This flank from Bang,
Yeah,
unexpected.
there's a
but
bit too much
the
from
challenge
something there. He's going to make sure he
Something
stays
and
alive,
then
but he's
out
trying to be the win condition.
Exactly what Sentinels needed to try to get this half back to somewhat even.
There it is.
Every time I see Mind Freak's face, he's just like, my goodness, is this actually what we do all the time?
PRX looking to put it back together once more.
He looks like he's in a constant state of shock every time I watch
Was
him.
dealt with. Getting cheeky.
Every round, it feels like PRX are bunched up as 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So Sen, they know that they can take space on the opposite side.
Oh, ult's expended now with a showstopper into the hands of
Yeah,
Ching,
that's an easy one.
To the side, catches John in
Dude,
time.
the fade eye from Pac-Man just got them so much here. He knew exactly where to pre-aim because of the trail. Big Jewel coming up for something.
Despite the player disadvantage.
Bang's in a decent position for a Paranoia as well, but he's choosing to challenge Elbow early.
Rock into the corner, it's all on this kill here.
It's great timing on that.
Claims it.
And now he just needs to not see Kevin.
Something going okay, just swinging around to the side there. Hands himself to narrate, leaves it into this spot, good flash round towards it, but he did blind and bang in the process, so.
It's all good.
PRX continue to accrue and add rounds to the tally.
8-2, extremely powerful half. And I think a lot of these early rounds, it feels like Sentinels are expecting PRX to be starting in a bit more of a defaulting spot, but they're always running into 3 or 4 players if they try to early fight. You know, when Zekken takes a challenge there, maybe you could get out if
Okay,
it was only 1 or 2
win
PRX
one,
players.
lose the next. Win one, lose the next. Money's in the bin. Same thing for PRX though, but obviously get the full buy on this one. Not great for Sentinels, but again, just a strong lean over towards A.
Zekken, he takes down the tip of it. Forsaken dealt with, no smokes now.
Second wave of util as well. Flash with no connection, a bit of spam though. Bullets exchanged. Through top ramp. Both teams going to be conceding that space up, honestly, drawing new battle lines.
And if indeed PRX make the call to try to go up through B Heaven here, they're going to be running into a Bucky. Zelsis, with money in the bank actually, still 2K, has opted into the Bucky this round.
Money's a bit skew with all over the place here for Sentinels, but he might be able to do
Uh-oh, no fade here.
All depends on the discipline, and he just bides his time, holds it down, second shot. Pellets into the wall, saves the life of Jing. He's able to get that trade.
He's got that regen armor though, and that might actually save him.
It's going to be slow in
And
this
the
one
flash goes in, and
what
what can Pac-Man do over towards main?
Bang, he's just drifting in and outside to side. Still, one player tucked towards the corner.
Ooh,
trying to take that
nicely
swing
done from Devi.
Just drops them all.
Zekken has all.
2v2 though, and Guardian retrieved for Narrate. Very winnable, especially with Zekken's information, but Narate's got to make sure he doesn't take a 1v2.
Here it is. Dimensional Drift spots them out. It's 2 players alerted to the presence.
Ooh, that creates a lot of pressure.
PRX know that they have to refight for this space all the way forwards again, out wide. Narate was high up onto the perch. Defensive angle and a swing through.
Holy, bro. He's so good.
The difference maker.
He's so good at clutching.
It's a monster in the clutch,
He's so good at clutching.
1v3 against G2 was part of the
He made that look so easy.
where they are right now. And here a 1v2 against G2's America's rivals deletes Narate and Zekken. Mini said it. He's got the talent. He just needs the belief. And the more clutches he gets, the more belief he's going to have.
Yeah, Alex just can't quite believe that this is his life, but here it is, the final round of this first half. No switch-ups. PRX, but it broke. I try to fix it.
They still have this combo, Fadol
Trying to go
with the
Ooh,
Omen.
Nice shot.
Bang. Has the exit, at least with the TP. Horn's going to be spawning him double TP. The Horn on his heels. Satchel to just try and catch him round to the side now.
Banged it really good to get out there.
Heal online, Nightfall's going to be connecting though, and that's going to be cutting away the sound cues. This is fast, hot, and heavy. It's what we're used to here with PRX, but they insert a bit of a pause.
2 over towards side.
And now they're going to see
Oh my goodness, looking like me on the server. Dude, he did so good, and then that. It's a 4v3, it's a 1v3. It's so fast right now, it's crazy.
One left to find. Spike.
Spike over towards Heaven, got the TP though to get it, so good. Spike's now isolated though.
Spike is kind of committed.
Yeah, it's a 1v1. God. Wasn't super convincing. Okay, nicely done from PRX though. 10-2. That was a solid half from them.
Explosive. I was expecting pace, but honestly, it was a slow crawl from PRX. They were playing their own game.
I was also expecting a bit more competition coming out here in this first half. Zen looking slow to begin. In a map where I think they should have been able to set up some nice retake scenarios. PRX are just too sharp. Look at Jing here.
Absolutely unreal.
Oh, he's closed the book, man.
They're looking to try and take away this map nice and
He's out of there.
We'll be finding out the conclusion of it on the other side.
Face your death, 'cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your
No more timeouts. I mean, they can speak in they can speak at halftime now, so we can say like a little bit at least. Yeah, it might be a fast one unless Sentinels can get a pistol here. Hello, Prius. How you doing, mate? You gotta chill out and close this one? Yeah, no doubt. The 1 day timeout? Oh yeah, I forgot I timed you out for a day. I kind of forgot I did that. Why no op on SEN? I mean, they didn't really get the money to do it, mate, to be honest. And then a lot of rounds where maybe they were tempted to do it, they were like up against a lot of ults, which normally suggest that PRX want to go fast. You did the first series. Surely I can redeem VIP. Prius, that is not how it works. I don't know what kind of streams you've been chilling out in, but that is not how it works here. You did your job, you did the bare minimum, and you're asking for VIP? That's not a thing, mate.
In terms of their just output as well, but it's GENG and Patman, honestly. GENG has been putting up phenomenal numbers this entire time, but Patman as well as another player that, you know, the Desk has been highlighting it, we've been highlighting it. He's added this extra element that's been sorely
Bare maximum, he killed it.
Of times, and he's delivering now on the biggest stage.
Yeah, you see it reflected here in the Coinbase Econ report.
Honestly, I like the confidence from you,
on
Chris.
their attack side, especially in this tournament.
How's the train? You guys, how the train is at 10-2?
I think some of it is looking towards their defense side, getting a bit more value from their big players. GENG, something on that half, but when it comes to attack, the pathing, the feel of the timings and entering, it's all been wonderful. And frankly, 10-2, you shouldn't have too many doubts about them closing it out. Now, okay, it's PRX. We've seen
we got
the game against Liquid. We all know what happened there.
We got the Sheriff.
Nearly ended up losing their entire tournament run.
The
I mean,
one Sheriff. Dude, that is a lot of classics. A lot of util, a lot of
not
classics.
even being
Sentinels flash over towards heaven, doesn't hit anyone, so you can take the TP.
Absolute dominance.
Okay, deep TP.
It's definitely going to be at the back of the PRX players.
Heal goes in.
Heads, I think,
Looks like the
making sure they don't lose grip
spam from Patman actually got a little bit, and Patman's in Patman's in trouble.
Trying to turn that
PRX go for one of their classic pistols, right? Just heavy lean over towards one side, and they got to retake this one.
Full retake going to be played here by PRX, but they have given up A
Yeah,
heaven.
and there's still a smoke over towards heaven.
They're going to have to start to re-clear it now. We can see moves being made. Second holding the flash, a refight is going to be called for, and there it is. Paranoia forwards. Did not catch on to something though. He was the only player that could stand
Do
up
they
to that.
consider the luck on
Indeed
this
he
one?
does. Wins it out. Zelsis just trying to buy his time as
Something
well,
just
from
jumped over
behind.
towards here. He took the TP backside. Omen Flash was incredible. Oh my god, and before this he just checked vents as well. He's everywhere.
They've swarmed the site. Parman with the defuse already, and they're just trying to hunt down his last remaining players.
Damn, bro. They made that look easy as well.
Find a better round than that from something.
Dude, that Omen flash into TP backside was so sick. Also, his two teammates get flashed and he swings and saves them.
And then he rips a teleport, a gate crash into backside.
Yeah, Omen flash into TP. What a replay, man. What a replay.
That is gorgeous. Team play, coordination, and all set up so fast.
He's like, you like that?
That's
like
a
that flash?
masterclass. That is brilliant. And
Yeah, and Sentinels have no choice but to go for the Stinger, but honestly, NA Stingers, there's still 3 over towards A though. Flash goes in, you can't take that TP anymore. Oh, I took it!
It's the last resort at this point.
Okay, so Flash hits, when the Flash hits you stun, and then they take the
Down on the
TP.
knees with a Guardian in hand. Full group up from Sentinels. They're looking to really just try and take
Think goes
this one
right.
with bodies and by storm, but again, something is holding it down. GENG's by his side. Going to be calling for a refight of their own. Flash.
Oh, they're out here healing.
Nobody blinded, but okay, the 5.
For God's sake, guys, chill out a bit.
That judge in hand. There's a 2v3. PRX can't get too ahead of themselves, but so much damage done. Won't take much to bring down Zelsis and the rate.
And incredible confidence from something. Throws down the teleport into Mail, and then he's getting around all the way behind.
See him just through the X-ray.
Yeah, just locking them in the whole time.
Blind's going to be slowing down.
Something's got the good flank on now.
Smoke in their faces. They're just trying to push them into something,
They're
just
trapped.
in case.
I mean, they know they're over towards heaven.
Nowhere to hide. You're going to try and fight your way out. But
And very nicely handled. Very, very nicely handled. Well, you got to Stinger force this again. 10 chances.
That
they're good at
force
this
buy
map,
of the
though.
Stingers may well be the last hurrah for Sentinels here on Split. Last time they played against each other, 13-5 was the scoreline for PRX on Split. I think this looks even more dominant today. Now, having said that, Sentinels
Ooh,
did
what a
end
shot
up
that
winning
was.
that match 3-1. In fact, final map was Sunset, which is where we're going next, but it's going to have to be a huge turnaround for this series not to just look massively one-sided. Stingers again.
Has to be. PRX up to 12 now. A lot of damage done.
A lot of damage to Jing, though.
Jing decayed down. Going to be
A lot of
regenerating
pressure, a
all the
lot
way
of
back
sound
to
over
least
towards
partially.
A, but they still haven't been able to actually
This is a
take
spread approach from
B
Sentinels. They're
main
actually exploring
control.
other areas of the map, not just A main for once. It's mainly PRX though that were doing that on their own attack side. Still, it's nice to see that the rest of Split does exist.
Using double initiator utility to try to get up mid, put pressure on Divide. But these players with light armor, most of them. Oh no,
The walk into B.
But still, they will go down like mulch.
Damn, the walk into B. Fair play. Walked right side of the smoke and
Run
got
over
double.
B main, they run over them heaven as well. That's going to unlock the site for their taking. Heal online as
Yeah,
well.
let's see
Make sure to shore up the
for
weaknesses.
Patman and
PRX
Jing.
gotta try and play this
I
one. Now,
mean,
Patman
more
and
so
Jing,
Patman
side
than
by side,
Jing.
the 2v4.
It's about a little bit of damage. Basically, Patman has to survive to make sure they can get a full buy.
First time
Just
it
Jing
feels.
going for it.
Yeah, it's first time it feels like we've had PRX in a spot where they aren't ready to go for that flood defend. They aren't up players. SEN completely in their proper spots for the post plan. But also not really that much of an opportunity to upgrade to better weapons. There's still 3 on Sentinels that are running the
Rather than
Stinger and bang
VIP
with a
Prius,
Guardian.
what if we
Can they
VIP
get guns
Andy?
on the retreat?
Ooh. Yeah, I'm definitely listening more about that one.
Maybe get an exit or two.
And
Don't think
you
don't
get the
wanna keep
added
judge.
bonus that would
I mean,
it would annoy Prius as
You
well.
don't necessarily
It's like a
need the
double
exit
win.
kills here. Look, SEN are still saving 0 proper rifles.
Yeah.
VIP the replay guy.
And there's also 9 opportunities
And then for champs, we VIP you.
for PRX to close this out.
Prius, what we'll do is
Something.
you have to come in here early, Prius, tomorrow, and you tell us what
high
game
for
you're gonna
PRX.
do, and then the chat will give you a rating. If it's above an 8, you can have VIP.
Yeah, they can feel it. It's about as good as a beginning as you could hope for. 12-3.
You're always the first
Just wondering
series.
at this
Okay,
point.
well, then we'll see how
It's gonna
tomorrow
be the
goes.
straw that breaks the camel's back. Re-clearance there with a fault line, trying to take a bit of B main control. Sentinels. They earn it, but they back themselves away.
It's a flurry of utility on both sides towards B main, but it's PRX.
He already has my 10 out of 10. I mean, I'm definitely turning you out tomorrow.
Hunting for a kill, but he's handed a freebie. Straight over here to Sentinels. Vi trying to re-clear some of that space and regain that gun. Does so successfully.
This
Okay, pressure over towards middle, but this is still nice though. They kind of re-clear, get the info over towards middle, 3-person lean. I mean,
he's moving over towards A to
I'm
reinforce
not
it.
saying it's obviously a 4v5,
This is
but
going to
like
be ending over towards A.
they're in a good pause.
Up through heaven, flash, no connection, dodge for now. Defy. Double. Got a horseshoe out, don't know where it is.
Dude,
Looking at
the
absolute
bait on
location,
something
but
here
he's
is
claimed two
incredible.
anyway.
That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. You jump spotted. You're all good.
4v3, something is close. And
Holy, nice stack over towards here. The information from Divide that he got over towards middle enabled the 3-person stack. Dude, they absolutely wrecked them here. They really
Sentinels
did.
get obliterated. Wiped away there on Split.
No, they got absolutely wrecked. You know, we were joking about like the train earlier, and then Cuba. That was literally this round, this whole map. This was the train, and this was Cuba. Full speed, my guy went flying.
Immaculate gameplay, and what a beginning here for PRX. A team is looking to go that much further at this tournament here. all those questions here, but they've answered many of them by just
chat. Even though this was one-sided, we get Sunset. This is the two best teams on Sunset at the moment. They're the two best Sunset teams going head-to-head. Historically as well. If you look at stats, they're like the two best. And then maybe Heretics is like pretty close to the top as well. But at least in their regions, they were always the best at Sunset. So it should be an absolute banger. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey. Let me show you how the folks does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up. Spike defused.
We now have one hell of a roster here on the floor. I am joined by the Lorax. The Lorax, how's it going so far, Toronto? Enough trees?
Enough trees.
And I'm also joined by Brenshaw. Josh, I thought we were casting a game so far.
I need to take a break to come down here. Play a little Rochambeau.
A little bit of a Rochambeau, and we're also blessed by the Pope once again. Sorry, Your Holiness. I need you to bless this game and also call the rock, paper, scissors for me. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
So let's start with the blessing first. What words do you have to say?
Blessed to the game, blessed to the winners, blessed to all the people at this wonderful event, and let's go.
All right, so we're going to do this on shoot. Are you ready, Your Holiness?
Yes.
Call the rules.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
Okay, a little bit of a
tie.
draw.
3, 2, 1, shoot. Tied again.
It's going to go for a while. Go ahead.
All right. 3, 2, 1, shoot.
Okay, so that's one for Brenshaw.
One for Brenshaw. Ready for the next round? 3, 2, 1, shoot. 3, 2, 1, shoot.
Oh, okay, it's a 1-1, but at the same time, you get to sub out. All right, so I got let's do this, Your Holiness.
It's a completely different person.
Who is this guy?
In a 2v1, I don't think this is fair.
3,
2, 1, shoot.
One more.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
One more.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
Oh, it's going to be the Lorax. Sorry, Brenshaw. You're going to have to hurry up. You're going to have to get back to the casting booth.
I'll be
Thank you so much, and let's head back to the game.
Vamos!
What a dominant start here for PRX. I'm now joined by their coach, Alex. Now, before the game, you told me Sentinels' playstyle was meticulous and clean, but you guys were actually the ones that was almost flawless. So was this your game plan all along? Have they executed your vision?
Yeah, I mean, we really didn't want to rush them because we knew that they would be like super prepared for it. So we tried to make sure that we slowed everything down for this particular game. Yeah, I think they did a great job.
Thank you very much, Alex. Hopefully you bring this home.
Wow, what a game we just witnessed there. This is Sideshow. Well,
You don't sound like him
That's
in the slightest.
Can you do it?
No, I can't do it. I won't pretend to do it.
10 out of 10. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, wow, that was a
Quick.
That was a quick one. How long was that? I went to the bathroom, came back, it was over. Crazy. In any case, though, kind of like a Verizon high-speed moment. This one is going to go to GENG because GENG is just doing GENG things again. I mean, Kukuka.
Yeah.
You heard Coach Alex talking about this team playing slower, but yet you see them do things like this, and you're like, slow is a different definition for you.
He shot everything. It doesn't matter if it was the clone. In this case, it even grants him the other two players a flash right out of that smoke. The timing for that, finding those two. The double duelist for PRX just being as effective as always. Something in those openers, time and time again, round after round. He was finding so many of those, and on the other hand, you had Batman clutching, just getting insane rounds. Yeah, it was a 13-3. What do you expect me to say?
Yeah, that was a crazy song from PRX. It was interesting because I think they did slow things down compared to the last time that they played on Split, where they were also successful. But they weren't doing a ton of crazy defaulting. They weren't, you know, in most rounds calling some crazy macro idea.
Interpretation of slow.
Yeah, there was a couple good lurks from Divide that netted around, but for the most part, it was just kind of walking around, finding some of these first picks, and then converting with really strong post plans.
And if you could see in that graphic, 7 first kills for the side of Sentinels. They only won 3 rounds. And in fact, in many of the rounds, we saw Zekken trying to go on A, trying to find the first one and actually finding it. But PRX bringing in the chaos round after round. Also, most of the rounds, well, 90% of the rounds that they got the spike down, which we were pretty eager to do, obviously, that's what you're doing in this game, that translated into a round win. If we really think about it, the 2 rounds that Sentinels won from their defense was that 1 round from Narrate with the ultimate, very well executed, but it's not something that you're going to have all the time, and Bank going completely crazy.
It does really feel like a redo of the G2 game on Split, because while that one ended up being really close, it was mostly close because of G2's attacking side. On defense, or on the attack side for PRX, they were almost perfect in that game. Same here again, and it's a similar thread, right? When they're getting into these post plans, their players are so willing to play up, to fight off each other, and they are so fast at getting these multi-kills. Look at the amount of rounds where one PRX player is getting 2, 3 kills and nearly single-handedly closing out.
And you see Forsaken, those paranoias, the effect that he was having. I am not going to lie, this morning I woke up, I went on Twitter and I saw a tweet that he posted right after the gym, and I should have known. I should have known right in there that Forsaken was winning today.
He got those gains in the gym, now he's getting those gains in the server.
And this is now a really scary position for SEN. You look back to their failure
this is a banger. I just wanted to see
going
this
out
matchup.
early in that tournament, and a lot of what the team talked about after that was troubles with the mental, right? Going down in games, struggling to
missed some
get
funny
back
stuff.
into
Wait,
it.
what was going on?
Players feeling a little bit tilted, a little bit off, and that is a hell of a game to lose. A map you're historically excellent at, crushed in that way.
Yeah, and probably if we look at here, we see Junkie T at the bottom, and it's something that we do not see all the time, and maybe we have to bring in the conversation, this changes, and bring it in the sky, and how effective it must be in any map. Like in some instances, you could even see him try and pop flash, something that is just not going to work. And as I'm saying, with a team that wants to fight all the time, how quick everyone from PRX is going to go, they do not care. They're very quick in their reacts. You will not flash them.
Yeah, it's been really difficult for Sentinels to have to deal with that. What is Coach Kaplan thinking as he gets ready for map 2?
First map makes sense. Sentinels from LA, and they've never seen a train in their lives.
Ahead of Sunset, I'm joined by Sentinels coach Kaplan. Now, Device Sage is such a hallmark of their identity with their Sunset comms. You
guys also get paid too much, man.
Last year.
No way they're taking public transport.
Yeah, they only have a few losses on this map. One of them is to us when they're playing that kind of comp. I don't want to give anything away before we play, but hopefully people can stay tuned and we can teach everyone how to do it.
You heard him. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Coach Kaplan saying, hey, they're going to teach people how to beat this team on Sunset. But, hey, you look at that 13-3 on Split. I got to feel pretty damn good about PRX going into map 2.
Yeah, speaking of 13-3s
and speaking of
they have
Sunset,
a strap book for players on stage. Do you think
it would benefit Valorant esports? Again, it's allowed in some off-season events, and teams haven't utilized it. But I do think it's better this way because then the coaches have more of an impact, and then it's just like on the teams and people being able to rely on more stuff. I think the more you have like notes and stuff, the less chances there are for IGLs, and I think having IGLs and stuff like that in the game is pretty fun. The main reason that Valorant doesn't allow it is because it looks messy. That was like that was their reasoning in the beginning. It might be the same thing as well. But honestly, I think it's good to differ the games a little bit. And I think this being like a bit of a thinking game, I think that kind of backs into it instead of like people reading halfway through.
You have to look to Zekken. He was unbelievable in their last map of Sunset against XLG. He's the guy who can bring the momentum, bring the energy to try and get them back into this game.
Yeah, and especially with them starting on the defense again, given the chance of for PRX now having the chance of setting up the pace just like they did on Split.
The Sage is weird though, it throws off your timings on your retakes. You have to break the wall, fight through slows.
TikTok walls?
No one in NA plays a comp like this, so ever since that last time they played PRX last year, this is only going to be the second time.
And for sure, at least on attack, they have that wall. They have that wall in the post plan over towards A. But Zekken was in chat when they did it, and he said you should save this for a better round. So at least I know one player is going to be on top of that wall. I think he should at least be ready by that.
And they're so confident after that win. John QT got a trophy in his first ever Masters with this squad in his rookie year.
Let's see, it'd be hilarious to get him back.
On the roster with pressure high
Is Sage underrated? Yeah, at the moment Sage is a little bit underrated.
PRX again. They do not want to go
more so on Icebox than it is on this map, but PRX have run this for a long time.
That's a terrifying fate.
It's a shark pit without a doubt, Mimi, but let's see if we're going to be going to a third map and send it over to
yeah, I don't. I kind of said this a few times. I don't like teams heavy leaning over towards Breach now that Teo's gone. I found it weird, and again, I'm not sure this like directly applies to Sentinels because I think they've been the better team in it than some of the other teams we've seen, but from going to the Teo meta and still keeping the Breach but kind of like losing the Yoru, it doesn't make too much sense in my opinion. The Yoru is still incredibly strong.
That's a dangerous pit of opponents.
Yeah, I think some teams played it too safe and they kind of reverted back to like off-season Neon meta, which I don't think suits people well,
right?
unless you have an insane Neon.
Well, they had a bit of a game plan on Split, but Alex changed up everything, started playing more slowly, threw them off their game, and absolutely demolished Sentinels.
We've got Sentinels on defense, we've got PRX on attack.
Got cooking here?
We'll see if Sen have any bite back.
Okay, nothing crazy for the pistols. PRX wall over towards A creates a lot of pressure. You can walk up towards here, so wall goes up, and in theory there's always a timing where you could have snuck over towards A.
But they've hit the perfect timing just as both initiators, John and Narrate, have gone off of A to go
looking like a similar start from the first one. Just bit of control, get the orb over towards the Raze, and then head over towards the site.
They might have found the timing to just get back into A in time.
Oh, they were tempted. That smoke came in at a perfect time. Slow goes down as well. Smoke here as well. They don't know about site, but they can't really disrespect this one way.
Now in their full steam ahead.
Again, those Sentinels allowing
this
them to
recon's
get
incredible.
The
it reveals so much for them. And they save the Omen Flash in the after plant. That's what a lot of this map is about. A lot of people play like really, they play two full back and retakes, so a lot of the time saving the Omen Flash for when they try and fast flood in is like really important. It's actually something the Sentinels kind of perfected when Tens was on the team.
There it is. Smoke
This
to replace
is
it,
a
though.
sick
Gap in
pause.
the wall. Now you're seeing it.
Dude, that extra slow. The shock on top as well. Big Jewel coming up here. Does Pac-Man expect it? He was looking for it. Not anymore. God, they made that look easy. Yeah, Pac-Man maybe needed to be more on top of the luck. But that was nice. Good retake.
Sentinels took a long time to set up that retake.
No, yeah, they waited it. They literally waited and baited out everything.
They needed to break that Sage wall. Everybody had to get in the right spot to maximize value from the fault line, from the paranoia, from all of the pieces of utility that were necessary. But once they pulled the trigger, they completely collapsed onto PRX from every angle. And
The
that's where you
like
might
had really good
actually
timing.
argue that the Sage Wall could have hurt PRX, because in those kind of spots, sometimes PRX are going to want to try to catch Sentinels as they go for the retake.
Deep smoke.
Oh boy.
A judge into the hands of
This might
Zelsis.
be a
He's
fun
about to
fest.
bomb. Put him into the blender.
Oh,
side by side though. Bang having a reload. He couldn't quite back him up in time.
Missed the
They
one at the end there.
haven't
Otherwise, that
over
was a
a
free
gun
kill.
still. Close quarters is what it's going to be favouring, and a slight swing out to Vi. It's going to be dropped.
Okay. They lose a gun, which was a judge. Not too bad.
Yeah, very clean round.
Not too bad. Yeah, you pick it up.
Sentinels
Okay,
giving
they
a lot of
lose
respect to
a
PRX,
Standout.
though, making sure that they fully buy. You know, nobody just coming in there with a pistol, looking to buy up a better gun for the bonus round. So they are going to be working with some lighter weaponry here for the bonus.
One enemy remaining.
But overall, it's a much better start here on Sunset, on Sentinels map pick, than what we were looking at on Split, where PRX just
Triple
dominated
stinger
right from the beginning.
judge against full buy.
GENG trying to
Got
pull a little
smoke
bit of
down
attention
towards
by the
here.
look
We've
of
got
things
Prowler.
towards
Let's
B
try and
main.
set up one potentially. Again, this is like the
instantly
main
going for the
spot where
group up
people,
on A.
or one person can hold over towards A.
Now, this one way is dangerous. You've often got to burn this Overdrone to get past it, through it. You're expecting Bang to be holding it.
Yeah. Oh, what the hell?
Do have the Viper wall, though.
I like the wall. Yeah, the
Even
wall
there,
is good in
nobody
terms of
used.
vision
You can
block
step
as
in
well,
front of
so you
this
can just
Viper
go
wall,
in front
you
of it.
can't
It's nice.
perfectly
And
rely on
again, at the same time, it creates passive pressure.
Tepid, tiptoeing up to the mark, just spotting the shoulder. Bang.
Bit of a bait in though. Do they
The
consider
damage.
close right? Yeah, Forsaken us.
Is that bait and switch setup? We'll see if there's U2 going to be used to clear the corner. Still Forsaken. Wants to send it forwards here.
Jesus.
CB of his own.
5-person left side of sight against a bonus round?
No control
Yeah, this is a little bit scary.
Reveals his hand once more from that angle. Paranoia swings forward, sidestepping. It's John UT still
shot.
something there to receive. Open arms with the rifle in the hand.
Wall over towards the left, so that gives them a little bit of safety. Dude, keep an eye on this. Yeah, they have like not too much map control. The good news is they planted 4 spawn
The
though.
retakers are going to find it difficult to come back through A link because Devi's put his wall down there, and Devi kind of solo fighting towards spawn.
Dude, look how
PRX
patient the
know they
Sentinels
need
are
to
in the
make a play.
retakes.
The weaponry's bad as well from Sen, and they are
Last seen over
slow,
towards here, so there is
aiming to
passive
be
pressure just
meticulous.
from this area.
Take the first fight.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness,
Bill's not going to do too much
Finger
here.
in hand, something. Able to help out over the shoulder, but not anticipating. Bang. Quick collection with the 2, and then quick
Nicely handled.
snap
Dude,
to the side
Sentinels are
from the
calm
right.
with it. They're very, very calm at the moment.
Well,
The
injection
retakes
of
have been
energy for
lovely. They're
Sentinels
very
here.
patient.
As dominant as Split began for PRX, it feels like the same the other way around here for Sentinels. They are really in control of what's happening. Funneling PRX into these A site hits. And then being really cautious as they group up for retakes. Any kind of push out is getting controlled. And already Alex is hitting that big red button.
Nice early timeout.
being called
Well,
after
definitely going to be
only 3 rounds
speaking
here.
about. To be honest, I kind of
And there are
didn't
so many other
like
things that PRX
the
could
actual
be doing.
round.
They don't have to be ending every round over
They
towards
pretty
A.
much did this,
And even
right?
if they are
And then they
ending rounds
planted.
towards A, maybe
And then
they need to get coordinated
there was
with some
pressure
plays.
everywhere.
You know, bait out Sentinels
So
to go
it
and
didn't
take some
really
position
make
and
much
then
sense in
refight them.
terms of the actual strat here.
As
Also, I
they're
think they
setting
can
up.
heavily talk about the after
You think
bombs,
about
but
it, there's got to be a time
I
where
definitely
Bang is
wouldn't.
holding
Like
Paranoia and
the
John's
risk that
holding
they took
Stun
here
where
on
he
like a
might
low
be able
buy
to
is so
catch them.
fine, but a
But it's a
bonus on this
narrow
one,
window.
it's way too risky.
Alternatively, you know, you again,
do
you
it on a
don't
full
have to
buy.
opt into the A post-plant fight.
Sure.
That's where Sentinels want to take you.
Go in a different direction. Or as you said, trying to find that gap in the timing where retake util is primed in the hands of the Sentinels players, and it's not the guns being played. PRX are good at that. They love to increase the tempo.
But today it has been
Sonia,
slow.
what did I do wrong?
Slow. Yeah.
And honestly, even that post-plant aggression has not been as explosive as we've
Okay, I'll check in a
seen
sec.
from PRX in some of their other games.
We got
I
a
think
couple of
they
sheriffs and
really on
2
Split were
stingers.
trying to play counter to their normal style to throw Sentinels off. This round they're coming in with only 2 stingers.
Yeah.
So really this tack timeout is going to be based on the next round, for round 5.
Based on the next round and used to settle the nerves perhaps a little bit.
Yeah. GENG, if he takes orb here, if he gets a kill or dies, he's going to have showstopper
Yeah,
back
and they've
for
been
that
trying to make
rifle
sure they
round.
can get this all online
You're
pretty
also
early as
looking
well.
towards
So
something.
one
We'll have
orb
the
and a
Soul
kill
Growth online.
does mean that he, or a
So
death,
big
I guess,
tools for them to be able
does
to
mean
work
that he
with
will have
next
this
time around.
online for next round.
But once more, a little
Playing
bit
in
of
front of the
B-main
wall. Dude, I think this is a little
and
too
back
risky
into
against
A.
Nico,
It's
but
the same
we'll
game
see.
plan in all 4 of these rounds.
A high-low set up to receive. Drones there. Stun going to be used. Both stuns, in fact, overlaid. Aftershock into the corner. Everybody gets out in time. No damage onto the PRX boys. But a one-way quickly replaced, so good luck trying to get past that when you don't have a drone anymore.
Exactly. As soon as you burn the drone, that's one of the primary ways, arguably the only way that PRX can safely take a main.
So time on this one, 50 seconds.
So even though that
They
util
put a
battle
smoke
feels
over
like it
towards A
favored
to create
PRX,
more pressure as
in
well.
reality, I don't think it did.
So up through mid they go. Risky,
God,
haphazard, but
they're
here we
so
go.
done. They're so
One-way
done
setup.
for. Wait, Jing, that was kind of sick. There's a nice shot from Zekken on this one. Spike down over towards middle and makes it a nightmare. Honestly, they did pretty good to actually get through this choke point and go for 2 for 2 in terms of kills over towards market. I thought they were done.
Safely for now, 24 seconds left.
Can't believe they made this winnable.
And look how passively Sentinels are. They're not going to cross this line until they're sure that the plant is down. They're never going to give an opportunity for Patman to walk up and get a free kill. Very disciplined from Sen. It's going to be tough for Forsaken to pick them apart.
But a TP, almost unexpected. The stun's going to be clearing them out though. B-hop into safety. Tracks himself away. Smoke going to be blossoming now. Zekken.
Spam
a
for
bit
smoke.
of raw spam there into the smoke. It's Patman versus the world in a 1v3. You can hear it jumping around. Zekken willing to put his life on the line.
Good there.
Slightly's a
Again,
chance with the lineup,
it's just
but also
insanely
surely
calm on
the
the
end here by
retake.
Sen.
Really disciplined. I think that's the first word you've got to go towards when you're giving credit to Sentinels and how they're playing this. They are really far away, never taking a risk once it comes to a retake scenario. In the mid-round, look, Zekken's happy to challenge, happy to fight. And they're looking for those defensive re-clears, but once their player advantage up and the spike's committed, it's all about playing together. Now this is the round where Alex took the timeout to try to get PRX back onto the
Yeah,
right
and they do
track.
have the ults, which
See
gives
if
them a
they
good
can get the
advantage here.
train
So
going again.
you would imagine just always they have
Jing
a
and
round
something's
here.
ultimates have got to be what you're looking towards. And normally, this B main noise is a fake. Every round, they've been putting a bit of noise B main, throw down the boombot, and then they group up A. It's not a fake this time.
Yeah, shot for the trip, slow back of sight.
Sentinels reinforcing, gathering, rocket!
Damn, dude. That was nice. Dude, how did the rocket kill him? He was so far back. Oh, boy. Nade again as well. Well, that actually hit John here.
There's 2 left
Dude, it
alive.
forced
He's
him
gonna go
into the
hunting,
drone.
paranoid. Blind as anything.
Bro used his ult on this round and he's already 3.
The crowd wants it. You can feel it. A rumble on the stage.
And Bang does not want to give it to him. He's hiding towards Pillar. 4-1. Still plenty of money. He definitely could go for it. He should go for it to try to limit the economy of PRX.
Bang drifted in. I know where he is now, closing the door straight on him.
And Jing is going to hunt.
Running him down.
I'm
Patman to
taking this.
receive.
Ooh.
It's a bit whippy.
Did he-
Call it intentional? He's just trying to get the kill.
I don't think that one was intentional. I think we're just out here, everyone's whiffing.
Yeah, the time's ticking.
Bang's, I think, going to live this one. Ridiculous. He's somehow
actually
managed to
gonna
escape
save.
Jing.
He's actually going to save.
He's not going to die.
He did good damage, though.
I mean, he ruined the clip anyway, didn't he?
Yeah, that's not getting into 60 seconds.
He's a coward, Bang, a coward. Incredible entry. What a rocket. Perfect, precise, catches Zelsis around the corner. Immediately on top of Zekken, who was also running away in case the showstopper was going towards market. That's the kind of entry.
What a rocket.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, credit given. But they are not going to have that same tool again.
Okay, a lot of ults for Sentinels here, and they definitely want to win this one.
So a bit of a
2
reset
people that
here
can't
for
buy
round
next,
6
insta reset
seconds.
of the money.
Ooh, jiggling out, shoulder spotted.
Yeah, it looked like Sentinels here wanted to fight well.
Getting some sword and form of
I think at one point you
response.
might actually see them punish this a little bit easy.
Holding close
Sentinels are, sorry, PRX are just walking in.
At this point, I think Sentinels have the read that this
Sentinels
is
still
real
done a really
B-lane,
good job though.
surely.
One person
Yeah.
holding over towards A, right? Heavy lean over towards B. 1, 2, 3 with camera.
This Fury is going to be in that back pocket still dark. Going into the
Ah, that's nuts though. Double
It's
satchel
amazing
back
on the
over
entry.
towards top
Straight
side.
in there.
Definitely got to keep an eye on Zalsis. There's no way he wants to go for this, right?
Reinforcements arriving.
Oh,
Bang
he's
is just
he's
trying to get
he's
into the
trapped.
action and the fray and from
Yeah.
behind Patman. Just
Dude, that
goes
was so
Zelsis to
slow on that
pieces
one.
Still needs to play his life a little bit better here. He's being chopped down, chunked down. Chunk UT scrambling for a chance to reclaim some kills. Any semblance of control over to the round, but he's given up entirely. at
Yeah,
this
I wonder
point.
if Sentinels want to do a timeout. That's
So PRX spent
just
those
a weak
first
B
4
side at the
rounds
moment, that's it.
with a little bit of pressure towards B main and then instantly regrouping A. In
Sentinels.
this
I mean,
round, Sentinels
it wasn't too
knew
bad,
that
right?
they
It
were
was just
about to
2
pop
B
towards
pops.
B. They'd
One with a
thrown
Razor,
ult,
and this
they
one
got
was just a
Bang on
little
the
bit
deep
faster
A
than they
line.
thought. Recon went deep over towards her.
Right at the
Maybe had
start.
2 off-site.
And Sentinels started moving the defensive rotations over, but they still weren't ready for it. Second's job was to try to control that push, the entry from Jing, and he just couldn't deny it.
Critical 1v1.
And again, it's Jing coming out on top. He's been
we actually get a Joe here.
immaculate. This might be a gun going down.
Really?
Okay.
Oh, we know
Actually,
it's not
Bang
him
ended
this
up
time.
getting that kill, so
Yeah, it's not
holds
him in
onto
charge of the
rifle.
buttons anyway, but I still want to blame
That's
him.
going to be fairly critical, actually, for the Sentinels' economy.
Yeah,
we're still going to have a rifle round.
Exactly.
But this, I mean, Zekken starts shooting while Jing is still moving, and because the first bullet doesn't land, no bullet tag doesn't slow him down. He's in the kind of random spray component by the time he's taking a fair fight. If you miss your first shots, Jing's all over you. Give him an inch, he takes a mile. He's 7 and 4. And his team's only got 2 rounds.
1-2, can't buy next. So. For PRX, their money's just gone from awful to pretty insane.
Over towards upper mid. They spammed to try to break the normal trip. But this one's...
Yeah, I've never seen this, but obviously within
spam.
reason, like for a good reason, I guess, because you just hear it and you could potentially just walk towards the left. Speaking of hearing it, Patman.
If he's slow,
yeah, but it doesn't.
And he's like, what the hell is
He can only
that?
lurk on the left side. He can't lurk on the right.
I think as soon as he breaks this, and still from their side, it's bang! Can't get out in time.
Yeah, and then this is what I thought would happen. Patman would just look at it and just go, hold up, I can literally just walk towards the left here.
All that noise pressure being made.
I said, for a good reason, you don't see this trip, and we might find out
And down once more on the raid. He's
in this round why. Omen Flash goes in, he falls back, and Patman, it's an easy one. Love this from Patman. He didn't overreact as well. He just saw the trip and he was like, oh dude, I've never seen this. Why have I never seen this? I can walk to that.
It's just not happening. PRX have them surrounded.
Okay, very, very nice.
I'm not even down. What? I mean,
Big run from Patman. Just good play from him as well.
A really bizarre round set up by that trip. And you can see why Celsius is going for the trip. It avoids the spam that you would do usually to break that common trip that gets placed in top mid. And it also would dodge a shock dart if something threw one in. But actually, it opened an avenue that Sentinels weren't looking at properly.
Were Yampi's tripwires when he played Cypher like that?
Yeah,
I want to say that he used tripwires, mate, but he didn't. He just saved all his util, used aggressive cages and sent it.
Have been working for PRX, so hey, why not change it up?
Fast take now.
I'm not even over-exaggerating when I've said it's the worst Cypher I've ever seen in Valorant.
Bang's still there. It's just a bit of spam, actually, meant for that. Actually, deep push in through mid and a big blind.
Super Cypher, man. I mean, he had a theory that it could be good as a duelist, and I was like, do you know what?
And that's the main guy that's been doing the lurking for PRX.
You know, I'm down to see it.
Senna going to be feeling pretty
And then
fine
never
about
again.
this. They've got Cam watching over towards B main, Trip towards top mid.
And then we didn't listen to any of Yampi's ideas for about a year after that one.
Celsius is going to be happy to cover that, and a high, low, and lower setup. But again, the discipline that I was talking about, there's a fine line between being disciplined and passive. But Sentinels are giving so much space to PRX.
A lot of respect and a lot of trust, I think, in their retakes.
Very
And a
heavy
clause
trust in
for
the
a fast
retakes.
flood if
Now,
they
that
want
did
it,
not work on
especially
split.
with the breach.
They won 9 out of 10 post plants, PRX.
Gave Jing the plan, he would have a showstopper, but he wants to keep the gun out for now. And taking a fight towards the back net, it's a good stun, does connect.
Yeah.
Even out the follow, Thunder through and out, Hunter's Fury. Project juking, skipping and hopping. Second has access now.
This is nice from Sentinels. It's a great change of pace from them as well. Slow, methodical retake normally, and so they feel like they have a lot of space, but this time they're just all close to absolutely send it. Also, it felt like they had a pretty good read of what was going on.
That's another
Trip over towards middle, didn't get shot.
From Sen. The game plan is crystal clear. PRX know exactly what Sen are looking for.
I mean, it's so worth of how many of them survive as well. The money's been low, right? So to actually be able to keep this one clean and use ults and keep the money good.
Into a triple stack facing you. And then if you try to play disciplined post plants, they're just running at you with every piece of utility. PRX at this point need to be saving big pieces of util. You need to be saving if you can.
Dude, are we absolutely sending this? Where's Jing going? This is a shock to break this trip.
Things that are going to be able to counteract.
Big tools, you say that, and they've just sent it. Letting it rip. Fault line's going to be slowing down Jing to deal with that trip. Broken for
Second
now.
is in a good spot. Gets. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Second has not been accounted for. He's still overstaying, still tucked to the side.
Whoa.
Shorty.
Everyone's forgot about him.
Player damage helping. How the hell did he get out of this one? Going for the kills and a wall in his face to evacuate.
How is he full
Fly
HP as well? That's the man
possibility.
thing about this.
Gaps in a defensive player, Sentinels. Pac-Man could be anywhere, and he's been good at slinking into them. Bang. It's all slow, it's all steady. And PRX, they jump on the chance.
What a contact play through the smoke.
Let's see what you got. Full Uto apart from one Prowler.
Left wondering as well where Narrate could be, but it's a beautiful play for PRX to get set up into this one. Pac-Man and the off angle. A lot of damage done. Drops Narrate down to 52 health.
Oops.
And even the horn missing. Getting a bit flustered perhaps into the moment. PRX not leaving anything for chance. They're doubled up here. Backside control. Someone with a dart to get their acknowledgement. That's what they were looking for. And Narrate is just left wondering, stewing. Wondering how to win this possible chance, but he spotted the barrel, but time is running short. Time is running dry. It's ticking now.
Gives him a jaw. Scary.
But if he makes noise, it won't play into his hands. It won't play into his odds.
What a recovery of that. PRX
There's
in the
that.
3v3.
Nice try. Is a really nice try from him, yeah.
That they need to. Wandering out through that smoke, because what was going on here? Not anticipating how close Second was holding. Forsaken anticipating that everybody was going to be playing backside. A cute little wall as well.
Yeah,
to be able
that's
to
a
take
nice
down
wall.
John, but it's this walkout here that you're watching. Something and Divide together through the smoke, and Divide wins a 1v1. PRX are getting themselves back into this game. It's a 1-point lead right now.
Wrangling control back.
Okay, this is interesting.
Trying to make it even.
It's a trip and
They've
a
saved the
cam
wall,
watching for the
and they
mid-lurk
do a
this
late
time.
wall.
So
This time
Zelsis
over
is trying
towards
to
the left of
ensure
A.
that there is no opportunity for Pac-Man to go.
But
on
as
a
we can
wild
see,
work
Sentinels
play.
has set themselves up with
But
one
to some
and
degree,
looks
why would
fine.
he want
So
to
again,
do
it's
that?
another
He's got
round
the
where there's a
Viper
heavy
ultimate
lean
to
over
work with
towards
here.
B.
He's still
I
going to
mean,
go
to
towards
be
mid,
honest
though, with
here,
the rest of PRX grouping
they
up
shouldn't
in
be able
B.
to get through this choke.
Late backstab
Omen,
by Pac-Man
Cypher, and a
but
Breach
PRX
here.
Gonna be hitting the go button here. Util's gonna be used though. As soon as that nade flies forwards, up and over, orchestrates pretty well that PRX are going for this.
They're a big fan of using high ground angles like this. You haven't heard the
An
wall,
Omen flash over
so you might
towards
not
the
be thinking about
right.
it, 'cause
At the
it's normally
moment would
Divide
hit
that's gonna be
two.
looking for these kind of
Keep an
angles.
eye on the right. They hear a lot over towards B main.
Paranoia, that's gonna be up
Takes a
to
lot of
contact with Zelsis.
space.
He's tucked
Now you
himself
got the
into a forward
four-person
position.
lean here.
And if you wait too long, John will have the fault line back up.
Look at the race position as well. They all know this is going to be going towards B. There's
Omen
the
flash
smoke.
might be good though.
Paranoia does
Okay,
connect.
only hit
It's going
one.
to go pound for pound, but Jing is straight past it and out. Kill's going to be claimed.
Oh, I don't know about the
here
res
for
there.
Sen. And the res, yeah, there's no collecting those bodies either. There's no rate. Backstab we were
this,
talking about, there was no clearance.
This one wasn't.
In sight, and
This
now
one
he's just
wasn't the
keeping them
best.
collected. Corralled into a corner. C's not going to be connecting, but he's got the spike down and with 15 seconds left. There's nowhere to go at this point.
Very nice defensive
10
utility
seconds
from
left.
Sentinels. They've got the right read now. I think they're really in control of the information game. You know, there was one round where they let Pac-Man completely slip through top mid, but most of the rest of the time, they know where PRX is going. It's just a matter of actually stopping them. And this time, Fault Line denies the first phase of the exec, then Paranoia is great at denying phase 2. And here,
Yeah,
Jing just tries to get
it's
through
really good
anyway,
Omen
hoping
flash.
that- but everyone would be blind. He's just
But again,
gambling
this,
on the
the
fact
push
that
over
everyone
towards
is
A
gonna
just
be
meant
hit
they could
by the
have
Paranoia on
good
both
numbers
sides.
over towards B.
This does seem like a good round, though, to go for a bit of fake B and try to catch somebody alone on the A side of the map. You know that Sentinels have
Three-person
been
heavy lean
kind of
over
cheating the
towards
rotations
A.
over to
Probably
B,
same thing, right? Trying
leaving
to set
kind of
one up.
one person pushing out. So, a bit of pressure towards mid.
Dude, I'm watching Pac-Man right now.
Shots taken.
Pac-Man's being a bit of a lunatic.
Get the hell out of there and
Yeah.
evacuate. But Narrate's just holding it down. That A-lurk shut down. No more threat of the wall going up. Res in sight though. Divide might be looking for a play towards this. In
They
fact,
do
the
have a
whole team
res.
grouping up to take this space. Very important. That
So
gets
Bang
broken,
tries to
but
hold on to
Exact
this too
Forge,
heavy.
Jing doesn't hard commit. Try and take out Bang. They want to try and deal with his body, and Sentinels not willing to concede the space. They're still trying to make a go for this one. A bit of raw spamming through the box to try and defend it up through mid. It's Forsaken who's the one who's going to be going down.
Divide's ultimate makes sure that this is only a 4v5.
I don't know if they know about this. Must have heard the satchel, but did they expect Jing to be up on top of the box?
That Prowler's not going to tell him anything.
And he's going to take that.
No way. No way.
He's amazing.
It's cracked it open. The A side should
I'm
be
looking
there.
at the spike. The spike went
on
over towards A and then got called back to go over towards B, as we can see in the minimap. Perfect. Patman might overstep though.
Need to be regrouping, I think. You can't afford.
Oh, this is nice. Teammate can hold behind him.
Be playing off on their own like this. Just group
If
together.
they can actually get over towards here and Patman can ult here, it'd be pretty
30
good.
seconds left.
Patman should have a safe avenue to the rest of the team.
Very important fight.
Very nice. Don't need to ult anymore.
And Jing, he survives. So danger probably averted at this point.
Oh, big nade.
Commits to the reload though. Plenty more to work with now, but he has to drop into the corner.
What is that?
Oh, what is that? Get the hell out
What
of
is
here.
that?
That is absurd.
Oh man, this game, dude.
That is
I don't know about that one.
It's left
I
Zekken
don't
in
know
a
about that
1v3.
one.
God almighty.
Which he's not even going to go for. 13 of 5. Having a
I'm
great
thinking
game,
nade maybe
but
to get like a little bit of chip
it's all
damage.
Jing all day.
I'm at a stretch thinking
2
maybe he can do
rounds
20 HP.
Out of the 5 that PRX
He's
have won,
mid-jump killed
coming
someone.
straight from Jing. I mean, one of them set up really heavily by the rest of his team too. He flies in with a showstopper, beautiful snipe onto Zelsis, takes down Zekken as well in market. This one was much more about his intelligence rather than his mechanics.
Well stunned.
Up inside the one-way and then utilizing the fact that he knew Narrate had missed him with the Prowler. And then he just tucks himself into a wonky spot. And listen,
I need to see that again.
I mean, you're only going to hit him if you go for them.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Yeah, it's true.
Stuns up. Nowhere to run.
Oh my god.
Last player standing.
Yeah, okay.
Have we got any developers in the building? I mean, that is crazy, isn't it?
Shock and awe. Astounding stuff, man. It's 6-5. We've got one more round left to go in this half.
Yeah, and Jing has
Sunset.
Razor.
Double swing. Bottom section of mid. This is PRX trying to take control of it.
A little bit of pressure shown early over towards A and a lot faster over towards B, right? They wanted to do this earlier, but they gave them so much time that they managed to get 3 over towards here, and then the breach was there, and then they couldn't get in. So they got to go faster on this one. But I like Sentinels. They do the smoke to try and delay him a little bit. Boombot to clear this. Breach is almost there. They got like a small window. Yeah, okay, nice.
Hear that one voice line. Everybody's going to be scurrying away, evacuating. It does give that access now towards the site. You're trapped up. Oh my goodness.
Chip damage, but no more. And here's that Viper ult.
Here it is. Yeah, this is going to be a blight on the map now for Sentinels to try and deal with.
Okay, you got a nade though to make sure they can't
ever so
capitalize off
slightly.
this,
Does it
and they
go
use
back
the
to the
Omen
site,
Flash
though?
as
And
well.
it doesn't hit Patman, which is huge.
Hold up to a degree. Random spam praying for a connection. Wall needs to be dealt with, finally broken.
Still got full breach eco, by the way.
Going to be tucked into the corner still, caught by that stun to the side. Zeken's all the way in and through, but unaccounted for Forsaken. How long do you bide your time? Chooses to just take him out now. So to deal with the rest of the team, though, and they are flooding in. Fast now, Sentinels trying to get a handle on
They're
it.
so calm on the retakes, they really are.
Mm.
In an ideal world, all over towards Heaven's like a little bit better.
Sentinels got this final one. A theme that lasted right from the
Yeah,
beginning.
I would like the ult like heavier over towards one of the choke points, sometimes like a little bit deeper. Damn, nice pathing from him.
Movement. It's just brilliant.
No
and then
way.
The Viper even falling as
Wait,
well.
that was a nuts clip from him.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff here. The momentum and kind of fight back, I think, that we wanted to see from Sentinels to give us that competitive series.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes.
Please stop the train, please. I'm willing to bribe you, please. Your train can go lower
Ready to learn the
bracket.
game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
We can't. They hate us there. How much money do you want? How much? Stop Jing, please. Hey, I'm not in control anymore. We're just all part of the ride now. I thought they were going for 5th to 6th, get some champ points. They just keep on going, dudes. There's nothing we can do now. We're just all along for the ride. KT Cutie, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 13 months. It's 5 decent. It's okay. It's not bad. It's not a bad half. It's not a great half. Is that the Rob Moore ult? That's good. Too much car. It's got way too much momentum. Yeah. Just it's all over the place. It's either fast place or crash.
A bit of a granular focus, I think, on some individuals in this game so far. Namely, Second is really the first player I think I want to touch on because this guy's been lights out. Maybe after that game earlier today, I mean, the only player beating him out in terms of rating was Texture. Don't know if that's still the case. Second might be the top-rated player going into this match here today, but he's got top competition in the form of GENG, who's been putting up unbelievable numbers.
Yeah, again, you can see it reflected here in the Coinbase Econ report. I mean, especially on Zeken's side, going 15-6, but I've been masterfully impressed with what GENG has been able to put forward on the attack side.
On this, I mean, normally Zeken kind of goes a little bit crazy here. A lot of this comp is just setting up Zeken.
Find the timings as an entry player, and Zeken on the Neon is going to be really heavily supported again by Narrate and John. The double initiators and the style of Sentinels often puts Zeken as not just the tip of the spear, but the guy who's asked to do a lot and always does.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a handful for PRX to deal with in this half.
2-1 on the pistols, 1-0 on this map.
And going for the light armor buy here.
It's going to be a big face in the bottom of mid. This is going to be a brawl and a
clash. There's a reason that we call this the
PRX.
PRX. They do it all the time. They normally fight with 3 though.
Yeah, it's GENG. Just waiting it out. He sees that cage. Sailing sky high, and it is walking contact plays, but a jump spot might have just
slash it. What the hell?
Spoiled the surprise.
There's nothing in there. Come on.
Maybe not. Gonna see it now. 3, 2, 1, and a swing.
With the flash as well on top of this.
This is PRX are the ones ready to collapse. Still jumping around, just making sure that they can bait and play their teammates in. PRX. Blinder of a pistol.
An ambush that completely caught the rest of SEN. And Celsius is getting bullied out of his position towards mid, pushed further and further away from the spike. And with only 45 health left, even a single body shot from GENG would take him down.
Yeah, it's a nice reposition from him. It kind of forces PRX to get some map control. He's going wide.
But then goes to the wide swing.
Keeps going even though he's dead. 1-1 on the pistols, 3-1 altogether.
And good weaponry to be buying for it as well. Mainly opting into the Sheriffs and Ghosts that are super effective at this kind of range.
Just dissect it, don't they?
Now that's...
See the cage going overhead.
That's a gross beginning kill from Pac-Man. Didn't quite realize that he got that kill through the cage. But yeah, they couldn't have landed any better. Both teams going for mid, and a massive trap from PRX. The Spider waiting in the web.
On defense, they're allowed 1 death. They get the Judge out. Judge on the Omen, so you'd imagine going here and they hold with 2.
PRX brought up to even.
No.
And I think it bears
Please don't go close down here with the Judge.
Sentinels looking really dominant at the beginning of this map. And that's dissipated quite a lot. It's now looking like absolutely anybody's game.
Dare step into the cage. What? Trying to face up. Potentially set Forsaken up there with the Judge. You're right, it is
Here he comes all
still
too.
anyone's game.
Let's keep an eye on Device wall as well. Just put his wall down over towards B so they can now heavy focus over towards market. Molly's good, but Zeken does beat it.
Sentinels putting their bodies on the line here. There's no trade, obviously, with the slow place down. You can hear it. And a good reposition by Pac-Man. He's even getting the accidental kill. Device ready to help him by his side. Spikes in the middle of nowhere. Not retrievable here, so Zelsis. Again, it's the easy way or the hard way?
Well, who on PRX wants to try to build up their ult? I think that's one of the key things that they should be thinking about. Looking towards giving it to Pac-Man, I would imagine. I mean, that defensive
30 seconds left.
Viper ult can change the course of the rounds, allow you access to defensive setups that you wouldn't normally be able to run. I think it's worth paying attention as well to Pac-Man as to where he puts his Viper wall. We see this one at the moment, but there's also a pretty common one that we're seeing teams run that goes through mid.
Celsius is...
He survives for a moment.
Desperate to
and they're looking to try to keep him alive.
He gets the plant down, he's still going to get value, so you do have to kill him.
Yeah, that was good from him. Let's create
And
pressure.
you can still plant even if it's in the post round as well.
Explain the Viper wall, especially just to create pressure over towards B. Normally a lot of times B is free, especially when you play like against Cypher comps and they have cameras. So having the wall that you can actually like cross over towards B main is like really good. And then it works up double over towards site as well. Right, you can hide from drone in terms of the lower corner. You can draw a little bit better. As if he hit the guy behind there.
A lot of
Oh, they changed up their wall,
as well
but it
come
was
down to
like,
the retakes. This Sage wall
what was it, this
really
one?
useful for that if you
Maybe
play
it touches
offside
this corner,
post plans.
so
Sentinels have
you
got to
create
think
a
about
lot
how
of
they wanna
pressure
set
in
up the
terms
rounds
of
in the
vision
first
block
place,
here
and
from
then
this
also
camera.
how they want to
Right,
play
you can
the
get over
posts.
towards here, so they have to use util to get past this
John
line.
holding this
And
stun,
then it
ready for some
doubles
kind
up
of
here, right, one
fight.
line, two line, and then you can hide from
You're
util
expecting
here.
PRX to be doing something aggressive on their bonus round, or a trap play, some aggression.
Fault line hell just in case.
The bonus is
Orbs
very
already
good for
gonna be
PRX.
Why just making sure that they can slow down the inevitable approach, really. Sentinels are going at a bit of a glacial pace, but...
Dude, as we can see over towards middle, it might even be going to a two-pass, and Patman's doing absolute work at the moment. Jing. Oh, that looked rough. They were not expecting him here.
That's rough. Sleep.
Still might be doable though. Oh, what a shot.
And more. It's grasped
nade.
it with both hands now. Full control of market and the front of the site now. Access for Sentinels.
Incredible play from Narrate to get them back in.
Yeah, he might have another here.
Yeah, could be.
Ah, what a
Beautiful
round.
Positioning and even better with a crosshair placement, even spotting out something. Deep Seas flash in your face, going to be blinded up, but he has complete control, and it just makes this hold that much easier here for Sentinels. Out wide, facing into many of them. Last one spotted something. There's not much you can do from this spot. Got to scurry and
saves the right
save.
corner.
Yeah, it's important that
It's
it
a
saves
sick
here
round
because
from
Devi
Narrate.
actually
Really
forced into the
good
round.
second kill
Only
was lovely.
700 credits on Devi.
He was so ready
so
for it.
keeping this rifle
The game was incredible.
really helps the economy.
Stronger. Hello, mate. Good to see you, dude. Thanks so much for the prime.
Massive round from
Appreciate the
Narrate
2
there.
years, bro. Thank you, thank you.
Looked like Sentinels had squandered this one. Slightly better eco. Came in, they ran a slow mid-take trying to feel out, I think, what the defensive setup actually looked like. And as they
Map could have
committed
gone out of
through,
control. Oh yeah, I think it would
they
have
went
been
for
out
like
of
a
control
market
from that.
pinch where you tried to
He's
pull
just
the
saved
mid
them.
player towards market, and then you pop through top mid. And it looked messy. Very messy from second and back.
He's not ready for Jing at all.
I mean, Bang is walking into that angle backwards because he's worried about the other side of mid. He's worried about somebody pushing his own smoke. And it's Narrate, the hero, especially that second kill on Patman.
Yeah.
One enemy
Turns the
remaining.
round in Sen's favor.
He doesn't do all that. Wind is out of the sails for Sentinels. It's a bonus
Okay, we
conversion for
got
PRX.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3,
keeps his team
4.
in it.
4 and 3 on each side. They can't buy next if you lose. Smoke over towards middle,
all
smoke
eyes on
over
either side
towards
here,
A,
down
set one up,
towards mid.
late,
Smoked off for now,
triple
but calling
face,
for three,
Narrate
two, one,
out in the
swing. That is
open, and he
good by
still
Narrate.
got
Stays
one.
alive for the one kill, but PRX had more than just a singular body.
It's still
trying to
lovely
take that
trades from
fight.
PRX. They just had
Two together.
numbers. They were in charge
ended
of
up on
like
the better
doing
side of
the
it.
swing. I'm surprised Narrate got one there.
Devi winning that with a bulldog. Second swinging, nobody else to try to support Narrate. So a little bit out of sync there,
Man,
Sentinels.
Patman,
We've seen that across 2 rounds now.
this is like 2
despite the
rounds,
fact that
right?
Narrate
I'm
was
looking at
able to
Patman,
save
he
the
has to do
previous one.
so much
Now
on his own.
He's gone, he's dead. 3v4, somebody else needs to step up now for Sen.
Okay, well, they
Good
know where the
stun.
breach is.
Good to push. Taking off that line, but immediately the paranoia is going to be used to try and get him straight back
Yeah.
in. Smoke
Finds
fades
out where
though.
1 is.
It's still
And that's it
opportunities
done.
around it, but
Big
he's
Joel.
It's decent movement enough. Zeltas
Keep an
actually
eye
does
on,
manage to take
keep
out
an eye on
something.
Forsaken
So
here.
putting a bit of a wrap around
What does he
here.
wanna do
Forsaken
on
is
this
the one
one?
that's been put in a pinch.
Hasn't been able to find too many kills so far this map, Forsaken.
Just steps out wide enough for Zeltas to capitalize. This is now a 2v2. Very winnable for Sentinels.
Yeah, it's insanely winnable.
PRX not quite aware of the gaps in defensive play that they're putting up.
But they do know where both players are roughly. They know that John's on the plant, Zeltas is defending somewhere.
Walking up now, steps up. That's a jump spot now. Spotting these players out. Slow walk. Way ahead.
Damn, nice round from Zeltas. Ooh, back-to-back rounds where PRX probably going to feel like they should have done better.
Beautiful round there.
Yeah, force them to an eco. It's incredible work
Gets
from
himself into a
Zeltas.
lurk through top mid, and they needed a hero after this first play. The 2 young guns from Sen got chopped down early.
Last player
And
standing.
Zeltas decided
One
to
enemy
get his
remaining.
way in, play off John, and shut the round down.
He's played that perfectly.
This is now 2 rounds in a row, though, where Sen have had a sloppy beginning.
Energy is back up.
Yeah, 2 rounds where they've managed to capitalize. And I think that's going to be especially tilting for PRX, because you're doing stuff right at the start. You know, your game plan off barrier
Yeah,
rip
give him
is
an idea
good.
on the eco.
You're getting
I have
into an
no
advantage.
idea where the ults are.
And then, I mean, personally, round 15, I think that's just Narrate hitting nice shots. I don't think that's a mistake from PRX too much. This round, though, they did leave a lot of gaps. And so you're seeing
Yeah, they lost a lot of games, no
timeout
doubt.
called, and Divide doing
There's
a lot of
1v1s,
talking
but
there. I'm sure Alex has got enough to say as well. But PRX economy is now going to be crumbling a little. Only one rifle able to be afforded.
It's in the gutter.
He's always so frustrated.
Timeout was fading away there.
Okay,
as Alex is just
Outlaw.
venting.
Everyone
I
that can
don't
get
think
one
that was-
shot.
I don't think that was to the players.
Main
was it? I
hero
think it
gone
was
on
to
the
Mike.
Vi on this one. Forsaken
Clear up
gets
the
the
misconceptions
Barkey
that
out.
Arise.
Yeah, he's normally very calm when he communicates to the players, and then he takes
Luka
it all out on his
Guns
desk.
kind of on A, but I guess they got
It's a
the
bit, it's a bit like
guess they got the
Kaplan,
info.
fairly calm when he comes to his players, and then he beats the crap out of
Map
Cupid.
attack side it used to be.
2-round lead though for Sentinels, and they've got that economy advantage.
Wall
Gonna be
bottom and middle.
converting into a round
Forsaken
win,
with
so
a Bucky.
We actually
He's in
saw
the smoke
Bang take
bottom
a
and
really
mid.
fast timing when they were on defense. It's Forsaken doing something similar.
Doesn't have a
Vi
long-range
could
gun,
do a
just
selfish
Bucky.
wall here if he wanted.
Looking to see if he can punish
Ooh,
here.
that's
Plenty of
nice.
players stepping up to that mark. Bang. Orb down. Jing's up onto the high ground angle. And okay, there was 2 players ready to receive him. Takes down the one. Zels is going to be out of action now.
Yeah.
No
Flank needs to be
And
watched
Zels
for.
is
No
going
smokes,
down.
though.
Does create a lot of
no smokes
pressure
up towards
back here, but
spawn.
again, it's
And
Forsaken
Forsaken's
with
on the back.
Even committed here. TP forwards. Uh-oh.
No
way.
way.
That's how you get value out of it. Beautiful play by Forsaken. And now that distraction being made in the
Ah,
range.
they should have pushed through.
Do a turn, spins. 180 all around. Second. Looking to receive a couple of bodies. Other end of his Outlaw. Sight line is open. He spots it with a jump peek. Sets up John for it to buy. Almost makes a good go of it.
Did a lot of damage on this.
A second's there to close the
Dude,
door in his
Divide,
face
that was-
and ensure that the
that was
better
almost
economy wins the
insanity what
day
he
for
did.
Sentinels. But that one got a bit scrappy, a little bit tough. I can't believe Forsaken got
Great
value
shot
on
from
the
Bang.
flank. I
I can't
this
believe that he
team
gets this kill.
ends up
Jump
getting the
stage him.
job done, and then he goes for a second teleport on top of the other box. I mean, mad play.
Enemy remaining.
But good finisher from second there. He's having a blinder of a map. He's got 18 kills already in 17 rounds.
Okay, a lot of ults now for PRX.
This round, though, almost everybody on PRX has their ultimate to be able to work with.
Well,
Patman. It's instinctual from him.
Kexi,
Cage
thanks
goes
so much
up.
for the prime, dude. Appreciate
Bullets
the
go
8 months.
into it.
Thank you, thank you.
Clear game plan.
Thank you so
And
much,
this now
dude.
puts a bit more pressure over towards Bang, because with the trip disappearing on A, you're worried.
Oh, it's
Oh
fast.
my god, and another sick shot.
And at the same time, they had a 4-person swing top mid.
You haven't even forced out any ultimates here from PRX either. So this one's just a bit of a GG go next.
Yeah, scattered into the spawn just in case there are players creeping up onto the gaps. We can see. Bang's there. Forsaken taking a bit of a jiggle.
It feels like PRX are trying to go for the same level of discipline that we saw from SEN, but they're all playing it alone.
God almighty, it's a bullet to the brains. Luckily saved by the wall. Paranoia
I don't know
forwards.
about that. I don't know about that Omen flash.
PRX just need to make sure to not
I'm not
leave
sure about that one.
any gaps, mistakes to be played into.
It is quite a committed position from something, and like I said, they're all
Why am I
playing alone.
nervous?
I don't
This
want to
one.
get too worried here. They still have the
30
player
seconds
advantage. It
left.
should be massive for them as long as they play with that discipline here. Plan stuck, but John has an ult. Could look to expend it. Still it's a
Ooh,
slow.
slow nade.
In through the back.
Yeah, that was
Easily
nice.
dealt with it.
I'm not even worried. What was it talking
Safe pair of
about?
hands of him usually is the
Crazy.
case.
And still no ultimate forced out from PRX. That slow nade combo was brilliant there. And
Dude, the
PRX
4-person
have
top
cut this
mid
one
swing
down
is
to an
nuts.
only 2-round lead. This next one, you've got to imagine, is going to be explosive, with so many ultimates all around the map.
One enemy remaining.
Does
Very clean
PRX decide
shots,
to
though.
go for a set strat? Like a raise ult down bottom mid
Having
pinch?
said that, I just set up a really
They used to do
explosive
it.
round. Didn't realize that Sentinel's economy, despite winning 3 in a row, is not in a spot where they can buy again.
I mean, that's bizarre.
Yeah, the economy was kept honest the entire time.
It begins.
So 4 stingers.
I'm out of here.
And honestly, a win here would be to force out some of those defensive ultimates.
Oh my god.
TP forwards. This is aggressive. Forsaken. Forsaken. Doesn't know about a second player though.
His teammate might be
Trouble, but it
here.
was a big one to find. Zekken is gone. Zelsis could be going to follow suit, and he's just missed the
Oh,
timing.
that's unlucky timing.
Spear in hand, not exactly the weapon for the
Oh,
job.
the eco. Sorry, dude. I wasn't even on top of this. I thought they full
Crazy play
forced
to make
into
against
this
a
one.
half-buy.
So it is
But
just
with
an eco.
Forsaken
So
taking that timing down mid, I think what's now going through Sentinel's head is, well, who's defending A? Because
Why
usually
this round
it is
push on
Forsaken
middle?
with a
They had
one-way
quite a
on
lot of
A.
money,
And that's
right?
allowed John and Celsius to
Honestly,
just
it's like
walk up.
I think PRX thought
A
they
is being
would
played
force here as
pretty
well.
heavy for retake right now.
They had quite a lot of money.
And the fake is beautiful. They're so worried about A. The
Still a nice round for Sentinels. Definitely doable.
The push and a pull.
Can just wander in.
They're very far away.
Now. The B side is theirs. The rate is the one with the spike, though. Can't overstep too much.
PRX
They really
have
want to pick.
so
They
many
really want to
risks on
equalize numbers because
defense.
their guns are just
They like
so
got to
much worse.
re-clear so many
but
positions,
spot
man.
out
It
here.
looks horrible.
Stinger in your hand, bang, just about gets around the corner.
Now Zelsis becomes the lurker.
It's a great molly down though.
That's an unlucky one.
Forced him out into the swing.
So Bang's going to be found here. The rate
Last Flood, do they know about this luck? I don't think so. Patman, just holding over towards heaven.
Through main, it's not going to be
Smoke one way with the late.
for them. It's one way up now, and that backstab, as you mentioned, has to be coming to fruition. Forsaken.
Yeah, and they pick up a better gun here. Do they just stick with the Sage Wall? Do they even have Sage Wall? No Sage Wall in this one.
PRX tapped for that one. They were hoping that it would pull out a bit of the big tools, and now running forward to try and take the play, and the Stinger cannot get it done. A lot pulled out
Okay,
of the
still
war chest for
scary
Sentinels,
though.
but
Give
it's
them some better guns there. If anything, I think this worked out pretty well for PRX. They can maybe talk about the fact that they're on to the fact that they're over-rotating. So maybe in the buy rounds now they can actually relax a little bit with it. Don't have to gamble as much.
For the defenders, and they creep ever closer to an even game.
Yeah, and you got the breach ult.
What Sen were cooking. They thought if they expected the breach ult, after having killed Forsaken on the flank, maybe Zelsis would be able to clutch.
Yeah, they might, with Razor, sorry, with Sage Ult, they might just keep fighting top mid as well.
He's gonna look for his own input into this game. Sentinels take a tactical timeout to discuss what the next game plan should be. And I think you've got to realize at this point that PRX has been playing A for retake. Like really passive retake setup. It's not even like they have a Cypher that's going to be giving them some information. There's not trips, there's not cam. They are just playing off-site A. And maybe they'll swap it up for the next round, but I would imagine Kaplan's got a bit of a read that's going to try to play with that.
Time is ticking here. It's PRX with a driving factor, taking map number 1. We're not in elimination.
Alex can talk at the same time, yeah.
Send you toppling into the lowers if
5 ults.
Cannot get a grip back, and I know that sounds odd when they're sitting at 10-9, but the ults are flowing right now for PRX, and they have been in control.
Wait, and now they do it. This is the round that I was speaking about. It's double satchel, Jing double satchel here, insta pop of the Razor. There is 4 people here, but I also see a reactive stun. Are they ready for this?
Most of the time, he's going to be getting more value with the rifle than
I think John has a stun ready for this. Did they anti the hell out of him? It's a late stun though in the end. I think as soon as you hear the Razor go, you probably got to pop it. And he gets another. And another. Dude, they were ready for this, and at the same time they got so much. They have a raise. Sorry, they have. I think wall res here is so fine. Do they have breach damage? Oh, they could own it
just chilling
still.
at this point, I think, is advantageous for PRX. They can allow Narrate and John
God,
to
you really guys going to go for a double swing? At least you know that the res is doable.
Defy, though, is actually going for the info himself. If he had died there, wouldn't have been able to res Jeng. But all good. They get themselves into a 2-player advantage. And again, by seizing control and tempo of the round with that fast dive down mid, a little bit reminiscent of what Forsaken went for previously.
Wonder if the coaches are going to be annoyed at this one.
Put themselves in a great spot. They did use almost every ultimate, though, to accomplish it. But as long as they can clean up John and Narate, they will have crushed the economy as well.
Narate and John tiptoeing, hoping that somebody will offer them a lifeline.
Because of the ult, I mean, they had a breach stun ready for it. They were so ready for it. They were so ready for it, but at the same time, like, they weren't, if it made sense.
Spam and straight bullets into the box, but no one watching for the back there. And now PRX look the swarm.
Hey, very, very
10
nice.
to 10 here for PRX. The guns.
Yeah, it's a weird one, because in theory you can like stun this, and then you can just chill, right? You can just let him take the space, go clear the space. Instead, they kind of push forward with it.
To be honest, it's a weird setup. They raise ult down mid right at the beginning. They Viper ult into B main.
Maybe it's just a normal setup from the camera info, in case they were pushing down mid. It might be the anti like mid push, I don't know.
That they have available. And
I mean, this is a PRX classic, though. They used to do this pretty much every Raze ult. Okay, they still force a buyout onto this one, and it looks like Sentinels want to go a little bit faster. GENG double satchels down towards bottom mid. Okay, there is a thing here though, so they have a wall if they want to go over it. I'm not sure that's a good use of it. Kind of locked them in.
Sentinels trip's going to be triggering. Zelsis, you don't know why, so you got to hear it now. The rumble of the footsteps in your face. He's primed and ready with a rifle in hand, trying to take that fight with the util. It's perfect. The timing could not be better. Zelsis wants a little bit more.
They will push through the smoke on site as well. How did they win both of those kills?
This guy now taking control of the situation, but Sentinel's still on the site. Bang! Remove something from the picture. In through the back, John.
Very decisive.
Taking care of Forsaken.
Making sure that they delete the players in front, so it's only Devi as a threat. And he's left in a 1v3. Walled himself off even from going towards elbow. So SEN, they persevere in what was
they want some
chaotic
they want some important jewels though.
I think Zelsis should be able to give them the information about how quick PRX were down mid again. With two players, not just GENG, sending it in tiles, but Devi also following up. And the goal there was that it feels like only one player on the flank, and then Devi's able to come in unexpected. But because Zelsis instantly used Cypher ult, he just got perfect info as to where everyone was. Love this stun as well,
yeah,
by the way.
It's a really good stun.
From John. I mean, he has been great with these reactive fault lines. It's just that usually GENG's already got the kill.
One enemy remaining.
11 to 10.
Where's the money at? Money pretty low. Okay, this is 11-10, and whoever loses it, there's two people in each team that can't buy next. Sentinels want to go fast again. PRX have 4 people here, and one is the Sage with an op. Dude, every stun at the moment is just having so much value off of it. Oh, he's swinging on his own.
No coordination. PRX getting antsy, getting frantic. It's up to Pacman to see if he can contain and maintain the team's composure. Devi reinforces one of the gaps.
Yeah, and that's the person who's in charge of B, so they're like, well, let's just go back to B.
And now finally, a breather. But there are so many gaps
they
around
duel
the
over
map that
towards
PRX
A.
need to fill. A Devi could get caught. The more aggressive he gets.
As wall fades too, he's going to have to commit. Yeah, playing a further back line and angle.
If he gets over towards spawn, though, it's pretty good.
Right for PRX, and it gives Sentinels free reign.
Yeah, PRX being a little bit proactive, trying to clear over towards middle, and again, once they do this, they can probably go fast behind again.
So no matter what, they're going to be taking risks. It is going to be, there are always going to be openings for Devi to take this shot.
Posted, second guess is it. It's a one-way propped up on top of it. That's going to be the fault line. Clearing the way, more to a degree, but
30 seconds.
I will push behind Narrate.
Occurring. PRX from behind. Narrate's going to try and slow this one down. He's going to be buying it. He's time with the C's, and Narrate just peeks straight into
jump
it.
peek, so both.
Enemy remaining.
The pincer maneuver is almost complete. It's just second left alone to try and pull off a miracle with a snake.
That was nicely handled from them.
There's absolutely no chance.
Pacman did great over towards middle, getting this kill. That made it all doable.
There's a great call
Devi played great as well, to be honest. That shot was nice and the info was incredible.
Really late in the round. They had no retake utility.
And then I like how proactive they are, right? Once they kind of get into 3v3, they group together, they peek over towards mid, they clear mid so they can have this push behind. Kind of seeing how like every single time people are making sure they have plans, not getting isolated on their own. There's 2 people from Sentinels that can't buy. Yeah, one's John and okay, Zelsis and John take the hit on this. Sentinels, same thing over towards A. No backup options around the map.
Everything is going A.
Full committal. Forsaken going to be retreating, trying to play a bit of a further back position. No one's watching his
face
back
over towards middle.
He's got a lot
About
to
be 4, rotates coming in.
Just trying to break some of that util as well, so it doesn't get cleared all the way out. And wow, it really just overstays onto the line. Second.
Wait, how did GENG get one all over the top?
Was next. Bang, it's up to him to deliver, but he's been put down.
Damn, very nicely done. Devi decided to join him with the selfish wall at the top. That's funny. Kind of overextends a lot of it.
Sentinels are watching this map slip away from them. They had such a great start. Looked like they'd rebounded after getting flattened on split. But they can't put it together here on the attack side. PRX were playing a retake. They cleared mid, looking for Zelsis in the mid round. They know exactly where he is now.
Doubled up, leaving nothing to chance. Time played, but yeah.
Okay, very nice. What's their money? I think their money's really low. I could be wrong, it could be 2.9, but I think it's 2.4 loss bonus, no? I think they were sitting about 2,500. It's gonna have to be Stingers.
I mean, it's as far back as you could possibly get while still playing to defend that.
Dude, this wall is cracking
Again,
me up.
value out of the walls. Vi's always got these tricky little spots to work with. Sentinels have been forced buying in quite a few of these attack rounds.
Yeah,
People
no,
with
it's
stingers,
Stingers.
or bulldogs.
It's for sure
And
Stingers.
now the money's just dead. It is just dead. It's the final round.
Where does this
The
place
last
Paper X if they
opportunity for
win?
Sen to
So
stay
winner
in
of
the
this
upper
game
bracket.
secures top 3.
And they're going to be working with odds and ends. A bargain
And then you
bin,
play
thrift store buy.
Wolves. Wolves are waiting for you at the top.
Cobble it together like Tony Stark in a cave. They got nothing. The recovery in this half has been amazing from Paper X. They made the right adjustment. Playing full retake A for a lot of these rounds, and yet still catching Sen as they hit the site. Playing just the right
Wait, isn't the Heretics? This is the Heretics curse if they win. That's actually kind of crazy. It is the Heretics curse.
The lower bracket,
The Paper X and Wolves.
The competition is heating up heavily. G2, Gen G, Fnatic, any sort of manner of opponent you want to avoid for as long as possible.
Okay, let's chill out though, because these ults combo together and they're great ults. We got Op going in. Someone needs to make sure the Patman buys.
And only a sheriff out here for John. The best weapon.
Patman.
Bang with a bulldog.
Patman.
This one, it looks done. It looks chalked.
Patman.
How
Okay,
are Sen going to be
Odin.
able to get this into overtime?
Bro, he's trolling me.
Heavy group up once more. This is all in from Sentinels, and it could just crumble at a moment's notice. Flash avoided. Jing is there, but he's going to be taken
Lunacy
out.
from Jing.
No one to deal with a haunt over the shoulder.
Yeah.
And that's
commits into it.
That's such a valuable weapon to upgrade to as well.
Rolling Thunder now, it's available. Lays siege now to the other side.
Whoa,
of
what a
things,
shot
but
that
it
is.
did not catch up with the buy. Propped up on a perch of his own making.
4v4 retake.
Been
And
so
Bang
good.
still has
He's been so
Omen
good with these
Flash.
walls.
And now he's going for a little bit more. Slowed himself in the process, can't really overstep.
Bang's paranoia here is amazing when the retake begins.
2-person push
Flank
behind.
occurring, Forsaken. Going walkabouts with something himself. Smokes are going to be dropped down here. Patience is called for from Paper X themselves. Slow and close. Trying to play time and bait out these
my
shots
God.
potentially for them. The range is going to do a lot right now.
Great
with the
trade
stinger in
though.
hand,
Omen
finally
Flash
deals
went
with it
over
again.
towards Saint.
The trap is triggered.
I'm so low.
From the side. Paper X there, and he's stopping
John.
this train. It's
Big
looking
stun.
so damn
Patman.
unlikely. And it's up to the captain, it's up to
Enemy
John.
remaining.
Stinger in hand. Flash.
He's got a bullet.
The supplement. He's going to run him down. He's a full stack.
No way! How does it end like that? How does it end like that? My goodness, dude. Okay. They 2-0 Sentinels. And it's Wolves. It's Wolves against Paper X. No way. Wolves Paper X confirms top 3.
But Paper X deserve all the
The
credit there
lower
for being able to
bracket is
recover it towards the
absolutely
end.
stacked,
and
dude.
steal
You
it
do
away.
not want to be down there.
Beautiful game from Jing especially, who was amazing in their attack half, but I got to give a lot of credit to Defy and how creative
Heretics?
he was getting
There's a
with his
chance
operator.
there's a chance Heretics are the third best of this tournament. We'll never
Really
know.
nice stuff from Paper X here today, and they go forwards.
Marching forwards as well.
I mean, they're going to be meeting up with Wolves, 2 third-seed teams that we're seeing here in the upper bracket final.
Insane,
Remarkable
dude.
stuff.
Toronto just a
God,
tournament of
it's
unexpected
such a
moments.
crazy run.
But they've earned their spot in that upper.
Such a crazy run.
The Sentinels, they are
The Paper
set
X
tumbling
run's
it down.
wild. The
I said it
Wolves
earlier, but it
run
a
is wild.
dead hit.
It is. It's tough down there.
Both of them are
Sentinels
insane
gonna
at the
be facing
moment.
up against Fnatic. That is a really difficult game. Other end of the spectrum, you could argue, but you know, you go from playing against one team that mini coaches and then against another
Sideshow?
team
Yeah, dude, as soon as
previously
he says the
coached.
words,
But
they're not on a
big
run,
credit today to some of the
something
timeouts
just
too
clicks
that
in the
Alex was
world.
taking.
Something clicks in the world and they just go crazy.
A change up in style.
As soon as he
This
doubts,
really is
there's just
a different look for
there's
PRX.
just a different
The evolution
power
of
that teams
PRX.
get.
It's been astounding to see and watch. We're seeing slow play, tempered moments all around here. You can't deny that they've earned their spot in the uppers. We're going to be sending it down to Yinsu. She's down on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
All aboard the PRX train here. What a win from now. I've never had the opportunity to interview Patman before, so I'm going to quickly distract you for a second. Thank you. You've got me. Jason's got me. Patman, very quickly. Now, your teammates, they're very used to this. They're used to being the fan favorite. This is your first time. How are you dealing with all this craziness?
Sorry?
How are you dealing with the craziness of all these times being the fan favorite?
It's just new to me, but I need to get used to it.
Are you having a nice time? Do you like this?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's like I'm part of the family. Like everyone here is family. You know, I can see a lot of pink jersey wearing. So yeah, it's so fun to be here.
Oh yeah, they're all supporting you here now. One more question before I let you go. Well, take a quick selfie. That's going to be worth a lot of money. So, you know, the Patman selfie in here in the arena. But while you do that, Patman, now, when it comes to your confidence on stage, a couple days ago, Jason was telling you, stand up, join me. And you said, I'm shy, I don't want to do it. But you did it today. What gave you that confidence?
I think it's very helpful for the team as well. Like if we hype ourselves, so I need to do it for the boys, not just for hyping, you know. I need to be confident and feel confident with the boys, so everyone will feel confident as well.
Well, you're not just doing it for the boys, you're doing it for them as well. Follow me. I want to get a quick word with Forsaken. Forsaken, you got your revenge against Sentinels. How did that feel?
It feels great.
How good? Give me more of an emotion.
It feels amazing.
Amazing. And of course, Forsaken, it seems like now you're one of the leaders of your team. Do you enjoy being a leader of this PRX train?
Enjoy, of course, because, I mean, of course, it's gonna be hard for me to IGL and get frag maybe at the same time, but I'll always trust my teams, you know? So even though I don't need frag, I just have to be a good leader, you know?
Yeah, we trust you as well. One last question. Can you say something to the passengers of the PRX train?
Track by track, guys. Just keep supporting us. We're gonna go far, okay? Let's go.
Track by track,
Track
baby.
by track.
Woo, let's go, PRX.
God damn, dude. Look at him go. Top 3 secured.
Holy moly.
So close.
That
Yes, that's how good. What do you mean? Were you not seeing that?
You can't see. Where is he? Because Forsaken was facing other side. You know?
Dude, it was.
But he was spinning.
It was mad.
It was basically like
0.01.
How were the comps in that moment when you were so close? We're speaking about the victory moment, right? That diffuse because people could not see
Polvi, thank you so much for the gifted, bro. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you, dude.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, by the way, everyone, we have Divide here on the
Yeah,
desk.
dude,
Give
that
it
was
up
a
for
weird
Divide.
one.
You guys don't
Polvi,
mind?
thanks so much for the
Thank you.
support, man. Appreciate
No
that.
Sage
Chat,
off
all your
kills
slugs, get him in.
were, A thing of beauty,
Thank you.
my friend. First things first, congratulations. Here's the winning moment with you and the boys, and it had to have felt incredible to be able to get this win. But not just get the win, you got the win off of a 12-3 and then a squeaker, Mat 2, breaking Sentinels' hearts.
Samaras, thanks so much
How
for
did
the
that make
prime.
you feel,
Thank you,
man?
thank
Getting
you.
that revenge.
I mean, it feels great. I mean, we watched the VODs and we knew that Sentinel is very good at Sunset. So we knew that their retake is good and we were struggling, as you guys can see. But thank God that we also kind of good at retaking on the defense. So kind of good. So yeah,
Melch and Cookie, thank you as well, man.
It's been a while since we beat
Thank you for
any
that.
teams. Usually we are the EMEA Slayer, but I guess
Okay,
we kind of both.
Now the
feel the
American
attack.
Slayer,
It's
now
okay.
the American Slayer. I
I'll
like
take it.
that.
I'll accept it. You're speaking about those mistakes. There's many occasions, right, when we see you guys. It's, I would say characteristic at this point when you are having a 5v3 or a 4v2 and you guys, you start going one by one.
Yeah.
How do you bounce back from that? Because those are just mistakes, right? But how do you bounce back? How do you forget them and move on?
I mean, it looks bad, especially you're talking about the split round, right? I mean,
There was a couple.
but
here,
we had worse games against Liquid that day, so this one we kind of used to that.
Yeah.
So we just said it's okay, boys, just one round, so we just continue.
Yeah.
I guess it's just classic PRX, you know.
Oh, yeah, classic. Well, you want to talk about classic PRX. Let's go ahead and take a look at that final moment there.
Dude,
because
this
it
was a
literally
mad
came down
ending.
to a squeaker. This is it. John was flying in for this. He had the sheriff in hand, and he just starts unloading in front of him. And there's your boy spinning away, and he managed to hold
That's
it
so
down.
messed up.
And that had to have been frustrating for John, but it had to have felt absolutely amazing for you guys. You're going to the upper finals here in Toronto. What were the expectations for the team coming into this one?
I mean, honestly, we were just praying for playoff, but
Yeah.
I guess now we exceeded our expectation.
Yeah.
So I guess it's time to win the whole thing.
Time to win the whole thing? Hey, yo, I don't know if y'all heard it. Devi said it's time to win the whole thing. I mean,
people here are great.
All I'm going to say is this. I talked to a couple fans in the venue. They asked me, who do you think's going to win? And I was like, look, if PRX wins this, I think they're going all the way. So I feel good about you guys right now. Because
Matche with the prime.
you're not
Thank you,
just
dude. Thank you,
showing
thank you.
Just the obvious PRX talent that we see all the time. But we're seeing a lot of good fundamentals. We're also seeing you guys really work together.
Yeah.
Is that a product of, you know, more coaching with Alex, of course, the consulting there with Minnie? We talked to him earlier. What's that about?
Yeah, I think we try to balance things out. Usually we used to play just pressing W all the way, and I think people are getting a lot smarter nowadays, especially all the teams in Masters. So we figured that it won't work if we keep doing the same thing. So yeah, just a little bit of passive and like teamworky a little bit, and yeah, I guess it works.
Love it.
How are you enjoying the game without Tejo? Do you like it more?
Oh.
Do you think that it's gone against some of the teams that we have in the tournament?
I think it's great. I mean, not to specific teams, but I think we prefer to play without Tejo meta.
Yeah.
I
Suits
think
you better.
Yeah, it's a little bit chaotic for us also. So
yeah,
chaotic for you. What?
Yeah.
Well, because it stops
they
them.
like a different kind of chaos.
Because it stops
My
them
bad,
from doing their chaos.
No, we don't mind aggressive, but you gotta face us. But if you play Tejo, you're just hiding in the corner.
Exactly.
And then
You wanna
press
face to face.
Yeah, we wanna have
Become a little iPad baby, hit your buttons.
We don't need another Brimstone, So, yeah.
Hey, and look, I do love my Boomer Stone, but I get what you're saying. Before I let you go here, you're going to be facing off against the Wolves. You've seen this team. You've seen what they bring to the table. Want to give us your thoughts on that matchup?
Did you see what they did against GENG?
Yeah, we saw. I mean, they did better than us against GENG, so I'm very happy because we have they have the coach who is also Malaysian, so I'm very happy for him. Like it's been a while, so to have like my Malaysian bros,
right?
Yeah.
That's
so,
awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that it's gonna be a good game and hope better teams win.
Any player you're looking forward to particularly going up against, or just the whole team?
Probably. I mean, I think Spring has been playing really good, so yeah, I can't wait to play him.
So how's your reaction going to be once Siufat stands up and starts like sending kisses and hearts? What are you going to do in exchange?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not the type to stand, but I have Forsaken, so I think I'm good to go.
You should chime in. I think,
maybe
at
I
least
will
just
try.
stand up and do nothing.
Do nothing.
Tell you what, off camera?
We'll see. But it's okay.
You have time to think.
Yeah, of course. If they have Siufat, then we have Forsaken, both with the bicep, so.
Exactly.
I mean, he might be a little bit bigger right now, but it's okay. Forsaken is Forsaken.
Yeah, no, just got to hit the gym a couple more times, and then you'll be good to go. You'll be good to go. Devi, I want to thank you so much, brother, for your time. Always a pleasure, and congratulations. Give it up for Devi. Give it up for PRX. Incredible stuff, but that is going to do it for us here today. We thank you all so much for tuning in, and of course, we have plenty more Valorant coming at you tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll see you then, Toronto. Take care.
Look at the lower bracket. Find me someone to raid. Dude, PRX, man. PRX Wolves. Upper bracket.
It is the last
and then we got GENG versus G2, Sentinels Fnatic. Loser gets 5th to 6.
Who comes out on top with this one? You have two great teams that could very well
how many points
go
do you get for
all the
third?
way, but it's
4
all about
points
who wants it more
through these
right
teams. I'm not saying they're confirmed for champs, but they're in a very good spot for champs now, just purely from this.
GENG reading Wolves like a
Dude, tomorrow's going to be wild, man. That lower bracket limb game is pretty sick. Me against TMV? Wolves. Who would have thought, man? I didn't think Wolves would. To be honest, I thought PRX would be struggling as well. Like, I thought some of the seed ones would just look so much better. But they just don't, man. They just don't. We're like co-stream with TMV. I'm not getting that guy in here. What do you mean? He's going to start eating glue or something weird, man. I like to stay locked in. Chat, who are we raiding?
Wolves bring this back.
Unable to really confirm anybody's location.
We'll start chanting. Yeah, I don't want the chance here, man.
It's gorgeous
I
from
don't want the
everybody.
chance.
Denying rotations. Oh, it's perfect.
When is Plat Chat? I think they're doing Plat Chat. Sorry, let me turn this down. I think they're doing Plat Chat on Thursday, right?
Here with the trip, actually,
I'm pretty
it's
sure.
a perfect setup for GENG, but a 2-for-2 trade for Wolves, a big win out.
Raid Mini. I'm pretty sure Mini's gonna go off.
Oh,
Unless Mini's planning something.
This is so doable. Ash.
Ash is taking it. He's got a half.
There's a chance, but I think he gives them notes after, so I think he has like actual work to do. Let's see what he's doing.
And Juicy looking to swing this smoke.
Ah, dude, he's loading up the game.
She's on the other side. Wyu takes
Let's
out
raid
Munchkin,
him.
drop the pit. Paranoia is good. He flies in. Wyu has
Let's
done
raid him.
miracles for
He's
his
loading up
squad.
the game.
Suvat BB
That gives me a bit of hope.
On the verge of the truly unthinkable Ash has days.
And he's doing good work. He's definitely doing good work. At least I could at least see his impact on that split round where they had the option over towards A, no doubt about it. And then we've been seeing it with Yoru and just the discipline levels as well. Okay, thanks so much, guys. Thank you. Appreciate you all watching. Say hi to Mini for me. I appreciate you all. Crazy games today. Absolutely crazy games. And tomorrow, hopefully, they deliver as well because some big teams are about to be disappointed at where they come this event. All right, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for all the support. To the mods, track by track, and I will see you all tomorrow. All right, bye, everyone. Bye.
And now an opportunity to fight for an upper final.
Bye.
He's just drifting in and outside to side. Still one player tucked towards the corner, trying to take that swing to
YouTube chat, thank you so much for the support, guys. I appreciate you all being there. Subscribe if you can. It would help me out. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Through heaven, flash, no connection, dodge for now, Defy! The 4v3.